Chapter 160. Hijichu tilted his head and glared at Gunyenji. How did she manage to throw money at him and still order him around without batting an eyelid? Her shamelessness was unparalleled. Hijichu sneered as he stood up. His handsome face was frosty as he glanced around the courtroom and raised his chin arrogantly. She's right. On behalf of my client, I would like to countersue Xian Xingyao for fabricating evidence to falsely accuse my client. I would also like to sue the U.S. military and the CIA for falsifying evidence and obstructing justice. Gunyenji stood by Hijichu's side and raised her slender arm to wave twice. You heard her. He's Lawyer He. The famous and undefeated Lawyer He. Are you going to accept this? Lieutenant Colonel Peter's face contorted in anger as he roared. I'm not. Hang me. Gunyenji crossed her arms and looked him up and down. Her arrogant expression mirrored Hijichu's. Who cares if you accept this or not? WTF. Lieutenant Colonel Peter lost control of himself from Gunyenji's expression and words. He lunged at her, wanting nothing more than to beat her up to vent his anger. The courtroom was instantly thrown into chaos. Gunyenji deftly turned around and stood on the other side of Hijichu. Before Lieutenant Colonel Peter could reach her, Hijichu had already grabbed his arm and held it in midair. Lieutenant Colonel Peter attacked my client in court. That's an additional crime. I'll add Lieutenant Colonel Peter's name to the list of defendants. Amidst the chaos, Chunlai secretly activated the camera hidden in his glasses and quietly recorded the scene. He planned to bring it back to Hui Xiaoheng to show it to him. He snapped furiously in Gunyenji's direction, specifically choosing an angle where Gunyenji and Hijichu were standing together. The man was tall and handsome with a cold demeanor. However, his words and actions showed that he was very protective of Gunyenji. The woman was tall and beautiful. She was lively and took advantage of Hijichu's influence to provoke him. She was fearless and looked like she was being pampered. Chunlai watched and imagined Hui Xiaoheng's face when he saw the images. His round face was serious, but he was laughing so hard his intestines were turning green. Silence. Silence. Judge Judy hurriedly picked up the gavel and slammed it down. The bailiffs rushed in and separated everyone. The U.S. military and the CIA rushed in and pushed Xian Xingyao's wheelchair out. Lieutenant Colonel Peter was dragged away from Hijichu by the bailiffs. He turned around unwillingly and gave the Huaxia imperial diplomats the finger. Xian will soon be an American. You have no right to control her. So what if you're an American? Do you think we won't dare to sue just because you're an American? I'll sue her until she's bankrupt and put her in jail. Gunyenji wanted to see the world burn, so she hid behind Hijichu and poked her head out to provoke Lieutenant Colonel Peter. Hijichu turned around and looked at Gunyenji coldly. You think you're capable? Putting others in jail at any moment? Professor, he is the best. Gunyenji clasped her hands together shamelessly, her big eyes almost sparkling as she flattered Hijichu. Professor, you can put her in jail anytime. Hijichu had been furious that Gunyenji wanted to pay the lawyer's fees, but now that he saw her acting cute, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. He patted her head. At least you know your place. Xian Xingyao became an American citizen within a day, so extradition was naturally impossible. At the same time, she dropped her lawsuit against Gunyenji for seriously injuring her. However, Hijichu wouldn't let them get away with such an obvious false accusation. Soon, Gunyenji's countersuit against Xian Xingyao for false accusation, the U.S. military and the CIA, and Lieutenant Colonel Peter for fabricating evidence to obstruct justice was sent to the Boston Federal District Court. Gunyenji was still a minor, and because of Judge Judy's blatant corruption, Hijichu reported her to both the U.S. Department of Justice and the Bar Association. Her qualifications as a judge and lawyer were now under review. The situation was extremely bleak, and Judy was likely to lose both her qualifications as a judge and her lawyer's license. Many judges were unwilling to accept Gunyenji's countersuit after the news broke. In the end, the judge who accepted the case was Hijichu's former law school professor. With this neutral judge, Gunyenji's case went very smoothly. Xin Xingao's registration made it easier for Gun Yinji to sue her. A week later, the U.S. military and the CIA couldn't stand it anymore and sent someone to beg He Zhichu for mercy. They asked for a settlement of $10 million on the condition that they wouldn't overturn the case and seal Xin Xingao's files forever. Gun Yinji gasped when she saw the settlement amount. She asked He Zhichu, "Professor He, is this enough to pay for your lawyer's fees? All you care about is lawyer's fees. How can you be so short-sighted?" He Zhichu patted her head. "You're satisfied with $10 million? Then how much does Professor He think is appropriate?" Gun Yinji smiled as she made He Zhichu a cup of coffee and placed it in front of him. "I'll give it all to Professor He as lawyer's fees." He Zhichu snorted. "How generous of you. No, you don't have to give it all to me as lawyer's fees. I'll just take 10% of the settlement amount." "Sure." Gun Yinji shrugged nonchalantly. "It's an unexpected windfall anyway. It's better to let it all go." He Zhichu finally proposed $100 million as compensation to the U.S. military and the CIA. If they didn't agree, they would continue to fight, even if it took them to the Supreme Court. The U.S. military and the CIA were worried that the more they interrogated them, the more their secrets would be exposed. After repeated discussions and He Zhichu's lobbying within the U.S. government, they had no choice but to accept He Zhichu's conditions and compensate Gun Yinji $100 million. Gun Yinji paid 10%, or $10 million to He Zhichu's lawyer's fees. The remaining $90 million became her private savings. She planned to find an opportunity to remit it to the Huaxia Empire. Chunlai waited until Gun Yinji's countersuit was over before returning to the Huaxia Empire. Before returning to the Huaxia Empire, he secretly met up with Gun Yinji while the consulate general hosted a banquet for Huaxia students from Harvard. They didn't pretend to know each other in front of outsiders. But when they arrived at Chunlai's room in the consulate, Gun Yinji dropped the pretense and went up to give him a big hug. "Brother Chun, I missed you so much." Chunlai was also very excited and patted Gun Yinji's back. "Yinji, we missed you too. How are you doing here? I see you like a fish in water. That professor, he treats you very well, huh?" Gun Yinji nodded and took Chunlai's hand to sit on the sofa. "Professor, he treats me very well indeed. I'm very grateful to him." "You're just grateful?" Chunlai's round eyes sparkled behind his glasses. "I don't think he treats you like a teacher to a student, does he?" Although he tried to hide the affection in the depths of his eyes, it was unmistakable in Chunlai's observant eyes. Gun Yinji frowned. "Brother Chun, why didn't I know you were so nosy before? What about Sister Zitan? Did you get her?" "There's no point in changing the subject." "Although I didn't get her." Chunlai glared at Gun Yinji. "You little brat, you know how to talk nonsense now. You haven't even answered my question." Gun Yinji blinked her big, bright eyes and said weakly, Brother Chun, I already promised Mei Xiaowen that I'll come back in 6 months. If he still likes me, we'll be together." Oh. Chunlai cocked his head and lay on the sofa, counting with his fingers. "Mei Xiaowen is already booked for 6 months. Professor, he is so close. TSK. Let's see if a certain someone can sit still." "A certain someone? Who?" Gun Yinji asked suspiciously. "Brother Chun, did something happen that I don't know about?" No, of course not." Chunlai chuckled and handed Gun Yinji a bottle of sticky yogurt. "Drink it. It's your favorite when you were little." The yogurt from the Huaxia Imperial Consulate General in Boston was homemade by a chef from the Huaxia Empire. It tasted amazing and was Gun Yinji's favorite when she was little. She inserted a straw and slurped the yogurt as she pondered how to ask Chunlai about Hua Xiaoheng. She recalled the day she saw Hua Xiaoheng smiling at Zhao Liang's phone video. Her heart ached like a cat scratching at it. She wanted nothing more than to grab Chunlai by his collar and shake him until he knew who that woman was. Chunlai studied Gun Yinji. He hadn't seen her in 2 months, and she had grown taller. Her figure was even more curvy now. Her girly vibe slowly faded, and her girly vibe became more pronounced. She was a grown woman now. Chunlai sighed and took a sip of Coke. Gun Yinji finished the bottle of yogurt and stammered, Brother Chun, did Uncle Hua get a girlfriend recently? Where did you find out? Chun Lai narrowed his eyes and discreetly turned on the camera in his glasses to take a picture of Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji thought that if she didn't reveal anything, Chun Lai would probably treat her like a child again. Just like Yin Shi Xiang and Zhao Liangzi, Gun Yinji gritted her teeth and said, Uncle Hua, you attended the International Extraordinary Women's Awards reception before, didn't you? Yes. Chun Lai immediately recalled how General Ji had forced Hua Xiaoheng to attend the reception. He couldn't help slapping his thigh and laughing. Oh, it was true that good news never went out, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. I didn't think you even knew about Hua Xiao being forced to drink with someone, haha. Gun Yinji's jaw nearly hit the floor when she heard Chun Lai's words. She practically leapt onto Chun Lai and grabbed his arm, shaking it violently. Drink with someone? Drink with someone. Brother Chun, you have to tell me, or else I'm not done with you. You knew he went to the reception, but you didn't know he was forced to? Chun Lai laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. He rubbed his chin and said earnestly, It's like this. Didn't Hua Xiao go abroad on a mission? Oh, the one where you helped them with the Nanda satellite. Gun Yinji nodded. I know that, but what does that have to do with Uncle Hua going to the reception? It has a lot to do with it. Chun Lai stood up and went to get another bottle of Coke. That mission was for Gu Yanran, the Barbadian tycoon. Hua Xiao went to drink with her because she wanted to personally thank him and also promised to donate a large sum of money to the military to set up a charity fund for deceased or retired soldiers. Gu Yanran? Gun Yinji frowned. Who's that? How come I've never heard of her? We didn't know before either. She's a rich person who popped up out of nowhere in the last 2 years. Chun Lai laughed. Her surname is Gu, and so is yours, but she's much more mature and generous than you are. There's so many people with the surname Gu. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry compare to me? Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at Chun Lai. So this woman wanted Uncle Hua to meet her at the reception? If Uncle Hua agreed to go, she'd donate money to the military charity fund? That's right. Chun Lai rubbed Gun Yinji's head. My Yinji is so smart. She could draw inferences from one case and understand things thoroughly. That's what it means. Anyway, your Uncle Hua is so frustrated. This woman has a few stinking bucks, and yet she's being forced to drink with him at the reception he hates the most. Gun Yinji recalled the smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face that day and murmured, Was he really forced? But I saw him smile. Chun Lai asked, How did you see that? What's wrong with smiling? Since he's going, he should go all the way. But I know he only showed up once and left. Little Zay was there for him afterwards. Hey, isn't Little Zay with you now? Why don't you just ask him? Gun Yinji didn't dare ask Zhao Liangzi, afraid that he'd say something she didn't want to hear. But now that Chun Lai said it, there really was a problem with Hua Xiaoheng going to that reception. But why did he smile like that? Gun Yinji had to admit that she had some undeserved jealousy. Uncle Hua was already breathtakingly handsome, and when he smiled, it was even more irresistible. Gun Yinji bit her lip and said quietly, That Gu Yanran is so shameless. She wants to help the military, but why did she use Uncle Hua as a cover? What does Uncle Hua going to the reception have to do with her donation? Exactly. She's up to no good. Chun Lai joined Gun Yinji in scolding Gu Yanran. To be honest, Chun Lai didn't have a good impression of Gu Yanran either. So what if she had a few stinking bucks? How dare she threaten the military and force Hua Xiaoheng to meet her? Chun Lai would rather Hua Xiaoheng die at Gun Yinji's hands than let Gu Yanran take advantage of him. I'm telling you, that Gu Yanran is really quite pretty. She doesn't look special at first glance, but you can't take your eyes off her the second time. Chun Lai sighed. She's rich enough to rival a country, and she's moving all her assets to our country. You'll definitely see her when you go back. Gun Yinji crossed her arms and leaned back on the sofa. She can't do that, even if she's rich enough to rival a country. It's none of my business who Uncle Hua chooses to be his girlfriend. But I can't let someone else blackmail him. What can you do? Chun Lai smiled and teased Gun Yinji. Spit on Gu Yanran? Gun Yinji glared at him. I have my ways. Chunlai left Boston the next day and returned to the Huaxia Empire. As soon as he returned, he knew Gu Nianji had a plan. It turned out that before he returned to the base, Gu Nianji had already sent the $90 million in compensation to General Ji of the Huaxia Empire's military. She requested that Hua Xiaoheng set up a charity fund for retired or deceased soldiers. This is the second installment of 4,000 words, including 3,900 monthly votes and updates. A reminder for the monthly and recommended votes. Chapter 161. General Ji. Was Miss Gu Yanran the one who made this huge donation? She finally transferred the money? Colonel Zhu, who was in charge of finance in the office of the Imperial Army Supreme Commander, couldn't stop smiling when he saw the numbers in the bank account. Oh my, $90 million. It's almost double the $50 million we agreed on previously. Looks like our Major General Hua has made a great contribution again. Look, not only was the excess remittance set up for a charity fund, but it was also named after Major General Hua. TSK. He couldn't help but be impressed. Colonel Zhu was almost humming a tune as he carried a stack of documents to General Ji's desk. General Ji was wearing presbyopic glasses. He looked up at him and said in a neutral tone, "Colonel Zhu, I'm very worried about you handling finance like this. It looks like I'll have to change my finance supervisor." Colonel Zhu placed the documents on General Ji's desk and said anxiously, "General Ji, if I did something wrong, just say it." "What do you mean by saying that? I've been with General Ji for more than a decade. Even if I don't get credit, I still get credit for my hard work." "Shut up." General Ji stopped him. "Does financial work talk about hard work? If I asked you to lead troops to war and you made the wrong soldiers, would you still dare to say that you got credit for your hard work?" "General Ji, I was just being humble. Did you really take it seriously? When did I ever make a mistake?" Colonel Zhu muttered unhappily as he stood in front of General Ji's desk. Bai Weiran, who had been sitting in the corner of the room and watching with a smile, finally burst out laughing. "Colonel Zhu, you really made a mistake. This money didn't come from Gu Yanran. I'm telling you, it's understandable if you say the wrong source in front of Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji won't really do anything to you, but if you say the wrong thing in front of Hua Xiao later, you better pray for your own good. Neither Uncle Ji nor Uncle Long will be able to save you." Colonel Zhu became nervous and quickly took out all the bank account information to look at it carefully. "Oh my God, it's not Gu Yanran? Who is it? This name was crossed off." Colonel Zhu looked for a long time before finding a remittance note. It turned out that the sender had requested to be anonymous. Colonel Zhu's rank wasn't high enough, so he couldn't see who the donor was. "Yeah, you just need to know that it wasn't Gu Yanran." General Ji took off his reading glasses and threw them on the desk. He rubbed his eyes. "You can leave now. Is Major General Hua here?" "Uncle Ji, I'll bring him in." Bai Weiran walked out with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone in General Ji's reception room. He was dressed in a formal military uniform, the buttons on his chest neatly buttoned. A thick military leather belt was wrapped around his waist, and the bottom of the belt was tightly attached to a sharp curve. His long legs were wrapped in knee-high military boots, making his shoulders look even wider and his waist more slender. His legs were long, and his back was wide. He was tall and imposing, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, and his eyes fell on a vivid painting of a tiger descending the mountain hanging on the south wall. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look. "Hua Xiao, Uncle Ji is asking for you." Bai Weiran nodded at him. "This way, please." Hua Xiaoheng turned to walk out as he asked, "Why did you come back?" Bai Weiran used to work here before being transferred to the 6th Military Region. If she wanted to come back, she would need to get Hua Xiaoheng's approval. Bai Weiran quickly explained, "It's like this. General Ji has some matters to attend to here, and it just so happens to be related to my previous work here. It also involves Hua Xiao, so General Ji secretly ordered me to come here alone." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and didn't say anything else as he arrived at General Ji's office. "Xiaoheng, you're here? Have a seat." General Ji was all smiles when he saw Hua Xiaoheng and waved him to sit beside him. This was the student he was most proud of, a sharp blade that the Empire had been patiently waiting for, and also the secret weapon of the upper echelons of the military. The most important thing for a powerful country and a powerful army was to have successors. Hua Xiaoheng sat beside General Ji and rested his hands on his knees. His back was straight, and it was the standard military posture. Hua Xiao, don't be shy. It's a good thing today. Bai Yueran winked at Hua Xiaoheng playfully and placed a cup of Da Hong Pao tea in front of him. Please enjoy, Hua Xiao. General Ji chuckled and patted the back of the chair. It really is a good thing. Yueran is right. Xiaoheng, don't be like this. I don't even know how to sit properly. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. General Ji must be joking. This is an office, not your home. How can I not be serious? That's true. General Ji laughed heartily and placed a stack of documents on the coffee table in front of them. Xiaoheng, you have a good child. I give you full marks for being her guardian for the past 6 years. Hua Xiaoheng froze slightly and looked at General Ji. He couldn't help thinking, did he mention Gunyinji? Did this girl go to new heights again? Hua Xiaoheng's head hurt. She had only been abroad for 2 months, and she had already caused so much trouble. Could he really leave her alone? Bai Yueran glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's wary expression and laughed until tears came out. Look at how anxious Hua Xiao is. Uncle Ji, hurry up and tell us. Otherwise, our Nianji will be taught a lesson by Hua Xiao again. Ha! It really has something to do with Nianji? What'd you do this time? Hua Xiaoheng chuckled lowly, but he didn't dare relax his gaze. General Ji knocked on the coffee table. See for yourself. Nianji has done a great service again this time. She donated to the military to set up a charity fund, and she even wanted to set it up in your name. You see, your years of hard work are not without rewards. This child is smart and kind. We made the right decision back then. General Ji finished speaking and let out a long sigh. The room was silent for a moment. In this room, with the tightest security system in the entire empire, the three of them fell silent. Hua Xiaoheng flipped through the bank transfer information and saw the name of the donation behind Anonymous. His fingers gently caressed it. Just hearing her name, his emotions were indescribable. This girl, Nianji, was really amazing with a single brilliant feat. She had previously contributed a lot to the Nanda satellite system. This time, not only did she contribute, but she also contributed money. 90 million USD was casually thrown out just like that. Hua Xiaoheng found out from Zhao Yangzi that Gu Nianji's countersuit against Xian Xingao had finally been settled with the U.S. military and the CIA. The other party had paid 100 million US dollars in compensation. 10 million US dollars was counted as legal fees and was given to He Jichu's law firm. Hua Xiaoheng had originally instructed Zhao Liangzi to deposit the remaining 90 million US dollars into Gu Nianji's personal account. It would be her private savings so that she would have something to rely on when she got married and started a career. He hadn't expected this mischievous girl to suddenly donate all her money to the military. Bai Yueran held a translucent bone china teacup in her hand and said quietly, "It's been 6 years, and we still can't find out where she came from. General Ji, Major General Hua, she'll be 18 in 2 months. What do you plan to do when that time comes?" When Gu Nianji turned 18, it meant that she was an adult. Legally speaking, she no longer needed a guardian. Once she became an independent person, Gu Nianji would have more freedom. General Ji rested his chin on his hand and asked Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully, "Xiaoheng, what do you think?" Hua Xiaoheng closed the stack of documents and pushed it back to General Ji. He looked down and said dryly, "There's nothing to do. She's just a normal person. 6 years of observation is enough. When she turns 18, let her live like a normal person." This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,000 plus updates. It'll be around 1 p.m. Just a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 162. I think Gu Nianji is a normal person, not a Frankenstein. Bai Yueran said humorously as she placed the porcelain teacup on the coffee table. But what we care about is not her as a person, but her background and origins. General Ji, Major General Hua, you haven't forgotten the little backpack she was carrying when she first arrived. That data chart was amazing, right? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. General Ji nodded. It was because of that chart that our Gray Shadow supersonic fighter was able to achieve a breakthrough in the engine. Otherwise, the engine would forever be the shortcoming of the Empire's fighter jets. Yes, to be honest, according to our intelligence, even the United States is still in the process of developing this kind of engine. Bai Yueran's words were completely directed at Hua Xiaoing. So, Hua Xiao, do you still want to get rid of this burden, Gunyinji? General Ji sat up straight on the sofa. Although he was old, his imposing aura hadn't diminished. He patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaoheng, this is a mission given to you by the country and the military. I know it's not easy for a grown man like you to be a little girl's guardian and raise her like a nanny, but just like Yueran said, what we care about is her background and origins, not her person. So I order you, as long as we don't investigate her background and origins, you can't abandon your responsibility. Do you hear me? Hua Xiaoing nodded. I won't abandon my responsibility, but I still feel that we can't completely entrust the development of the Empire's military technology to her. Self-reliance and independent research are the right path. The things Ninji brought back all those years ago helped us greatly, and that's enough. Of course, I will still work hard to find her family. Not to gain more benefits, but to allow her to return to her family. You can't possibly think that she doesn't have a desire for family just because she doesn't have the memories of that time, right? Bai Yueran giggled. I didn't expect the ruthless Hua Xiao to be so short-sighted and sentimental. I've said it before, Gunyinji is your mission and your goal, not your family or your friend. Hua Xiao, your current state of mind is very dangerous because you've already projected too much emotion toward your mission and goal. This is not right. Colonel Bai, it's not up to you to say whether my actions are right or wrong. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. Bai Yueran's words couldn't affect him at all. You've crossed ranks. Bai Yueran was embarrassed that Hua Xiaoheng had rebuked her in front of her face. However, on second thought, she realized that she had indeed gotten carried away and had spoken inappropriately. She quickly stood up and saluted him. Major General Hua, Bai Yueran shouldn't have said such things. Please punish her, Hua Xiao. General Ji waved at Bai Yueran. Sit down, sit down. The three of us can talk casually, don't feel restrained. Xiaoheng, Yueran's words aren't unreasonable. You have to remember that you're a major general of the Empire. Your every move is of great importance. Of course, I trust you. You're not someone who doesn't know what's important. Bai Yueran sat down uneasily and kept looking at Hua Xiaoheng's expression. She said quietly, Hua Xiao, I mean no harm. I'm truly thinking for the military. As for Gunyinji, you have a point. Also, when she's of age, she'll find a boyfriend, get married, and have children. As long as she stays in the Empire, there shouldn't be any problems. Hua Xiaoheng ignored her. He stood up and saluted General Ji. General Ji, is there anything else? That's all. Since this charity fund is going to be set up in your name, you should take the lead and find someone to do it well. General Ji pushed the stack of documents to him. Actually, we don't really need this bit of money. Just like the time with Guyan Ran, it wasn't because she agreed to donate that I allowed you to meet her. Do you understand? Guyan Ran also had some blueprints they needed. They were even better than the fighter jet engine blueprints that Gunyinji had. This was the real reason the military had compromised with her. Of course, to the public, it was better to say that it was for the charity fund to fool people. Hua Xiaoing had known it was for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone. However, the fact that he had gone to drink with Guyan Ran for the sake of the donation had been used by some people who weren't happy with him. It had spread like wildfire, and the military hadn't come out to clarify it for him. His reputation was still affected and troubled. However, Gunyinji's move had immediately silenced those people. Hua Xiaoheng thought of Gunyinji, who was becoming more and more mischievous. His lips curled into a smile, and his stern expression softened. General Ji, this fund can't be set up in my name. Why? Bai Yueran and General Ji asked in unison. Hua Xiao, Don't be so modest. Bai Yueran said anxiously. If it's set up in your name, it'll count as your merit. This was something that could be written on one's resume. Whether it was a promotion or an election, it would be something to write home about. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and picked up the stack of documents to shake. Didn't you see that the owner of this remittance is Gunyinji? She's not even 18 yet, so she needs a guardian's signature to donate money. Her remittance from the United States was signed by little Zay, but in reality, her donation needs my signature to be official. So, do you want my reputation to be even worse? As a guardian, he had ulterior motives and tricked his ward into donating all her money to himself in order to gain merit. Was he really that despicable? Bai Yueran and General Ji hadn't considered this. They looked at each other, then turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. What do you plan to do? That's none of your business. Hua Xiaoheng put the documents into his briefcase and didn't answer the question. I'm going back. When the 6th Military Region's headquarters is built next year, I'll move over. After Hua Xiaoheng left, General Ji returned to his desk and composed himself. He asked Bai Yueran sternly, You've been at the 6th Military Region for a month. How do you feel? Bai Yueran quickly said, with Hua Xiaoheng overseeing the 6th Military Region, it's like an iron bucket, so I don't approve of sending a new commander there. Oh, so you approve of Xiaoheng becoming the commander of the 6th Military Region? Yes. Other than him, no one else has the right. Bai Yueran paused. I know that Uncle Ji is worried that the Bai family will have disagreements with Hua Xiaoheng because of what happened to my second uncle, but I can assure you that the Bai family is heartbroken by my uncle's treason and has sworn to draw a line with him. Also, we've mobilized our family and friends around the world to track my second uncle's whereabouts. Once we find anything, we'll immediately report it to the military. We won't be biased. As a large family, the Bai family played an important role in the upper echelons of the Huaxiao Empire. Not only did they have many talented people in politics and the military, but they also had many outstanding people in the private business, media, and academia. In this era, it was no longer possible to have a family like this. The defection of Bai Yueran's second uncle, Bai Yusheng, didn't have much impact on the Bai family. The only one affected was his daughter, Bai Shuang. She could no longer be the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but she didn't want to be transferred to an insignificant department and achieve nothing for the rest of her life. Therefore, she had already resigned from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and would no longer work in public office. General Ji relaxed a little when he heard Bai Yueran's words. He wanted to pave the way for Hua Xiaoheng, and the Bai family had to be stable so that they wouldn't have too many negative impressions of Hua Xiaoheng. Fortunately, the evidence of Bai Yusheng's defection was conclusive. Even with the Bai family's influence, they couldn't clear their name. Therefore, they could only actively draw a line with Bai Yusheng and help arrest him. However, some members of the Bai family were also unhappy with Hua Xiaoheng. They felt that he could have communicated privately instead of publicly arresting Hua Xiaoheng. If he did that, it would be a slap in the face to the Bai family. They could only count on Bai Yueran to put in a good word for Hua Xiaoheng in the Bai family. Bai Yueran's father was the head of the Bai family. Their branch of the family still held a lot of weight in the Bai family. That's good. It depends on your performance. General Ji wasn't afraid of falling out with the Bai family. If the Bai family really did harm the interests of the empire, they wouldn't be lenient. Hua Xiaoheng flew overnight from the imperial capital to the Sea City base. He found that Chen Lai had already returned from the United States and was sitting in the living room eating lychees with his legs crossed. When he saw him enter, he quickly stood up and said with a smile, Hua Xiao, you're finally back. I heard that Ninji donated a lot of money to the military. Is that true? Where did you hear that? Hua Xiaoheng threw his gloves on the table at the entrance. Less than 4 people in the entire empire know about this. I heard it from little Zay. I got a call from him as soon as I got off the plane. He said something about the guardian's signature and that you'd have to handle it. Chen Lai brought up the agate plate with lychees. Do you want some? No, thank you. Hua Xiaoheng pushed him away. I still have something to do. If you don't have anything else, go back and rest. Aren't you jet-lagged? He had just returned from the United States and was already in high spirits to eat. No wonder he was getting fatter. Hua Xiaoheng looked Chunlai up and down. Did you get fatter again? Don't hit me in the face, and don't call me fat. Chunlai patted his stomach. I've given up on myself a long time ago. I no longer control myself. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and went to the study to summon the people from the base. He had them start the work on the charity fund. This fund can be named Today's Heart Charity Fund. The donors will be kept secret and will be completely managed by the military. Hua Xiaoheng issued tasks to his subordinates. You all go down and work with the legal department to establish the fund according to the legal framework. Then use this as the standard to establish the guidelines for the military charity fund. Donors of the charity fund will not be allowed to interfere with any of the fund's operations. Only those who make a one-time donation of $90 million will be given the position of honorary director. Apart from receiving a financial statement every year, any conditions the donors propose are not allowed and are illegal. Hua Xiaoheng wagged his slender fingers. Did you hear that? These are the rules. We welcome those who are willing to donate, but we have the final say on how the donations will be used. If you don't agree to these conditions, then don't mention the donation. His conditions were very strong, but this was an important matter for the military. If he didn't take a strong stance, he would be waiting for the military to be infiltrated by external forces. This had always been Hua Xiaoheng's way of doing things. He wanted to be the one who made the rules. He would never be obedient to the rules set by others. Hua Xiaoheng's subordinates were overjoyed when they saw the huge figure in the bank account. They smiled. No problem. But Mr. Hua, can you tell us which deity is so generous? Is it that rich woman from Barbados? The subordinates looked at Hua Xiaoheng excitedly. They wanted to take out their cameras and record every word Hua Xiaoheng said. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them expressionlessly. No, but after the fund is set up, have Ms. Gu transfer the promised donation directly to the Today's Heart Charity Fund's bank account. Tell her that an anonymous donor has already donated $90 million, so her $50 million won't make up the majority of the fund. She doesn't even have the right to be an honorary director. Yes, Chief. The subordinates stopped asking as soon as they heard it wasn't Gu Yanran. They took the documents and went to find the legal department to start preparing the fund. After everyone left, Hua Xiaoheng returned to his building and found that Chunlai was still there. However, he had taken out his laptop and placed it on the coffee table. He worked and ate at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa across from him and frowned. What do you want? Why aren't you home yet? I forgot to show you this. Chunlai waved at him excitedly. Quick, look at this. It's a freshly shot short video, recorded live. There are no traces of Photoshop or editing. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He got up to shower. Look at it yourself. I'm not interested. Oh, not interested? I thought you'd want to see what happened in court. Chunlai looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back and grinned. He almost took out his stopwatch to count the time Hua Xiaoheng would turn around. However, he was disappointed. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate this time. He turned around and sat next to him. He turned the laptop to face him and asked, Is this Nianji's court interrogation record? Yes. Chunlai opened the video happily and crossed his arms to sit to the side. He kept humming an old song. I'm laughing proudly. I'm laughing proudly. There was a burst of noise from the laptop. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was immediately attracted to the beautiful girl in the middle of the screen. From this angle, Gu Nianji was even more beautiful than he remembered. Her bright eyes and brows, and she relied on the power of the tall man next to her to intimidate others. See? Don't they match? Chunlai leaned over fearlessly. This is the second chapter of 4,000 words, including the monthly votes of 4,000 plus chapters. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 163. A good match. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even turn around. Who are you talking about? Of course it's them. Chunlai giggled as he pointed at He Zhichu and Gu Nianji on the laptop screen. He gathered his courage and continued. Look, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Don't they look like a perfect couple? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Chunlai coldly. Lovers? What kind of nonsense is going on in your head? Isn't that the case? Chun-Li was overjoyed. He thought to himself, that's what you get for pretending. Now that you can't keep up the act, you must be angry out of humiliation. Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng flatly denied it. He curled his right hand's pinky, ring, and middle fingers into his palm. His thumb was up, and his index finger extended to point at He Zhichu on the screen. He's Nianji's professor. Don't you know the rules of American schools? A teacher in a teacher-student relationship would be fired. If the student was underage, the teacher would go to jail. If He Zhichu wants to lose his reputation, I'll fulfill his wish. Chun-Li gaped at Hua Xiaoheng. Why did Hua Xiaoheng's hand look like a gun when he pointed at the screen? Hua Xiaoheng did not forget to ridicule Chun-Li. You're also a famous national miracle doctor, known as the god of traditional Chinese medicine in the military. How can you be so ignorant and ill-informed? Hua Xiaoheng did not forget to mock Chun-Li. He hit where it hurt, directly attacking his professional skills. Chun-Li hated it when people questioned his professional skills. He was so angry that he jumped up and stormed around the living room, but he was tongue-tied and didn't know how to respond for a long time. After a while, he awkwardly defended himself. Why are you so angry? I'm just saying. Besides, Professor, he is an expert at playing with the law. How could he let anyone get hold of him? Hua Xiaoheng turned his head to continue watching the video. He took out the flash drive and transferred the video to the flash drive. Don't flatter me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? What dirty thoughts do I have? Chun-Li suddenly realized that he was the one who had flown into a rage out of embarrassment. When did Hua Xiao become so eloquent? In the past, even if you offended him, he might beat you up, but he would never argue with you. Chun-Li grumbled indignantly. TSK, a fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. If you don't beg, why can't others beg? Don't be too overbearing. Why can't I? If I didn't, would Mei Xiaoan still be around Nianji? Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused, and he regained his usual composure. He copied all the videos and deleted all the related videos on Chun-Li's computer to an irrecoverable state. Mei Xiaoan? Chun-Li paused. Who's Mei Xiaoan? Hua Xiaoheng stopped talking. He pulled out the flash drive and got up to leave. Oh, I remember now. Mei Xiaoan was Nianji's class rep. Hua Xiao, you actually know his name? Ha ha ha. No matter what, they are of similar age and looks, a perfect couple. Nianji already agreed to let him be her boyfriend in 6 months. Chun-Li slapped his forehead and yelled at Hua Xiaoheng's tall back. TSK, look at that tone of yours. Do you think Nianji should thank God for being able to have a proper relationship? However, Chun-Li didn't hear Hua Xiaoheng's reply. What awaited him was the sound of the door closing. The Huaxia Imperial Military's Charity Foundation, Jin's Heart, was quickly established. All the legal procedures were in place, and there was a dedicated staff, all of whom were elites from the 6th Military Region. When Gu Yanran heard about it, she almost gasped. Someone already donated? And anonymously? Is this news true? Gu Yanran read the email that Deputy Director Feng of the Huaxiao Imperial Secret Service had sent her. Her brows furrowed as she muttered, "No way. These conditions are too harsh. Why would anyone agree to it? Did someone really donate that money? Or did they do it on purpose?" She had originally wanted to take control of the charity foundation under Hua Xiaoheng's name and work for him for behind the scenes. She was the one paying, so of course she had the right to speak. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to do that? Do they really treat the money as nothing? That $90 million was really donated just like that? And anonymously? It seemed fake no matter how she looked at it. Could it be that they were trying to trick her into donating more money? This kind of thing was common in the business world. It was like selling antiques at an auction. Everyone would bid against each other, and the highest bidder would win. Gu Yanran didn't believe that anyone would give $90 million to the military without asking for anything. Her own total assets were only a few $100 million, and that was after adding in a lot of real estate, stocks, and bonds. If she only looked at the amount of liquid funds she had, it would take her a month to raise $90 million. Gu Yanran thought about it and called her lawyer in the United States. "Jennifer, can you get someone to help me investigate the Huaxiao Imperial Military's newly established charity foundation? Did someone really donate? The lawyer was a very smart and capable female lawyer. As soon as she heard Gu Yinran's explanation, she exclaimed, "Impossible! That's impossible. I'll contact our branch in the Huaxiao Empire and see if they have any information." Putting down the phone, Gu Yinran reclined on the cream-white, dark gold brocade sofa and stared out at the fine, rainy scenery outside the window. Large droplets of rain fell on the banana leaves outside the French windows, washing the leaves verdant and green. Summer in Sea City was almost over, right? It was almost September, and the weather was about to turn cold. Gu Yinran looked down at the letter in her hand, as if trying to find evidence that the other party was lying from between the lines. Soon, Ifair called her back. "Yin, I can't help you with this. This time, the Huaxia Imperial Military is led by the newly established 6th Military Region. Our people can't reach the 6th Military Region for this charity foundation." 6th Military Region? Gu Yinran gripped her phone and suddenly said, "I got it. Thank you, Ifair." If she remembered correctly, the 6th Military Region was the territory of Major General Hua, whom she had high hopes for. A faint smile appeared on Gu Yinran's face. She curled her thumb and middle finger and used an ivory toothpick to pick up a piece of golden cantaloupe. She placed it in her bright red lips. Since Major General Hua wanted it, she would grant him his wish. Someone prepare $10 million in cash and transfer it to the account given by Deputy Director Feng. Gu Yinran ordered as she ate the cantaloupe. She had 4 or 5 senior secretaries on standby at all times, and there were countless decisions she had to make every day. Every minute involved millions of dollars of business. Also, tell Deputy Director Feng that we'll inject the remaining 40 million in installments. Gu Yinran stopped eating after 2 pieces of cantaloupe and stood up to push it to her secretaries. "These cantaloupes are pretty good. They were flown in yesterday and grown naturally in a special manner. The quality is comparable to the specially supplied ones here." The secretaries sat over and ate a piece each. Gu Yinran continued to order, "Book a few more plane tickets. I won't go back to Barbados. I've been here for too long, so I'll go back for now." A few days after Gu Yinran left, Deputy Director Feng received news that Gu Yinran had originally promised to donate $50 million to charity, but only donated $10 million. The remaining $40 million would be injected in installments. He was very unhappy that he had sacrificed the lives of his own country's soldiers for her. Now that things had been settled, she was starting to bargain. Xiaoheng listened to Deputy Director Feng's complaints over the phone and said dryly, "Return the $10 million to her. Consider her blueprints as payment. You don't have to have anything to do with her anymore." He paused and warned Deputy Director Feng, "Old Feng, you're not allowed to do anything for this woman in the future. Don't have anything to do with her anymore. Do you hear me? This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,100 plus updates. It will be around 1 p.m. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes." Chapter 164. Deputy Minister Feng had been utterly humiliated by Gu Yinran and hated her to the core. Why would he contact her again? If Gu Yinran ever wanted to contact him again, she would only be humiliating herself. Everything else aside, using money to blackmail a country's government and military personnel was an extremely stupid act. Of course, most businessmen who lived in Western countries and were used to using money to do the talking would not understand this. Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi were packing up in their apartment to prepare to move to Washington, D.C. The American Congress had just ended its vacation and was about to start. Gun Yinji had caused so much trouble in the past 2 months and had even been in court twice. Although she hadn't been convicted, it was generally impossible for her to pass the background check for being an intern in Congress. However, with Ijichu's powerful social connections and activities, she managed to retain her position as an intern. Truth be told, Gun Yinji had originally planned to return home after the summer semester at Harvard. However, He Ji-chu had given her plane tickets to go to Washington with Brother Huang in early September. Gun Yinji looked at the place she had lived in for over 2 months and was reluctant to leave. Although she hadn't lived there for long, she still had a lot of belongings. Zhao Yangzi watched her pack as he crossed his arms and leaned against the door with a smile. Yinji, did you know that the charity fund has been set up? Oh, it's set up? That's good. Gun Yinji bent down to stuff her panda pillow into the suitcase. She didn't really care about what Zhao Yangzi said. To her, the money had been an unexpected windfall. Giving it away would help more people in need, so she thought it was a good thing. She had also been protected by Hua Xiaoheng all this time. Although she was naturally smart, she was still lacking in the ways of the world. Zhao Yangzi saw that she wasn't very interested and added, "Oh right, the name of the fund is Jin Jixin Charity Fund." Hua Xiao named it himself. Gun Yinji suddenly paused in packing and turned to look at Zhao Yangzi. Her dark grape-like eyes stared at him. Jin Jixin? Did Uncle Hua really name it himself? Absolutely. Zhao Yangzi winked at her with his left eye, a look that said, "You know what I'm talking about. Wasn't today's heart, Yinji?" That way, Uncle Hua would remember her even if she left the base as an adult, right? Although Gun Yinji had never intended to leave a permanent mark on Hua Xiaoheng's side, this unexpected surprise still made her blush and her heart race for a long time. Zhao Yangzi cocked his head and watched as Gun Yinji's cheeks gradually blushed. Her misty eyes became watery, and her eyelashes fluttered like 2 butterflies gently flapping their wings in the Atlantic Ocean. She couldn't wait to set off a tsunami in the Huaxia Empire on the other side of the blue planet. Although she was smiling in his direction, Zhao Yangzi knew she wasn't looking at him. "Hey, wake up, wake up! Why are you dreaming in broad daylight?" Zhao Yangzi walked over and caressed her head without batting an eyelid. "You're happy that Hua Xiao came up with a name?" Gun Yinji snapped back to reality and took a step back. She patted her face and realized that she had unknowingly laughed so hard that her face was sore. "Of course I'm happy. This means you won't forget me in the future." Gun Yinji regained her smug demeanor. "Even if I leave you guys, you'll always remember me, right?" "Yes. Who would forget money, right?" Zhao Yangzi deliberately teased her. "You look like a giant walking bill to me right now. Get out." Gun Yinji kicked Zhao Yangzi mercilessly. "You're the one who looks like a bill. Your whole family looks like a bill. What's wrong with a bill? I wouldn't describe most people like that." Zhao Yangzi giggled as he circled Gun Yinji. "Everyone loves money. Isn't that good?" "Thank you, but I'm not that capable or charismatic." Gun Yinji turned to continue packing her suitcase. She asked Zhao Yangzi, "Brother Zhe, are you done packing?" Zhao Yangzi stretched lazily. "I don't have as many things as you do. I packed them yesterday." The two of them packed and checked out of the apartment. They rented a car to the airport. Zhao Yangzi had already sold the second-hand car In Shixiang had bought. He planned to buy a new one in Washington. They met up with Brother Huang at the airport and boarded the plane to Washington. Professor He. When Shuyi stood in front of He Jichu's desk and placed a letter and a gift in front of him. "This is a letter from Senior Mr. He, and this gift is from Annie Chin." He Jichu accepted the letter and opened the envelope. He slowly pulled out the paper inside to read. Under the snowy white light, his expression was as cold as ice. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line, and the color of his lips was almost invisible. "Professor He, Senior Mr. He misses you very much. If you have time, please go back and see him." Although when Shuyi had returned home as a punishment from He Jichu, they hadn't been back for several years. It was worth it for when Shuyi to take this opportunity to visit family and friends. He Jichu finished reading the letter and massaged his forehead with a deep frown. "Professor He, do you still have a headache?" When Shuyi thought about it and slowly walked behind He Jichu, "Let me give you a massage." He Jichu was still leaning against the desk with his hand on his forehead. The study's window was open, and the Potomac River was not far away. The night breeze carried the water vapor from the Potomac River into the room, cooling the room. When Shuyi was about to press her hand on He Jichu's temple, when he suddenly stood up from his chair and avoided her hand to walk to the window. This was He Jichu's house in Washington. It was a manor of more than 10 acres, built in the expensive Potomac River area of Washington. Hijichu folded his hands behind his back and stood quietly in front of the window for a while before asking, "Is everything okay at home?" When Shui withdrew her hand dejectedly and walked behind Hijichu, she said quietly, "Everything is fine. It's just that senior mister, he really wants you to go back and see him." Hijichu looked down and placed one hand on the wall beside the window. He shook his head. "It's not time for me to go back yet." When Shui opened her mouth to try and persuade him again, but she remembered Hijichu's temper and didn't say a word. "It's getting late. Rest early, Professor He. I'm going back now." When Shui smiled and said gently, Hijichu nodded and turned to look at her. "Rest for a few more days. Long-distance travel is bad for your body." "Yes, I will. Thank you, Professor He." When Shui smiled even more warmly, "They'll take a few more days off and sort things out here." When Shui was Hijichu's teaching assistant and his personal secretary. When Shui was the one who handled everything for him. When Shui had returned to her hometown for the past 2 months, and Hijichu hadn't found a new secretary. Many things had piled up. He couldn't do without Wen Shui. Hijichu turned around and walked back to his desk to sit down. His voice wasn't as cold as before. "You're still staying at your old place. 2 of my students will be coming to the capital as interns soon. Remember to help them with the paperwork." "Okay, don't worry, Professor He. I'll take care of it." When Shui nodded politely. "Is it classmate Gu and classmate Huang?" "Yes, it's still the 2 of them." Hijichu turned on his computer and typed in instructions. "Gu Nianji used to have a beef with you, but she's a student and young. You're so much older than her, and you're also a teaching assistant. Don't lower yourself to her level and stay away from her in the future. I hope you'll reflect on yourself when you go back to your hometown this time. Don't make life difficult for your students again." His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over Wen Shui's head. She didn't know if Hijichu's tender expression just now was her imagination, or if he was laying the groundwork for Gun Yinji to intercede. "Professor, don't worry. I have my professional ethics. I won't deliberately make life difficult for my students." Wen Shui thought about it and walked back. "But since Professor He specifically brought this up, I also want to remind Professor He that you can't be too biased towards her. Women are just like vile people. They're rude when near, but resentful when far away." Hijichu was speechless. "Even if you don't want to hear it, I still have to say it. Since ancient times, honest words have always been unpleasant to the ear. Officials who speak the truth always end up badly. I know that, but I'm deeply indebted to the He family. Without the He family, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. So I can't watch Professor He go astray and blindly flatter you." When Shui sat demurely on the round stool in front of Hijichu's desk and assumed the posture of a long conversation, Hijichu's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked up at Wen Shui. Under the light, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were no longer warm and affectionate. His sharp gaze contrasted with his tall nose and cold, thin lips. One could only think of one word: cold-blooded. Wen Shui's heart trembled. Her back was drenched in sweat, and her silk blouse stuck to her body as soon as it was wet. It was very uncomfortable, but she didn't dare move. She knew that since she had opened her mouth, she had to brace herself and continue. If she gave up halfway, it would be worse than if she continued. She thought that she knew Hijichu very well. "You've been paying too much attention to Gun Yinji." When Shui gritted her teeth. "She's a student, and you're professor. Also, you're such a good man. It's easy for young girls to fantasize." Hijichu's sharp gaze instantly became stunned. He looked up from under the light, and his voice was calm and ethereal. "What did you say? What do you mean by fantasizing? Haven't you ever thought about it?" When Shui was also very surprised. "As you said, Gun Yinji is only a young girl. She's not even 18 yet. With a 1 in a million man like you treating her so well, she wouldn't be able to resist even if she were 28. Hijichu understood what Wen Shui meant and couldn't help but laugh. His shimmering, sultry eyes twinkled like stars when he smiled. "You're overthinking it." Hijichu waved his hand. "Okay, I understand. You can go rest now." Wen Shui stood up suspiciously and quietly studied Hijichu for a long time. Hijichu didn't say anything else and started working on his computer. Then I'll be going. When Shui nodded and turned to leave. As soon as she left, Hijichu's fingers stopped typing on the computer. He thought about when Shui's words and Gunyinji's and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, if Gunyinji really did fantasize about him, then of course he would be more than happy. But the problem was that this young girl was far from being enlightened. She didn't have that kind of thing in her head, and she was also very wary of him. What could he do? Gunyinji and Brother Huang got off the plane. Zhao Yangzi was not far behind them, but they didn't walk together. Hijichu had sent someone to pick them up with a large sign at the exit. William Huang and Gunyinji. Brother Huang saw it and quickly waved at the person. He said to Gunyinji, "Oh, you didn't give yourself an English name?" "I did." Gunyinji chewed on her gum. "Look, Ninji is my English name. It's obviously the pinyin of your Chinese name." Brother Huang scoffed. "Who are you trying to fool?" "Of course I'm trying to fool you." Gunyinji's eyes curved into crescents as she giggled. Even Brother Huang, who already had someone in his heart, couldn't help but jump at the sound of her voice. He turned his head and thought to himself, "Hurry up and find a man to tame this little vixen. I can't take it anymore." The three of them had quite a lot of luggage. Gunyinji and Brother Huang discussed it with the person who came to pick them up and asked them to send 2 more cars to pick up their luggage. This car would first take them to the hotel Hijichu had booked for them. This time, they were staying at the famous Capitol Hill Hotel in Washington, D.C. The best thing about this place was that it was closest to the capital. Zhao Yangzi and Gunyinji stayed in a 2-bedroom apartment, while Brother Huang stayed alone in a 1-bedroom apartment. He watched the handsome Zhao Liangzi run around for Gunyinji and couldn't help tugging at her arm. He asked quietly, "Who is this person? Is he really your guardian?" "Yes. Do you have any questions?" Gunyinji was happily munching on a Haagen-Dazs ice cream cone. "You're one of my guardians." "How many guardians do you have?" Brother Huang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "How can there be so many? What does it have to do with you?" "Brother Huang, you're too nosy." Gunyinji glared at Brother Huang sternly. "Why are you so concerned about my guardian?" "What do you mean?" "I'm concerned about you." Brother Huang lowered his head mysteriously. "A man and a woman in a room together. You should be more careful." "Brother Huang, your thoughts are too dirty." Gunyinji sighed. She looked at the mashed Haagen-Dazs ice cream cone and couldn't bring herself to eat anymore. "Also, my guardian is old. He may look handsome, but he's actually very old." "Very old? How old can he be?" Brother Huang looked at Zhao Liangzi, who was walking towards them. "He couldn't be more than 25. 28? Almost 30. How's that not old?" Gunyinji threw the ice cream cone into the bin. Brother Huang, who had just turned 29, felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. He didn't even want to talk to Gunyinji. He turned to his room and slammed the door shut. Zhao Yangzi dragged Gunyinji into their room and warned her, "Don't talk to that Brother Huang of yours. He has a perverted look on his face, and the way he looks at you isn't right. You should be more careful." This is the second update, including the monthly vote of 4,100 plus updates. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, and no. Chapter 165. Gunyinji turned around in shock. She hadn't expected Zhao Liangzi to say the same thing as Brother Huang. She was more familiar with Zhao Liangzi since she had known him since she was 12 and had grown up with him. Gunyinji grabbed Zhao Liangzi's arm to stop him from leaving. She pouted. "Both of you need to be smart. Are you guys teaming up to mock me?" "Brother Zay, speak clearly. How am I being inconsiderate? I'm smart, quick-witted, and I always get first place in every exam. Last time, I even figured out the password of the European Copernicus satellite navigation system. Tell me, how am I stupid?" Being simple-minded was clearly a curse. Getting first place in an exam and knowing how to solve the password are 2 different things. I'm not wrong to say you're dumb for asking something like that. Zhao Yangzi pulled his arm out and ruffled her hair. "For example, that senior of yours. You treat him like a senior and joke around with him, but who knows how much he fantasizes about you in his heart. So you have to keep your distance from him. Keep your distance. Do you hear me?" Gunyinji shook her head. "How do you know what he's thinking?" Do you have X-ray vision? Don't talk about my brother like that. They're all nice to me. You're the one. Zhao Yangzi wasn't like Yin Shixiao. He treated Gu Nianji more like his peers, fooling around and fooling around. Perhaps they were both intelligent geniuses, so he understood a lot about her. He took her hand to sit on the sofa and said earnestly, I'm also a man. How could I not know what your senior brother's look means? Brother Zhe, don't flatter yourself. Are you even a man? He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so ungrateful. She scratched his face and laughed at him. You're 25 this year, right? Have you ever had a girlfriend? Did you lose your virginity? If not, then why are you pretending to be a master in front of me? Also, Brother Huang told me to be careful of you just now. He said it's a man and a woman alone. He told me to be careful. See, he's not as perverted as you think he is. Zhao Yangzi was flabbergasted. He almost jumped up from the sofa. What virginity? You, where did you learn all this? How is that the same? What's our relationship? What's his relationship? I am one of your guardians. I treat you as my daughter. Pa. Gu Nianji slapped Zhao Liangzi on the head, unable to control her sudden temper. Her palm-sized face turned bright red, and her eyes, which were always smiling, were now filled with anger. She pointed at Zhao Yangzi. You've gone too far. You're only a few years older than me, yet you're taking advantage of me? Since when did I have a father? Zhao Yangzi hadn't expected Gu Nianji to react so violently, but he didn't dare continue to provoke her when he saw her flip out. He didn't get angry and immediately comforted her. He ran to the kitchen and found a carton of milk in the fridge. He quickly took one and stuffed it into Gu Nianji's hands. He coaxed, Don't worry. I'm just using a figure of speech to express my sincere love for you. It's the kind of selfless love an elder has for a junior. Why are you so fixated on that word? I'm not trying to take advantage of you. It's just an example. You've been with us at the base for the past 6 years, and how have we treated you? Most parents don't even treat their children the way we treat you. Gu Nianji didn't understand why, but she felt suffocated. It was like she was locked in a narrow space without any doors or windows. She couldn't even breathe. She drank the milk in large gulps and suppressed the panic and uneasiness in her heart. She lowered her head, and her snow-white neck curved in front of Zhao Yangzi. The beautiful curve was like a beautiful white swan. When she came to them, she was indeed an ugly duckling. She looked completely different from how she looked now. He recalled the photo in Gu Nianji's small backpack and looked at her now. She had truly transformed from a fat duckling to a white swan. She had grown into such a beauty right under their noses. Zhao Yangzi felt a great sense of accomplishment. He sat next to Gu Nianji and spoke to her confidently. Nianji, I understand how you feel. I'm afraid I understand your situation the best, because I can empathize with you. Gu Nianji glanced at him. She didn't believe him. You have to believe me. Zhao Yangzi put his arms behind his head and lay back on the sofa. I was also a genius back then. I went to university at the age of 10, even earlier than you. I graduated from university at 13 and went to the United States to study computer science. I got my doctorate at 15. I was just like you at the time. I thought I was smart and omnipotent. I was invincible on the internet. I was the king of the internet. Gu Nianji finally laughed. She bit the milk carton and looked up at him. Keep lying. I'm telling you the truth. Zhao Yangzi stretched his long legs lazily. I was clueless at the time. I only liked to do my own things. I didn't want to find a job after graduation. I was most interested in competing with the Russian and Eastern European hackers. Until 8 years ago, when I was subdued by Huoshao and came back from abroad. I joined the military and joined the Special Operations Forces. Zhao Yangzi looked at her. After going through all kinds of training in the Special Operations Forces, I realized that I could be considered an idiot who only knew about computers and the internet. Gu Nianji looked disgusted. Puffed. That's it? I thought you only learned how to be a human after falling for a girl who appeared out of thin air. Looks like I was overthinking things. Girl, Zhao Yangzi thought of by Yueran. His expression changed, but he quickly covered it up with a laugh. Ha ha ha. What girl? I haven't found a girl who can move my heart yet. But during my 8 years in the Special Operations Forces, I learned a lot of knowledge and skills outside of books and computers. For example, for example, how to determine a person's true intentions, how to deal with a person's seduction, how to determine if a person is sincere or not, and how to convince a person that you're not lying to them during a mission. Gunyinji said, "What exactly did you learn? 108 ways to flirt with girls? That's only a small part of what we learned. Don't generalize." Zhao Liangzi corrected her. "Nianji, to be honest, compared to 10-kilometer cross-country running, obstacle jumping, and shooting, I think these things are more important to you." Unfortunately, Hua Xiao doesn't listen to me. You're smart enough, but do you know how to tell if a man is interested in you? Do you know how to tell if a man is sincere or not? Do you know how to see through appearances? These things aren't in books, but for a straight-A student, it's even more exciting to learn. Zhao Yangzi smiled confidently and leaned closer to her. He lowered his voice and said, "More importantly, can you tell from a man's eyes whether it's a man's desire for a woman or the love and affection between friends and family? If you can tell this, you can get rid of a lot of unnecessary entanglements in advance." Gunyinji's lips parted slightly as she looked at Zhao Liangzi with bright eyes. His words had opened the door to a whole new world for Gunyinji. "Brother Zhe, I want you to be my teacher. You'll teach me." Gunyinji pulled Zhao Liangzi to sit in front of the computer. "Tell me, all right, what are the steps?" Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but facepalm. These feelings could only be understood and not expressed. How could he write them out step by step? Zhao Liangzi felt like he had nothing better to do. If Wu Xiao knew, he would probably send him to Mauritius. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,200 plus updates. Around 1 in the afternoon. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, I understand. No. Chapter 166. There's no rush. The main thing is to practice actual combat. Zhao Yangzi discreetly diverted Gunyinji's attention. For example, I just told you that your brother Huang doesn't look right when he looks at you. The next time you see him, you should study his eyes carefully and compare them to other people's. This was a field of psychology in depth, and there were plenty of books on it. But simply put, it was a self-taught skill for many people. If you learned to read other people's eyes from a young age, you would be more at home in society when you grew up. This skill was called smart in the West, and was often a skill that elites with high IQs and good family backgrounds did not possess. What kind of logic is that? Gunyinji was displeased. How can you measure it without quantifying it or measuring stick? That's why I said this knowledge is more challenging. Do you dare to learn it? Zhao Yangzi straightened his back, a wide smile on his face. "Okay, I'm going back to my room. What do you want for dinner? Should we order takeout?" Gunyinji stared at Zhao Liangzi for a while, unsure if she should believe him or not. After dinner, Gunyinji tidied up her room and went to take a shower. When she came out, she saw a missed call from Hua Xiaoheng on her phone and quickly called back. "Uncle Hua." As soon as the call connected, Gunyinji hurriedly explained, "We just moved in today and have been unpacking and just showered. I didn't hear you in the bathroom." Hua Xiaoheng had his headphones on and was browsing the ocean satellite map on his computer. He said nonchalantly, "Yeah, it's fine. I just called to ask if you're comfortable." "It's fine. It's just hotter than Boston." Gunyinji wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Maybe I turned the air conditioner down a little. Go turn it up a little. Don't be greedy for the cold." Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were attracted by an unusual ocean satellite map on the computer. He planned to hang up after a few words. "Be careful in Congress. I'm hanging up if there's nothing else." Gunyinji quickly said, "Hey, don't hang up. Is there anything else?" Hua Xiaoheng's cursor kept moving over the map as strings of data appeared. His frown deepened. Gunyinji immediately recalled what Zhao Yangzi had said to her earlier and immediately relayed every word to Hua Xiaoheng. "Uncle Hua, I heard that you've learned how to determine a person's true intentions, how to deal with a person's seduction, and how to determine whether a person is sincere or not. Also, during a mission, how to convince a person that you're not lying to them. Is that true? I want to learn too." Hua Xiaoheng froze and focused on the earpiece. "What did you say?" Can you say that again? Gun Yinji repeated herself and emphasized, I want to learn. I think I'm lacking in this area. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened as he denied flatly. Who did you hear that from? We're regular soldiers. How could we possibly learn all this nonsense? Although this was indeed a compulsory course for members of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng felt that Gun Yinji didn't need to know because she wasn't a member of the Special Operations Forces. Telling her about this would be a leak of classified information. So Brother Zhe lied to me. Gun Yinji let out a long sigh. Her entire body relaxed. I was really fooled by him when he made it sound so mysterious. I thought I really didn't know how to deal with the world. He kept telling me to be more cautious. So, isn't he accusing me of being stupid? Am I that stupid? She couldn't help the coquettish tone in her voice. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up as he swiped the mouse and found the program to contact Zhao Liangze on the computer. He tapped it lightly and opened the connection. He said to Gun Yinji dryly, Don't listen to little Zay's nonsense. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. How could you be so stupid? Gun Yinji was speechless. After a while, she asked meekly, Uncle Hua, smart doesn't seem like a compliment, does it? From Gun Yinji's point of view, she was just a pretty, smart, and adorable girl, asterisk. But it seemed that other people didn't see it that way. If you're not smart, how could you steal so many of my t-shirts right under my nose? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. The image of Gun Yinji wearing his black t-shirts as pajamas appeared in his mind. Gun Yinji was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She mumbled to herself for a long time before summoning the courage to say, Don't forget you promised to give me a few more black t-shirts. She hung up the phone in a panic and collapsed onto the bed as if she couldn't take it anymore. She hugged her panda pillow and rolled to the other side of the bed. She didn't know why, but every time she hung up the phone with Hua Xiaoheng, her emotions would fluctuate wildly. Sometimes she would be sad, sometimes she would be happy, and sometimes she would suddenly laugh out loud. Zhao Liangze, on the other hand, was in deep trouble. He never imagined that Gun Yinji would turn around and tell Hua Xiaoheng exactly what he had told her. She even went to him to verify it. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Zhao Liangze swore that if he reminded Gun Yinji again, he would chop off his hand. Hand says, What does it have to do with me? Hua Xiao, I had a special situation. I didn't mean to leak information. Zhao Liangze explained with sweat dripping down his forehead. You better have a valid reason. I can give you a just don't do it again. Hua Xiaoheng said slowly as he enlarged the ocean satellite map on his computer and copied the data. Zhao Liangze had no choice but to sell Brother Huang out. It's like this. Yinji's older brother was looking at her a little too much. I just wanted to remind her to keep her distance from him. She wouldn't listen to me, so I told her some of the courses we took in the special ops. Hua Xiao, I only told her a little about the course topics. I didn't tell her the content. You can ask her right away if you don't believe me. Hua Xiaoheng believed that Zhao Liangze wouldn't be brave enough to tell others about the special ops without his permission. Yeah, that's a fair enough reason. Hua Xiaoheng let Zhao Liangze off the hook for now. But I see that you have a lot of free time. I'll give you some work to do. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng sent the newly downloaded ocean satellite map to Zhao Liangze. This is the ocean map of the Gulf of Aden. It includes ocean currents, weather changes, and magnetic field conditions. Analyze it. Doesn't it look familiar? Who's the big sister? I'm the big sister. Big brother. Zhao Liangze retorted angrily. But when he saw the data Hua Xiaoheng sent him, his expression turned serious. No problem. I'll do a database analysis right away. The next day, Gun Yinji and Brother Huang went to the U.S. capital to meet Ji Chu and Wen Shui. Teaching assistant Wen, you're back. Brother Huang greeted her warmly. How's your family? Didn't you rest for a few more days? Gun Yinji's conversation with Zhao Liangze the night before had left an impression on her, even though Hua Xiaoheng had scolded her afterward. She carefully observed Brother Huang's every word and action and discovered that he really knew how to get close to people. This sort of natural familiarity was actually quite important for a lawyer. Not only could he quickly win the client's favor and trust, but he would also have more opportunities to pry open witnesses' mouths and obtain more evidence when searching for evidence. This was something she had to learn. Gunyinji stood to the side without saying a word. She smiled as she watched Brother Huang talk to other people, her beautiful eyes never leaving him. Brother Huang felt that his little sister was especially studious today. She kept looking at him with admiration, and he couldn't help feeling smug. Ijichu frowned. He didn't understand what was so interesting about Brother Huang. His expression was cold as he turned to walk up the steps to the Capitol. Little Huang will follow teaching assistant went to the Congressional Committee on Freedom of Ocean Travel. I'll take Nianji to the Committee of Appropriations. Brother Huang's research was on the law of the sea and the Convention of the Atmosphere, so going to the Congressional Committee on Freedom of Ocean Travel would be a good fit. However, Gunyinji had no idea where to go to the Committee of Appropriations. That place required more knowledge about finance and was more distant from the law. However, Gunyinji hadn't decided on her main direction yet, so she didn't really care where she went. When Shui saw that Hijichu had walked far away and urged Gunyinji, "Little Gu, Professor, he has already gone up." "Why aren't you going?" She reminded her. "Professor, he went through a lot of trouble to get your position. Although it's just bookkeeping and doesn't have any real power, you can at least observe the workings of the U.S. Congress. You have to be careful. Don't embarrass Professor He." The Committee of Appropriations didn't have any real power. It wasn't really in charge of appropriations. It was an organization in charge of bookkeeping after the Congress voted to approve the appropriations. Simply put, they were bookkeepers. They weren't even accountants. It was indeed a very insignificant department. After everything was digitized, they didn't even need manual bookkeeping anymore. All they had to do was press a few buttons on the computer every day to approve, and upload. Therefore, people like Gunyinji, who had questionable background checks but had strong connections, were usually shoved into these idle departments. It wasn't hard to imagine what awaited Gunyinji for the next 6 months. She would have to buy coffee and lunch for people and work as an errand girl for the photocopiers. Brother Huang had also crammed knowledge about the various committees in Congress, so he naturally knew the ins and outs of the Committee of Appropriations. He looked at her sympathetically and followed Wen Shui to the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel. Gunyinji discovered that she was really prejudiced against Wen Shui. No matter what she said, good or bad, she always felt that Wen Shui harbored unwarranted hostility towards her. She couldn't be any better. However, she wasn't angry. She squinted at Wen Shui's back for a long time and chuckled before turning to walk up the steps. Hijichu stood at the top of the steps with his hands in his trouser pockets, waiting for her. He was wearing a light three-piece wool suit with a light blue tie. The seashell non-iron shirt underneath was especially crisp. Among the group of fat U.S. senators who went in and out of the Capitol Hill building, Hijichu stood tall like a clear stream, forgetting about the world when he saw him. When Gunyinji saw Hijichu's outfit, the displeasure she felt towards Wen Shui immediately vanished. "Professor He, you're so handsome today." Gunyinji praised him with a smile as they walked towards the Committee of Appropriations in the Capitol building. Hijichu's cold expression warmed up a little, but his voice was still cool. "Are you used to it? It's a service department over there. Someone cleans it every day." Gunyinji nodded and beamed. "Thank you, Professor He. It's a great place. It's fully furnished and the service is excellent. The monthly rent is close to $8,000. It's understandable that it's not great." Hijichu led her to the entrance of the Committee of Appropriations and reached out to adjust a small bow on the collar of her pink and purple suit. "Go on it." Everyone thinks this is the most insignificant place in Congress, but I think only idiots would think that. "Oh, really?" Gunyinji's interest was piqued. She loved this kind of challenge. She loved finding the most unusual clues from the most ordinary things. "Well, it depends on how smart you are. If you're smart enough, you'll realize that this is the real place in charge of the entire capital." Hijichu said meaningfully, "If you can figure out what's really going on, I'll give you a grand 18th birthday present." Gunyinji held out her hand. her eyes as bright as the finest black crystals. "It's a deal." He Jichu stared at her and saw his reflection in her dancing eyes. He was tall and handsome, but his expression was unusually cold. He smiled slightly and hung a nameplate around her neck. He reached out to pat her head and turned to leave. Gun Yinji stepped through the door of the Committee of Appropriations alone and said to the smiling old Caucasian lady, "I'm Gun Yinji," and in turn, she pointed to her nameplate. The nameplate had her photo, her name and phone number, her workplace, and a barcode. With this nameplate, she could come and go as she pleased in the Capitol building. The old Caucasian lady was happy to see an Asian beauty like Gun Yinji. She gave her a big hug. "Gu, you're finally here. I'm Mary. Come, I'll take you to your office." Gun Yinji was shocked. "I have my own office." She thought she would be sitting in the lobby, of course. "We have a lot of empty offices here because people don't want to come here." Mary winked at her. The two of them laughed together. Over the next few days, Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi were incredibly busy. Although they lived in the same suite, they barely saw each other. Gun Yinji had her breakfast and lunch at the Capitol building. Usually, he Jichu or when Shui took her and Brother Huang out for dinner. It took Gun Yinji a week to figure out how Zhao Liangzi managed his meals. "You eat pizza every day." Gun Yinji looked at the tall pile of pizza boxes in Zhao Liangzi's room and covered her nose with her hand. "You smell like onions and cheese." She hated onions, but pizza often had onions in it. Zhao Liangzi had been working tirelessly for the past few days to calculate the data Hua Xiaoheng had sent him. He was finally done. He turned to see Gun Yinji come in and waved her over. "Little prodigy, come take a look at this set of data. What do you think?" This was the second and third update in a row, including the monthly votes of 4,200 plus updates. A reminder for everyone, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 167. Gun Yinji covered her nose and walked around the pile of pizza boxes to Zhao Liangzi's computer. She bent down to examine it carefully. "What data is this?" "It's the ocean current and magnetic field data from the Gulf of Aden for the past month." Zhao Liangzi pointed to the ocean satellite map on another display. "Look, that's the original map." Gun Yinji frowned. "This is physics. It's too advanced. I don't understand it." "Oh, it's rare for you to admit you don't understand it." Zhao Liangzi laughed heartily, but his mood suddenly relaxed. "This set of data shows that there have been more than 60 earthquakes in the Gulf of Aden's seabed in the past 10 days. This has greatly changed the magnetic field there." As he spoke, Zhao Liangzi's eyes quickly swept over Gun Yinji's face. He said nonchalantly, "I saw the news and found that the United States sent a large number of warships to the Gulf of Aden 2 months ago to destroy the nearby Somali pirates. They only retreated about 10 days ago." "Really?" Gun Yinji understood instantly. "You mean that as soon as the American warships retreated, the ocean current and magnetic field there changed?" "You can't say that. The warship's retreat is a relatively long process, so it's hard to say if the ocean current and magnetic field there changed as soon as they retreated." Zhao Liangzi explained the data to Gun Yinji. "Look at these fluctuations. It's also possible that the changes had already occurred before the warships retreated. The subsequent earthquakes were just the aftermath." Gun Yinji looked at the data on the display and compared it to the ocean satellite map. She slowly began to understand something. She asked Zhao Liangzi, "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but smile and pat her head. "It's so easy to talk to smart people." He then gave her a task. "See if you can find some information from the U.S. Congress. For example, why did the United States suddenly send a large number of warships to the Gulf of Aden to destroy the Somali pirates 2 months ago?" Gun Yinji raised a brow and straightened up. She crossed her arms and looked down at Zhao Liangzi. "Brother Zhe, are you muddled from not sleeping for a long time? You said yourself that the United States sent warships to destroy the Somali pirates. What other reason do you need? Do you really believe that the United States sent warships to the Gulf of Aden to eliminate Somali pirates?" The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched. "Ninji, I'll tell you a secret. Everything the United States does is for its own national interest. It will never do it for the benefit of other countries. Gunyenji snickered and wagged her slender fingers. That's a secret? The entire human race knew that. Do you really think that the United States is a living lay phone, worrying about the welfare of the entire human race? Those who believe this are either stupid or guilty. As expected of a girl who grew up with us. It's good that you know. Zhao Yangzi laughed and stood up to pat her head. Gunyenji quickly dodged and clenched her fist to straighten her neck. I'm almost 18. Don't touch my head like I'm a kid. Fine, fine. I won't treat you like a kid. You'll be an adult soon. Zhao Yangzi paused and remembered that Gunyenji's 18th birthday was in a month. His emotions were complicated, but he only thought about it for a moment before putting it aside for now. He continued, since you know that the Americans don't do things without benefits, and the Somali pirates have been running rampant for several years, why did the United States suddenly send them to the Gulf of Aden to eliminate the pirates? I understand. Gunyenji nodded. But I'll say this first. My department is the worst in the country, so I probably won't be able to help you. But Brother Huang's department should have something to do with this. What department is he in? The Committee for Freedom of Sea Passage. Gunyenji bent down and opened the U.S. Congress website. Look, this is it. They work closely with the U.S. Navy. Then try it. Zhao Yangzi reminded her. Don't be too obvious. Just ask like you're gossiping. It's fine if he doesn't know. Our country's research ship is already heading for the Gulf of Aden anyway. By the time they finished talking, it was already late at night. Gunyenji stretched lazily. I have to wake up early tomorrow. I'm going to bed now. Go ahead. Zhao Yangzi walked her back to her room and searched around with a detector before watching her sleep. He even adjusted the thin blanket for her and turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. The next day, the first thing Gunyenji did when she arrived at the Capitol building was to buy a sumptuous English breakfast. There were English buns, bacon, scrambled eggs, fresh milk sauce, peanut butter salad, and a steaming cup of Lipton black tea. She took it to Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang, look at what I brought you. It's so early. Did you not have breakfast yet? Gunyenji carried the breakfast box and opened the door to Brother Huang's small office with a wide smile. Surprise! Gunyenji was the one who was surprised when the door opened. Brother Huang's small office was occupied by 3 people. The other 2 were He Zhichu and Wen Shui. Brother Huang was overjoyed to see Gunyenji bring him breakfast. He hurried over to take the breakfast box from her. How thoughtful of you, Nyenji. I really didn't have breakfast. How did you know? Gunyenji had wanted to coax Brother Huang with sweet nothings, but He Zhichu's gaze was so cold it almost froze her into ice. She couldn't bring herself to say a single word of flattery, so she chuckled. Oh, Professor He and teaching assistant when are here too? Why are you looking for Brother Huang? Am I interrupting? Wen Shui was in a surprisingly good mood. She was unusually gentle with Gunyenji. Classmate Huang wrote a good report, so Professor He came over to discuss it with him. He's taking him to a debate in Congress today. Why don't you come along if you're free? Gunyenji blinked. What debate? Is it nice? It's a debate about withdrawing from the International Maritime Convention. Do you want to come along? Brother Huang invited Gunyenji enthusiastically. It'll be very interesting. Gunyenji really wanted to go, but He Zhichu's expression grew colder and colder. His gaze was like daggers stabbing into her face. It was obvious he didn't want her to go. Gunyenji wouldn't go against He Zhichu just to get on Brother Huang's good side. She understood the importance of this matter. Oh, I'll pass. There's a lot going on at the Committee of Appropriations today. I can't leave. Gunyenji turned to leave. Brother Huang hurried over to open the door. I'll walk you out. Oh, you're so busy, and yet you're bringing me breakfast. I don't deserve it. Do you want me to treat you to lunch? Sure, I'll wait for you. Gunyenji thought about it and decided to wait until lunchtime to get Brother Huang to tell her something. Teaching assistant 1, can you take little Huang to the debate room later? I have something to discuss with the speaker. He Zhichu spoke up. He walked past Gunyenji with a cold expression. He didn't even look at her. Gunyenji shrugged and said to Brother Huang and Wen Shui, I'm going back too. Brother Huang, remember to eat breakfast. You'll get a stomachache if you skip it. She nodded to Wen and turned to leave. She walked out of Brother Huang's small office and turned a corner to walk down another hallway. She saw He Zichu walking unhurriedly in front of her. Gun Yinji frowned. The speaker's office wasn't in this direction. Had Professor He gone the wrong way? She quickened her steps and gently tugged on He Zichu's sleeve. She pointed in the other direction. Professor He, the speaker's office is that way. You're going the wrong way. This is the first update. It's Monday. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 4,300 monthly votes. It'll be around 1 p.m., especially recommendation votes. Chapter 168. He Zichu stopped in his tracks, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. Gun Yinji, you have a lunch meeting at noon. Did you forget? Gun Yinji looked up in shock. I have a lunch meeting. Why didn't I know about it? Why didn't anyone notify me? Now that you know, I'll inform you on the spot. Can't I? He Zichu's voice was even colder than his attitude. If you have time, spend more time thinking about your profession. Don't just think about buying breakfast for people. Who are you to him? If his wife in China knew about this, would he have a good reputation? I'm not an errand girl. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. Of course, she didn't specialize in running errands for others, but when He Zichu mentioned Brother Huang's wife, Gun Yinji had to be careful. She let go of He Zichu's sleeve, feeling a little flustered. Professor He, I didn't mean anything by it. Senior Brother Huang's wife wouldn't misunderstand, right? I'm just buying breakfast. He Zichu lowered his eyes, his long black eyelashes covering his shimmering almond-shaped eyes. If you only buy breakfast for Goldie, do you think others will misunderstand? Gun Yinji let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but think back to when she was still at C University. Mei Xiaowen had bought her breakfast every day, and he had only bought it for her. Everyone had tacitly agreed that Mei Xiaowen was pursuing her. It seemed that doing so would indeed cause misunderstandings. However, if she wanted to get closer to Senior Brother Huang, buying breakfast was one of the methods. Then what should we do? I don't want his wife to misunderstand. Gun Yinji walked forward with a headache and left He Zichu in the hallway. He Zichu put his hands in the pockets of his black trousers. He couldn't believe that Gun Yinji had left on her own. He turned to look in the direction of the speaker's office, then turned back to look at the slender figure in front of him, whose shoulders drooped as if she had been struck by a blow. He then looked up at the ceiling of the hallway before finally accepting his fate and striding forward to catch up to Gun Yinji. He suggested stiffly, if you don't want little Huang's wife to misunderstand, you can buy breakfast for other people as well. If you buy it for someone else, even if his wife finds out, she won't misunderstand. Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks, her dark eyes dancing with joy. Yes, yes, yes. Professor, he was really experienced. Let's do this. I'll buy breakfast for others right away. With that said, he walked towards the small restaurant that sold breakfast. He Zichu followed behind her and couldn't help but cough. He said nonchalantly, I don't have any experience. I'm just talking about human nature. By the way, you're in luck. I'll give you a chance. I haven't had breakfast today, so you can buy me one too. Gun Yinji turned around and looked at He Zichu strangely. Professor He, don't you never eat breakfast? He only drinks red wine. I've heard about it from my classmates. He Zichu's gaze instantly froze, and the roots of his teeth itched. He sneered. You're smart again now? Didn't you say that you would get a stomachache if you skipped breakfast? You were just trying to persuade Goldie, but what about now? It seems that your feelings for Goldie are not ordinary. Gun Yinji wanted to bang her head against the ground. She felt like she couldn't reason with him. She turned around abruptly and rushed into the restaurant. 5 more English breakfasts. The chef in the tall white hat packed 5 breakfast cartons for her, and the cashier printed out a receipt. 75 yuan. Gun Yinji took out her wallet and sadly discovered that she only had a little over 50 yuan in cash. She still didn't have an American credit card, and she couldn't bring any of the Huaxia Imperial credit cards that Hua Xiaoheng had given her. She usually withdrew money from Zhao Yangzi. $50 a day was usually enough for her, but she didn't have enough in an emergency like this. Gunyinji's tiny face flushed red. She stammered, can I just have 3? No way. These are all freshly made. If you don't want them, who should I give them to? The dark-skinned girl at the cashier arrogantly refused to give her a refund. Gunyinji turned around and looked at Hijichu. Professor He, can you lend me some money? Hijichu was already furious with Gunyinji. It wasn't easy for him to get breakfast prepared by Gunyinji, but in the end, he had to pay for it himself. With a sullen face, he took out his black card and handed it over. The dark-skinned girl's expression changed instantly. She smiled widely at Hijichu. Thank you, Mr. He. After swiping the card, Gunyinji walked out with Hijichu with the 5 breakfast cartons. She handed one to him. Professor He, here's your breakfast. Hijichu pursed his lips and took the carton from her. His voice was still sharp. This doesn't count because I'm treating everyone to breakfast. If you want to clear your name, you'll have to buy it again. He turned around and left. Gunyinji pouted. She took the other 4 breakfast cartons back to her office at the Committee of Appropriations. She placed them on Mary's desk and winked at her. Mary, I'm treating everyone to breakfast. Mary grinned from ear to ear. She happily shared the food with the people who had come to work that day. Gunyinji sat quietly in her small office for a while. She turned on her computer and logged into her account to see if there was anything to do today. There were no projects waiting to be approved or uploaded in the Committee of Appropriation system. She thought about it and opened the history file to look at the projects that had been uploaded in the past. She remembered the dates that Zhao Yangzi had told her yesterday. She tried to pull up the records for the last 3 months. Because she already had Zhao Yangzi's reminder, Gunyinji immediately discovered that the Congress had indeed allocated funds to the Navy 2 months ago. In terms of quantity, it was a huge amount. How interesting. Gunyinji suddenly understood what Hijichu meant. This was the most interesting place in the U.S. Congress. If the source and direction of the funds were to be considered, many questions could be easily answered. Congress approved so many projects every year that even the members of Congress didn't know how many there were. But not every project was implemented. Only in the Committee of Appropriations could one see which of the projects approved by the Congress were real and which were just fishes in troubled waters. In other words, even a mountain of documents and a watertight speech could lie. Only the flow of money could not. Gunyinji felt like she had discovered a new continent. She spent the entire morning in her office, focusing on the records of previous appropriations. She was shocked when Hijichu's call came in. Gunyinji unlocked the phone, her eyes still glued to the computer screen. Professor He, what's up? Lunch meeting. Did you forget? Hijichu's cold voice came from the phone. Gunyinji nodded and quickly logged out of the system. She turned off the computer and picked up her small backpack to walk out of the Committee of Appropriations. I'll wait for you at the front steps of Capitol Hill. Hijichu hung up. When Gunyinji came out, she saw a shiny black Rolls-Royce parked in the empty space in front of the Capitol Hill steps. Was this it? Gunyinji looked around and saw only one car parked there. Parking was usually not allowed here. Hijichu poked his head out of the back seat. Come here. What are you waiting for? Gunyinji quickly walked over and opened the door to sit in the back seat. Drive. Hijichu ordered the driver in front. Gunyinji remembered a joke that people who drove Rolls-Royces had to have chauffeurs, because if they drove, people would think they were the chauffeur. She lowered her head and smiled faintly, unable to contain her laughter. When Hijichu saw her smile, his pent-up frustrations immediately dissipated and he smiled back. The car stopped at a French restaurant in D.C., and Hijichu led her inside. The two of them actually got a private room in this famous, expensive restaurant. It was rare for American restaurants to have a private room, regardless of whether it was high-end or low-end. Gunyinji sat down happily and waited for the waiter to serve the food, but she still didn't see anyone. Professor He, wasn't there supposed to be a lunch meeting? Where's everyone? She looked at the door of the private room and asked in confusion, Isn't everyone here? Hijichu picked up his knife and fork to cut up a medium steak and drizzle it with sauce. Gunyinji finally understood. Just the two of us. How is this a lunch meeting? She grumbled as she cut up her crab cake and ate slowly. Can't two people have a meeting? He Ji-chu didn't even look up as he picked up a wine glass and handed it to Gunyinji. Give me the red wine. Gunyinji quickly picked up a bottle of red wine from the table and poured a shallow glass for He Ji-chu. Today's lunch meeting is about your recent work. I heard you've been hanging around the various offices of the Committee of Appropriations. He Ji-chu listed out everything Gunyinji had done for the past few days. Gunyinji sweated as she listened to him. So there were spies around her as well? Got it. I'll work hard from now on. She didn't argue with He Ji-chu and obediently admitted her mistake. She then remembered the tip of the iceberg she had seen from the Committee of Appropriations' internal system and giggled. I kind of understand what Professor he meant. What do you mean? You said that the Committee of Appropriations is the most useful department in Congress? Gunyinji poured He Ji-chu another shallow glass of red wine. I've discovered that it is indeed the case. I'm confirming my suspicions. Oh, tell me about it. He Ji-chu didn't expect Gunyinji to have a clue so soon. He picked up his glass and took a sip of red wine. He looked up at Gunyinji over the rim of the glass. Gunyinji shook her head. It's not time yet. I'll explain it to Professor he when I have everything figured out. Sounds good. He Ji-chu slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin. But remember not to be too late, or you won't get a birthday present. Oh. Gunyinji nodded. She had almost forgotten about that. Professor please wait and see. While He Ji-chu and Gunyinji were having lunch, Zhao Yangzi was on a video call with Hua Xiaoheng. After he finished reporting, he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, I showed the data to Nyinji. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change at all, but Zhao Yangzi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was like being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. Mr. Hua, Zhao Yangzi spoke slowly, his voice trembling. Did I do something wrong? Little Zay, you know that Nyinji has a photographic memory. You showed her the data, and you expect me to say you're right? Hua Xiaoheng felt indescribably frustrated. He threw the mouse away and took out a cigarette. He lit it in front of the computer and took a long drag. He hid his face behind the rising white smoke. Zhao Yangzi lowered his head. He didn't dare meet Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. He mumbled, I just wanted to find out the truth as soon as possible. You still shouldn't have shown it to her. Hua Xiaoheng switched his hand to hold the cigarette. He held the mouse with his right hand and clicked on another file. There was also a set of data stored there. It was data on the changes in the magnetic field. This file had been created 6 years ago. The data from 6 years ago was almost identical to the data Hua Xiaoheng and the others had just discovered. The latitude and longitude coordinates of the file from 6 years ago were a street in the Huaxiao Empire Sea City. On that day, there had been a serious car accident in the area. Hua Xiaoheng, who had been ordered to protect the scientists collecting data from the scene, rescued a 12-year-old girl from the burning car. She was Gunyinji. The magnetic field changes in the downtown area 6 years ago are almost identical to the magnetic field changes at the bottom of the Gulf of Aden 6 years later. You want to show something like this to Nyinji? Hua Xiaoheng's hand gripped the mouse so tightly that he wanted to crush it. If I'm not wrong, this kind of data overlap is definitely not a coincidence. This must have something to do with Nyinji. Since we can't break the ice, why not let her find it herself? Zhao Yangzi mustered up his courage and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng on the other end of the video call. Besides, Hua Xiao agreed to let Nyinji come to the United States. Wasn't it to break the ice? So that more people could appear? To put it bluntly, Gunyinji was now their bait. How could they stir up a pool of spring water if they didn't scatter the bait everywhere? Hua Xiaoheng's deep eyes were bottomless. He was silent for a long time before finally acquiescing to Zhao Yangzi's actions. Remember to report back at any time. With that, he closed the video call and walked to the balcony with a cigarette in his hand. He looked out at the mountains in a daze. The Sea City Special Operations Forces base was dark in the middle of the night. Only the flickering of the cigarette between his fingers matched his fluctuating thoughts. After Gunyinji's lunch meeting, He Ji-chu sent her back to the Capitol building. He didn't get out of the car. He tilted his head at her and handed her a credit card. Take it. I have to go out for the next few days. Remember to write a report every day and send it to my email. I'll check it every day. Got it, Professor He. Gun Yinji's voice was almost dejected as she rejected He Jichu's credit card. Professor He, I can't take this card. However, He Jichu replied coldly, my graduate students all have it. It's from the university's endowment. Gun Yinji could only accept He Jichu's credit card and shove it back in her backpack. She hung her head and walked back to the Capitol building with heavy steps. She went to look for Brother Huang first. Brother Huang saw her and asked anxiously, where did you go? Are you still going to eat lunch? Of course I am. I'm starving. Gun Yinji remembered that He Jichu had just left, so no one should know about their lunch meeting. Brother Huang took her to a small restaurant on the Capitol building for lunch. It was lunchtime, so the restaurant was especially crowded. Gun Yinji only asked for a vegetable juice. She held it in her hand and found a corner to sit with Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang stared at her vegetable juice, dumbfounded. This is your lunch. No way. You don't have to save money for me. I bought lunch with my card. We didn't have to pay for it. Gun Yinji was taken aback. Brother Huang, you have a credit card? How come I didn't know about it? He Jichu had just given her one. Brother Huang obviously had a credit card for a long time. Teaching assistant Wen said, there's a problem with your paperwork. She's still negotiating with the bank. Brother Huang quickly explained, it's the same if you use mine. Do you want to buy something else to eat? This was the second and third update in a row, including the monthly pass of 4,300 plus updates. Oh, intersection for intersection. Oh. Chapter 169. In addition, Mohan requested for monthly votes again. This request for monthly votes was less than 1,000 words long. It was free and didn't take any money. Dear friends, please express your support. Oh, and it's the middle of the month. Dear friends, your monthly subscription should be out, right? If you still have monthly votes, if you haven't voted for 5 monthly votes, can you vote for the Major General? Please vote for monthly votes. Please vote for monthly votes. Please vote for monthly votes. If you don't have monthly votes anymore, recommendation votes will do. Moi. Chapter 170. There's a problem with the paperwork? Gun Yinji was even more confused. What problem could there be? I heard there was a problem with the background check when you applied for a credit card. The credit company investigated your 2 cases, and although it was a close call, the credit card company required the applicant to provide a notarized certificate, so it hasn't been approved yet. Brother Huang was very eager to help when Shui explained, and carefully advised Gun Yinji. Yinji, let's not make life difficult for the professors. No matter what, teaching assistant when is still a teacher. Why do you have to keep picking on her? I believe she didn't mean for the credit card. Here, listen to me and go buy some food. I'll give you my card. Brother Huang didn't allow for an argument and shoved his credit card into Gun Yinji's hand. He didn't have to pay the credit card debt anyway, so he was more than happy to be generous. Gun Yinji wouldn't have accepted it that day, so she quickly declined. It's really okay, I'm on a diet, I don't want to eat that much. She made up an excuse and didn't want to talk about it anymore. So, she asked about Brother Huang's work and how he was doing with the Freedom of the Sea Passage Committee. Finally, she slowly changed the topic to the Navy warships that had recently returned from the Gulf of Aden. Brother Huang was just about to use all sorts of topics to pique Gun Yinji's interest, so he leaned over and whispered mysteriously, Yinji, this is interesting. I heard so many warships were sent to not only deal a heavy blow to the Somali pirates, but more importantly, to protect a research ship. Research ship? Gun Yinji frowned and pretended to be uninterested. The Navy and a research ship. Why don't they go to heaven? Haha, I think it's weird too. They spent so much effort and money, and I wonder what kind of scientific project they're investigating. Brother Huang shook his head disapprovingly and focused on his lunch. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she had an idea. She finished lunch with Brother Huang and hurried back to her small office at the Committee of Appropriations to check the Navy's expenditure from 2 months ago for sending warships to the Gulf of Aden. The source and direction of the cash was indeed interesting. Gunyinji easily found the name of the research ship from the list of system suppliers. It turned out that it was participating in the Navy's operations as a partner. This research ship belonged to Physical World Limited Liability Company. Gunyinji's gaze lingered on the Physical World company's name for a moment, and she made a mental note of it. When she got home that night, Gunyinji went to Zhao Liang's room and relayed Brother Huang's words to him. She also mentioned the company that she had found out the research ship belonged to. Zhao Liangzi was very satisfied. He patted her shoulder and praised her. "Good job, Ninji. I was right about you." As he spoke, he asked Gunyinji to continue learning computer and network knowledge from him. It's not a burden to have more skills, and it's not a burden to be in debt. It just so happens that I'll be here to take care of you for the next 6 months. Why don't you continue to learn computer networking for me? Gunyinji couldn't have asked for more. She was bored out of her mind every day, and if she could learn some practical internet knowledge from Zhao Liangzi, she wouldn't have to waste her precious 6 months of time. Seeing that Gunyinji readily agreed, Zhao Liangzi gave her the encyclopedia of internet networking that he had written. "You can only read it at home. You can't bring it into the capital." "Of course not. I'm an intern at the capital, and I get paid. How can I do private work?" Gunyinji sniffled at Zhao Liangzi, then returned to her room with a smile. Zhao Liangzi began searching for information about the Physical World Company on the internet. Strangely, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any information about the company. In today's internet world, even company registration can be checked online. A company with a name and official relationship with the UA Congress and the Navy is completely missing on the internet. What is the reason? Zhao Liangzi looked at the search interface and chuckled. He had given himself away. Americans probably didn't understand the saying. Trying to cover up makes it more obvious. The fact that he couldn't find anything was a huge problem in itself. He sent the information to Hua Xiaoheng in an encrypted email. When Hua Xiaoheng saw the email, he knew that Gunyinji had found the information again. After a moment of silence, he forwarded the information to the Special Operations Forces Archives Department for them to archive. At the same time, the Special Operations Forces had their own special ground department responsible for searching for such information. Just having the internet wasn't enough. Before Gunyinji went to the capital the next day, she also heard the news from Zhao Liangzi. "You really can't find anything on the internet?" Gunyinji was also surprised. "I'll search the system to see if I can find a specific address, phone number, or something." She went to her small office in the capital and quickly found the list of suppliers. However, this time, no matter how she searched, the supplier named Physical World had completely disappeared from the system. Gunyinji's heart thumped, and she couldn't help but continue searching. After a long time, she finally discovered that someone had added security privileges to the Navy supplier list. Gunyinji was an intern, so she didn't have security privileges at all. Therefore, she couldn't check the secret supplier list that had security privileges. A research ship had clearly entered the Gulf of Aden with the help of the U.S. Navy, but it had become a supplier. In other words, not only had the U.S. Navy confiscated its money, but they had also paid it. Was the U.S. government really lay foam? Gunyinji rubbed her chin and pondered. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on her computer desk. Gunyinji looked up to find Wen Shuyi's face as bright as a silver plate in front of her. Teaching Assistant 1. Gunyinji stood up and asked with a smile, "What can I do for you?" Wen Shuyi placed a credit card on her computer desk. "This is your card." "I'm sorry, it's a few days later than Lil Huang's card. Because of the background check, I need to find a notary to prove that your 2 lawsuits have been settled." Teaching Assistant 1, the first time was when someone sued me, and then they dropped the case. The second time was when I sued them for false accusation, and they pleaded guilty and paid a large sum of money. Gunyinji shook her finger at Wen Shuyi. "Neither counts as settlements. Don't get it wrong." Wen Shuyi nodded with a smile. "I know. None of it was your fault. I've been away for the past 2 months, and you've been wronged. If I had been here, it wouldn't have gone to court. Professor, he is busy with work and sometimes neglects you. I hope you don't mind. And Professor, he's hard. He values his students the most." Although Gunyinji didn't like it, she couldn't argue with her, and insist that Professor he treated her differently. Even if he really treated her differently, she couldn't say it herself. That would be so degrading. So Gu Nianji simply took out the credit card Ijichu had given her and waved it at Wen Shuyi with a sweet smile. Teaching assistant Wen, Professor he really treats us very well. When he found out that I didn't have a credit card, he resolutely gave me his own. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of internationalism that doesn't care about self-interest. Teaching assistant Wen, do you understand Professor he's painstaking efforts? This is the first update. Thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendation votes yesterday. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,400 plus updates. Around 1 in the afternoon. P.S. Thank you for the gift of Heshibi yesterday. Thank you, Madam Chiu Shui, for the gift yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 171. When Shuyi's expression froze for a moment as her eyes fell on the credit card in Gunyinji's hand. After a while, she laughed self-deprecatingly. Looks like you've told on me again. Sigh. Ninji, I'm really doing this for your own good. Even if you don't appreciate it, don't think so badly of me every time, okay? I never make assumptions about a person's character. Gun Yinji put away the credit card Ijichu had given her, her lips curving into a mocking smile. I only infer a person's character from their actions. Teaching assistant Wen, what you're thinking has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to know. I just hope to get through the next 6 months safely and return to the Empire to continue my studies. When Shuyi stared at Gun Yinji, her eyes filled with obvious pity and sympathy, making Gun Yinji feel uncomfortable. She sat down unceremoniously and continued to work on the computer. Without looking up, she asked, Teaching assistant Wen, is there anything else? When Shuyi sighed and looked at her steadily, Gun Yinji looked up from the computer and stared back at her without flinching. She saw Wen Shuyi's slightly plump figure, silver plate-like cheeks, thin eyebrows, small mouth, straight nose, and slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes. They were a bit like Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes, but even more slender. She looked like a court lady from an ancient painting, plump and round. When she didn't speak, she was very gentle and moving. Gun Yinji studied Wen Shuyi's face carefully, and the more she looked, the more familiar she felt. Who does she look like? Gun Yinji's thoughts began to run wild again, and her eyes were almost unfocused. When Shuyi looked at Gun Yinji quietly for a while, and when she saw that she was quickly losing focus, she smiled and turned to leave Gun Yinji's small office. Gun Yinji stared at Wen Shuyi's back, and suddenly remembered. She remembered why Wen Shuyi looked familiar to her. In her bedroom in the Fengya precinct in Sea City, there were several dolls she had played with as a child. She wore a misty purple princess dress, thick bangs, slender eyes, silver plate-like cheeks, and a plump figure. She looked like a little girl from an ancient painting. That feeling was 60 to 70% similar to Wen Shuyi. Of course, there were many areas where they didn't resemble each other, but the main thing was their temperament. Wen Shuyi actually looked somewhat similar to her dolls. This was really interesting. Gun Yinji bit the shaft of her pen. She planned to call Hua Xiaoheng when she got home that night to ask about the origins of those dolls. After a long day at the Appropriations Committee, she finally realized that the system was closed to her. Apart from some of the most basic things, she could not look up anything else. What else could he do? She would just plant the mushrooms in peace. When she got home that night, Gun Yinji had dinner with Zhao Yangzi and asked him about the dolls. Brother Zhe, do you remember the dolls I always held in my arms when I was young? I remember. What's wrong? Zhao Yangzi scooped a bowl of soup for her. Drink some yam pork rib soup. It can help you grow taller. Gun Yinji wasn't in a hurry to drink the soup. She took out her phone and pulled up Wen Shuyi's photo. Brother Zhe, don't you think she looks a little like one of my dolls? Thin eyebrows, small mouth, phoenix eyes, and a little chubby? Zhao Yangzi glanced at her and gave her a condescending look. Thin eyebrows, small mouth, phoenix eyes, and a little chubby. These characteristics almost encompass a third of the women in the northwestern provinces of the Huaxiao Empire. Are you narrowing down the scope of your investigation? Congratulations, you narrowed down the ratio from 1 in a billion to 1 in 10 million. Oh? You don't think so? Gun Yinji's large eyes widened. Her pupils were especially dark and bright. Under the light, they glowed like high-quality obsidian. Really? It's not that they don't look alike. It's just that this similarity is a general similarity in appearance, just like a race. White people are similar to white people, and black people are similar to black people. Do you understand? Zhao Liangzi patted her shoulder. So this similarity doesn't mean anything. Gun Yinji looked at Wen Shiyi's photo carefully. It did indeed look like what Zhao Liangzi had described. The sudden sense of familiarity that had come over her in the small office this morning was now gone. She sighed and turned off her phone. Looks like I was overthinking it. Don't you hate her a lot? Why would you associate her with your favorite doll? Zhao Liangzi also thought it was interesting. He chatted with Gun Yinji as he cut his steak with a knife. I hate her a lot. She dug a hole for me the first time we met. I don't like her, but she's professor, he's assistant. Whether I like her or not, she's always there. Gun Yinji finished the yam pork rib soup in one gulp, then picked the yam from within to eat. Okay, then don't think too much about it. Just ignore her. The more you hate her, the more you value her. Why bother making things difficult for yourself? Zhao Liangzi cut his steak into small pieces and poured sauce on them. He used a fork to put the pieces into his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he ate. Gun Yinji didn't want to eat anymore. She propped her chin on her hand and started talking about the supplier. I could still find out yesterday, but I actually got permission today. I can't see the supplier's details anymore. Zhao Liangzi paused. You got permission? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just added today, because I just pulled up the data and reports yesterday. Gun Yinji nodded with certainty. Zhao Liangzi thought about it. I got it. They probably added a trigger option under the supplier's list. When a supplier was discovered by someone who wasn't on their internal list, the permission was automatically added. It's a very simple, smart encryption program. I can only say that there's something wrong with the supplier. Then did you tell Uncle Hua? Gun Yinji looked at Zhao Liangzi eagerly. If you didn't tell him, I can tell him. Zhao Liangzi looked at her and suddenly smiled. I didn't make it very clear. I think it's more appropriate for you to tell him. He winked at her as he spoke. Gun Yinji jumped up happily. I'll go make the call. She rushed to her room and slammed the door shut. She took out her phone and began dialing Hua Xiaoheng's number. Zhao Liangzi was still sitting in the dining room, eating dinner. He stared at Gun Yinji's door with a thoughtful expression on his face. Gun Yinji sprawled on her bed and finally dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number. Uncle Hua. Gun Yinji rolled over and lay on her back on the bed, the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably. Hua Xiaoheng was in the middle of a meeting. When he heard Gun Yinji's call through his earpiece, he answered and immediately hung up. He took out his phone and sent a text. Meeting. Gun Yinji read Hua Xiaoheng's text over and over again. But that was all. Hua Xiaoheng was currently discussing with his subordinates about sending a research ship to the Gulf of Aden. According to our investigation, Physical World was founded by a Harvard physics professor, but it's only a small limited liability company. It's not a public company, and all of its registration information is highly confidential. Lieutenant Colonel Zhao, who was in charge of North American intelligence, stood on the podium in the conference room and explained the results of their investigation. Bai Yuxing's defection 2 months ago dealt a huge blow to the Secret Service's power in North America. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find so little information. He shook his head regretfully and got down from the podium to sit down in a chair below. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment, then gave the order. Then send a research ship to the Gulf of Aden first, and at the same time, send 2 warships to escort it. Those random pirates in the Gulf of Aden wouldn't dare touch the warships of the regular army. We'll need to coordinate with the Southern Military Region to send the warships. Bai Yueran, the Colonel Director of the 6th Military Region's Legal Department, was also present at the meeting. Or the Eastern Military Region. Only those 2 military regions have a navy. The Southern Military Region. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and looked at the sea map. There are many places in the South China Sea. It'll be easy to provide support. That's true. The South China Sea has a lot of uncanny workmanship. We have to protect it well. Everyone smiled knowingly. After the meeting was adjourned, by Yueran was the last to leave. She waited for everyone to leave before saying to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, this time my aunt will personally make a trip there. Don't worry, Hua Xiao. My aunt will find out if anything is amiss. Bai Yueran's aunt, Bai Jini, was a famous physicist in the Huaxiao Empire. She was in her 50s and had never married. It was said that she was obsessed with academia and refused to waste time on marriage and family. 6 years ago, Bai Jini was the first to discover an anomaly in the magnetic field data of a certain street in Sea City. Hua Xiaoheng had also been ordered to protect her. This time, the same magnetic field data had appeared again. Naturally, Bai Jini had to go again. I'll do my best. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have much hope. It was purely because everyone was sending warships to that area this time. It would be unreasonable for the Huaxia Empire not to join in. Although the magnetic field data was the same as the one from 6 years ago, because it was at the bottom of the sea, there were too many uncertainties. Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan to invest too much energy. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk anymore, Bai Yueran could only leave. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his office and looked at his watch. It was 11 a.m., so it should be 11 p.m. in the eastern United States. He thought about it and decided to call Gu Nianji back. Nianji, what's up? His voice sounded from the other end of the line. Gu Nianji immediately felt her ear heat up. Uncle Hua, I just wanted to ask about the physical world. I want to tell you, I wanted to look into more things today, but I found that the report had been censored. I can't see it anymore. Gu Nianji pressed the phone to the right side of her face, her voice very low. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Then don't look into it anymore. It's not good to attract unnecessary attention. Okay, I understand. Gu Nianji said obediently. Zhao Yangza had told her to stop, but she wouldn't listen. But as soon as Hua Xiaoheng said it, she immediately agreed. She decided not to risk looking into the historical records again. Is there anything else? It's already 11 a.m. Aren't you going to sleep? Hua Xiaoheng put on his earphones and walked out of his office. He was going to the cafeteria for lunch. Gu Nianji didn't want to hang up right away, so she started talking about Wen Shuyi and her dolls. She asked excitedly, Uncle Hua, where did I buy those dolls? Were they from the western provinces? Bought? Hua Xiaoheng laughed. They were custom-made. You can't buy them. Custom-made? Gu Nianji was surprised. How did you come up with custom-made dolls? I'll tell you on your 18th birthday, Hua Xiaoheng said after a while, then hung up the phone. Okay. Gu Nianji bit her lip and rubbed her ears, which were tingling from the heat. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was so melodious that it was almost at the same frequency as her heartbeat. It was at the sound of her heart beating. There was no sound from the other end of the line. Gu Nianji continued to lie on the bed, clutching the phone. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, bringing with it the coolness of the night. Her heart was burning and her cheeks were flushed, even more obvious in the night air. Gu Nianji wiped her face and sat up, hugging her legs. She sighed. She realized how much she missed Uncle Hua. She wanted to see him, to talk to him face to face. In the future, when he got married and had a child, she wouldn't be able to call him whenever she wanted without any scruples. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and was about to turn off the lights when she heard her phone ring again. This time it was Mei Xiaowen. Gu Nianji's slender fingers reached out to unlock the phone and answer. Hello, Xiaowen? Nianji, who were you on the phone with? Why did it take so long? Isn't it past 11 p.m. over there? Mei Xiaowen's voice was confused, a little different from his usual gentle tone. I was busy. Gu Nianji didn't think she needed to report everything to Mei Xiaowen. What about you? It's so late. What's up? Can I call you if I don't have anything to say? Mei Xiaowen said quietly. I miss you. Do you miss me? Gu Nianji's heart softened. Yeah, I miss you too. What are you doing? I just finished a meeting. I'm going to lunch now. Mei Xiaowen held his phone and stood in front of his office window, one hand in his trouser pocket, the other looking out at the blue sky and white clouds. Nianji, it's your 18th birthday next month. I'll go to America to celebrate your birthday. Okay? Yeah, okay. Gu Nianji smiled happily. There were quite a lot of people celebrating her birthday this time. She was 18, so she was about to become an adult. But once she became an adult, she wouldn't need a guardian anymore. Gu Nianji's mood quickly sank. His voice had a nasal sound to it. Mei Xiaowen didn't seem to notice as he excitedly explained how he was going to celebrate her birthday on the other end of the phone. He even asked what she wanted for her birthday. Gun Yinji smiled. I'm happy you're coming. I'm not picky about the gift. Hey, that's the most annoying way you put it. Mei Xiaowen chuckled. You say you're not picky, but you're pickier than anyone else. Haha, Xiaowen knows me so well. That's the kind of person I am. What can you do about it? What? Of course I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to correct all your bad habits and make you the perfect goddess in my heart. I'll love you for the rest of my life. It was rare for Mei Xiaowen to be so direct about his feelings for Gun Yinji. This was the second and third update of the series, including the monthly votes of 4,400 plus updates. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 172. Gun Yinji was very uncomfortable and objected without hesitation. You want me to change my bad habits to become your goddess? No, Mei Xiaowen, I don't want to be that kind of goddess. Yinji? Mei Xiaowen smiled and said confidently, don't be in a hurry to object. When we fall in love with someone, we want to become a better person for them. Don't you want to do that for me? Gun Yinji was speechless. She thought about it carefully and shook her head. No, you can't ask me to change myself and become what you like. Either you like me the way I am now, or you find a goddess that suits you. Otherwise, you can go find a goddess that suits you. I won't change myself for you. Mei Xiaowen's smile faded, and his downturned lips betrayed his displeasure. Even if she didn't agree with him, couldn't she say it in a tactful way? Jiang Hongxia had obviously done a better job than Gun Yinji in this regard. If Jiang Hongxia didn't agree with some things, she wouldn't openly object. Instead, she would quietly change his views and ideas like a gentle spring breeze. That way, the two of them could reach an agreement without hurting his pride. Gun Yinji, on the other hand, was still too young to understand compromise and obedience. Mei Xiaowen sighed. The little girl still needed to be taught. Although teaching her was tiring, he had molded her exactly the way he wanted her to be. It was much better than Jiang Hongxia's gentle stubbornness. To put it this way, Mei Xiaowen felt that being with Gun Yinji was tiring in the beginning because he had to put in a lot of effort to change her. He had to erase her untimely edges and spoiled personality that was deeply embedded in her bones. But in the end, they would get along seamlessly. Gun Yinji would become a docile woman who treated him like the sky, listened to everything he said, and loved him for the rest of her life. As for Jiang Hongxia, although he liked her very much, she had betrayed him. This was a flaw that he would never forget. It was difficult to ignore. This flaw was enough to erase many of her strengths. Although Gun Yinji had many flaws, she was young, smart, beautiful, and didn't have a strong family background. When she got married, she wouldn't use her family to cause trouble for him. A girl like her was actually the most suitable wife for a scion of an aristocratic family like him. He didn't need to rely on marriage to achieve some kind of benefit. Yinji, don't be so sure. Mei Xiaowen pulled himself together. You don't want to change for me yet because you don't love me that much. When your feelings for me deepen, you will naturally want to change for me. Even if I don't say it, you'll want to show a better version of yourself in front of me. Gun Yinji grew even more silent after hearing his words. She lay in bed, hugging her panda pillow in one hand and the phone in the other. She stared at the milky white reliefs on the ceiling, and a voice whispered in her heart, "There's only one person in this world that I'm willing to become better for, and that's Uncle Hua." She respected and worshipped him. He was all she believed in and relied on, so she was willing to do her best to be her best self in front of him. But what does this have to do with love? Gun Yinji composed herself and said tactfully, "Xiaowen, I think you're mistaken. We want to be better people for the sake of our elders' expectations and concerns. But as a couple, we need to be ourselves. If you can't accept the kind of person I am, then I really can't change me to satisfy your needs." She paused, then continued calmly, "Don't waste your time with me." Mei Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat. His voice suddenly grew louder. "Yinji, what do you mean? You want to break up with me just because I made a request? I don't agree. I won't allow it. Listen, I don't agree. Mei Xiaowen waved his arms and spun in circles at the window, venting his anger. Fortunately, the office was on the 30th floor, so he didn't have to worry about anyone seeing him lose his composure. Gun Yinji was frightened by Mei Xiaowen's sudden outburst, and could only comfort him. Xiaowen, calm down, calm down. Here, take a few deep breaths, and go drink a glass of water. Yes, put down the glass, and sit back on the sofa. Her voice was soft and sweet, almost magical. Mei Xiaowen followed her instructions step by step. When he sat back on the sofa and saw a freshly emptied glass of water on the coffee table, Mei Xiaowen smiled wryly. Ninji, I said I wanted to change you, but you're the one changing me, aren't you? Gun Yinji chuckled. I'm not that good. Class rep, you've always had strong self-control. I was just reminding you. The words class rep seemed to widen the already close distance between them. Mei Xiaowen was annoyed. He knew he had miscalculated. This girl clearly hadn't fallen head over heels in love with him yet. It was too much of a rush for him to make such a request now, and it almost scared her away. Ninji, I was wrong just now. You're such a good girl. Why would you need to change? Besides, if you really did change, you wouldn't be you anymore. I like you the way you are. Mei Xiaowen gripped his phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. See, long-distance relationships are so unreliable. We fought, and I couldn't even comfort you in person. Gun Yinji smiled quietly and corrected Mei Xiaowen. Xiaowen, we're not in a relationship yet. Don't forget, we have a 6-month promise. Their promise was that after she returned to the Empire in 6 months, if Mei Xiaowen still wanted her to be his girlfriend, then she would officially agree to it. Yes, you see, I love you so much. I already see you as my girlfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such an outrageous request. Mei Xiaowen's words were soft and gentle. His clear baritone voice was very moving. Ninji, you have to forgive me for losing my head just now. You took psychology as an elective, so you should know that people only seek perfection when they are with the people they're closest to. Gun Yinji had taken psychology for half a semester in university to study her own mental state and find a way to recover her memory. She hadn't paid much attention to other aspects. Mei Xiaowen's words reminded her that there was such a saying in psychology. Okay, you don't have to apologize. It's normal for two people to have conflicting views. Otherwise, why would they need to get along? Don't you think so? It's a long process for two completely different people to become one physically and mentally. Gun Yinji analyzed their relationship from a psychological perspective and was surprised to find that it made sense. She had always been an expert at armchair strategizing. Mei Xiaowen frowned as he listened, but he knew that he had just annoyed her, so he didn't say anything to object. Jiang Hongxia had waited for him downstairs in the dining room for a long time, but he hadn't come for lunch. Her phone had been busy the entire time, so she had no choice but to come up. Xiaowen, do you still want lunch? I brought it for you. Jiang Hongxia opened the door to his office and walked in with a bag of lunch. Mei Xiaowen looked up and gestured for her to be quiet. He said to Gun Yinji, Okay, my little psychologist, it's late. You should go to bed. Gun Yinji was speechless. Go to bed. Mei Xiaowen spoke tenderly into the phone. Mua, here's a good night kiss for you. Gun Yinji felt goosebumps all over her body. She hung up without a word and tossed the phone far away on the small single-seater sofa across from the bed. Who are you calling? Why are you talking so softly? Jiang Hongxia sat next to him and glanced at Mei Xiaowen's phone screen. She saw that Gun Yinji's profile picture had just faded. Is it your little girlfriend? She's angry, so I'm coaxing her. Mei Xiaowen reached out and pulled Jiang Hongxia into his arms. He tilted his head and saw Jiang Hongxia pout. What's wrong? Are you jealous? This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,500 plus updates. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 173. You're with me now. What's there to be jealous about? It's your little girlfriend who's going to be jealous. Jiang Hongxia opened the lunchbox carelessly and put away her chopsticks. Eat, I just bought this from a restaurant. Mei Xiaowen's heart itched when he saw Jiang Hongcha's nonchalant expression. This woman always knew how to arouse his competitive spirit. Mei Xiaowen quickly finished his lunch and dragged Jiang Hongcha along for an afternoon nap. Hua Xiao, these are the photos from the last few weeks. Hua Xiao's orderly, Fan Jian, placed the intimate photos of Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongcha on Hua Xiao's desk. What are you going to do? Should I send them to Nianji? Hua Xiao held a cigarette in one hand and flipped through the photos with the other. He replied dryly, "Send them to her for what? She's underage and can't see them." As long as Mei Xiaowen didn't go to America, Hua Xiao wouldn't interfere. Besides, Mei Xiaowen had been chosen by Gu Nianji herself. Even if he was a scumbag, she had to find out for herself. One does not learn without experience. Gu Nianji had to learn to love on her own. Hua Xiao couldn't help her in that regard. He threw the photos into a special drawer, locked it, and waved for Fan Jian to leave. Sea City was in the middle of autumn at the end of September. It was getting hotter and hotter every day. Hua Xiao sat quietly for a while. He was tall and stalwart and filled the entire softback chair. His breathtakingly handsome face was filled with a hint of determination and determination. He was faintly discernible in the curling white smoke. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the gaps in the blinds and painted horizontal bars on the floor. It was like an impassable staircase. Hua Xiao. In Xiao knocked on the study door. Hua Xiao put out his cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. "Come in." "Oh, Hua Xiao, why are you smoking more and more recently?" In Xiao could smell the cigarette smoke in the room. He waved his hand nervously. "Did something happen?" "No." Hua Xiao pointed to the seat in front of him. "Sit. Is something the matter?" "That's good." In Xiao sat down and began to smile cheekily. "I just saw Fan Jian. I heard he took some, very hot photos. I came to Hua Xiao's place to broaden my horizons and improve my professional skills in resisting seduction." Hua Xiaoheng opened the drawer and tossed the photo of Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongcha at her. "See? You look like a boiled chicken. I'm afraid it won't improve your resistance to seduction, but it will improve your resistance to disgust." In Xiao took them and flipped through them excitedly. As he looked, he commented, "She's quite fair and doesn't have any muscles. She does look like a boiled chicken, but this woman has a good figure. Look at how she can even do such difficult movements. She should be an experienced driver. You know so much. I learned it from Yinji. I have to take care of her, so I have to learn these online languages. Otherwise, there will be a generation gap." In Xiao said without raising his head. He had finally finished looking at all the photos in detail. He clicked his tongue in praise. "Fan Jian is the one who took the photos, right? That kid's getting better and better at controlling the lighting and shadows. There are a few photos where black and white are intertwined. They could be considered artistic photos." "Really?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "Don't you think it's disgusting? I think it's pretty good. Both of their figures are much better than the average person." In Xiao chuckled. He looked Hua Xiaoheng up and down with shifty eyes. "Hua Xiao, don't tell me you're malfunctioning. That's not good. You need to be healthy. A man's erection is a sign of health." Hua Xiaoheng threw the ashtray at In Xiao's face. In Xiao dodged it with a tilt of his head. He laughed. "I'm just kidding. But I'm serious, Hua Xiao. Don't you plan on getting married? You're 28 this year, right?" Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries knew his whereabouts best. For the past 6 years, he hadn't had a single day of his own time. He had never been seen with any women in private. Of course, he didn't have a girlfriend. "Mind your own business." Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at him. He turned on his computer and began working. "Check my schedule. Clear 2 days before and after Nianji's birthday." "Oh, you're going to America to celebrate Nianji's birthday?" "I'll go too, okay. It's Nianji's 18th birthday. It's a big day." In Xiao's eyes lit up. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng longingly. "Yes, of course you have to go." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "I watched her grow up. The chubby 12-year-old girl who had been nervous and neurotic all those years ago was a completely different person now. Her 18th birthday was a big day not only for Gun Yinji, but for all of them as well. Hua Xiaoheng was going to America to celebrate Gun Yinji's birthday. He couldn't go in his real identity, but that wasn't a problem for the special ops. In Shixiang was already used to doing things like this. 2 weeks later, He Zichu finally returned. He got off the plane. The first thing he did was go to the Capitol building to see what Gun Yinji was up to. Gun Yinji wasn't in the Appropriations Committee office. "Mary, where's my student?" He Zichu smiled as he placed a small gift on Mary's desk. Mary gestured and said dramatically, "You're asking about Gu, right? She went to another office to chat. She's free these past few days, so she's been going around a lot. Everyone here knows her. She's a happy little rose." Although He Zichu was still smiling, the veins on his forehead were beginning to show. "Fine, this little girl won't do her job properly. She's running around everywhere. She really needs to be taught a lesson." He Zichu turned and walked out. He stood in the doorway of the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel, his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked at a pretty girl in a pink Chanel dress suit. She stood out among the group of senators and staff in black and white suits. It was Gun Yinji. She sat next to John, the chairman of the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel, and chatted with him with a smile. For the past 2 weeks, Gun Yinji hadn't been able to work at the Committee of Appropriations. Something had happened to her account, and it was completely unusable. He Zichu wasn't around, and she didn't want to go see Wen Shui. She didn't want to do anything, so she hung around the committees every day. She learned from Brother Huang's ability to socialize with people and quickly became one with everyone. The counselors and staff members were very happy to have a cute and witty Asian girl to chat with in their spare time. "Mr. John, are you sure the United States really wants to withdraw from the International Maritime Convention? But I know that the United States was one of the drafters of the convention." Gun Yinji's large eyes flashed, and she acted as if she didn't have an IQ. "Your pretty little brain won't be able to understand this." John chuckled and shook his head. He turned on his computer and showed her a document. "Do you know what this is?" Gun Yinji frowned and leaned over to see a very old scanned document appear on John's computer screen. The paper was yellowed, and she didn't know how long it had been there. She looked at the signature on the document, and her red lips parted. "Oh, it's a document from the last century?" "Yes, you know about the League of Nations, right? The United States was the initiator, but we didn't join because the Senate objected." John laughed. "Interesting, isn't it? Let me tell you, international politics is like this. Don't expect so-called law and fairness. Everything is about power, and it's all about national interest. If joining the convention is in our national interest, then we will definitely join. Now that this convention is hindering our national interest, why are we still in it? Are we just waiting to be trampled on? Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing for a country to go back on its word?" Gun Yinji glanced at John. "It's the United States, a superpower." John rolled his eyes arrogantly. "I don't care what other countries think of us. They can die if they don't like it." Gun Yinji gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. As expected of the overlord of Western Shu." "What's the overlord of Western Shu?" John asked eagerly. Gun Yinji grunted and was just thinking about how to euphemistically describe the overlord of Western Shu's suicide when she heard a familiar cough from the door. Gun Yinji turned around in surprise. He Zichu stood at the door with a handsome face, but his expression was as cold as Arctic ice. His cold gaze fell on Gun Yinji, as if he wanted to freeze her into a statue. She didn't care at all, nor was she afraid. She giggled and walked quickly to his side. She looked up in surprise. "Professor He, you're finally back. I missed you so much." He Zichu's anger dissipated at Gun Yinji's excited greeting. He reached out and took her arm. He nodded at the people in the office and led her away. Brother Huang knew He Zichu had arrived and quickly chased after him. However, the hallway was already empty. He Zichu had already left with Gun Yinji. "Professor He, you're finally back. Ah, the last 2 weeks have been like a year for me." Gun Yinji's mouth was especially sweet as she poured all sorts of heartwarming words on He Zichu. The corners of He Zichu's lips curved higher and higher, and the frost on his face melted away. They went to Gun Yinji's office to retrieve her small backpack and took her to the Rolls-Royce. He ordered the driver back to the manor. Gunyinji finally said uneasily. Professor He, you just got back? Hijichu nodded. I just got off the plane. He turned to study her delicate, pretty face. You're doing well. I see you've put on a lot of weight. Oh, no way. Gunyinji covered her face with both hands. She grew nervous. Looks like I need to lose weight again. I won't have dinner when I get home. Hijichu rolled his eyes. You're just a kid. Why would you want to lose weight? Be careful that you don't grow taller. I'm already tall enough. I don't need to grow any taller. Gunyinji insisted. If I grow any taller, I'll grow horizontally. Hijichu's gaze fell to the pair of high heels she was wearing. Oh, you even know how to wear heels now? Gunyinji shrank back in embarrassment. That's to match the dress I'm wearing. Hijichu couldn't help reaching out to pat her head. You really missed me? I really did. Gunyinji nodded vigorously. When you weren't there, teaching assistant, one was like a monkey in a cage without a tiger. Then, she blah 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 blah. Hijichu's expression grew darker as he listened. Finally, he said slowly, You missed me because you wanted me to come back and support you? Professor He, you're so smart. You hit the nail on the head. Gunyinji gave him a thumbs up. If you hadn't come back, I would have wasted the last 6 months. I wouldn't have been able to do anything. She then told him about the problems with her account. Hijichu didn't respond. He leaned against the back seat and rubbed his forehead helplessly. He knew this heartless little girl didn't miss him at all. She just wanted to use him to punish others. Professor He, are you tired? Gunyinji couldn't sit still. Let me go back. You should rest for a few more days. Hijichu let go of her and pursed his lips. His shimmering, sultry eyes grew colder and colder. It matched perfectly with his cold expression. He looked at her for a while and asked, I wasn't here for 2 weeks and you didn't do anything? I tried. I also found the reason you mentioned, but my account was later demoted to the same level as a wanderer. I couldn't do anything at all. Gunyinji shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself. Without another word, Hijichu took out his phone and made a call to the Congress. Gunyinji's words were quickly confirmed. The person who answered the phone was very polite to Hijichu. He smiled and promised, as long as Mr. E signs, we will immediately release your student's privileges. Okay, I'll sign it tomorrow. Hijichu understood the whole story and didn't scold Gunyinji anymore. He looked at her sideways. Why don't you go to teaching assistant when she can handle this kind of thing? I don't want to deal with her, Gunyinji said bluntly. Gunyinji said bluntly, You're not here. What if she sets another trap for me to jump into? Who am I going to cry for? Hijichu snorted and continued to rub her head. Now you're taking the opportunity to cry for me? I'm not crying. I'm seriously complaining, okay? Gunyinji turned to avoid his hand. Please don't rub my head anymore. I'm almost 18. Hijichu withdrew his hand. His expression was cold. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Gunyinji actually did have something to remind him about, but he didn't seem to want to talk. She could only shut her mouth and look at the scenery outside the car. The Rolls-Royce drove them quietly and smoothly to Hijichu's manor near the Potomac River. The large iron gate opened to both sides, revealing an asphalt road leading to the white mansion in front. The road was lined with green grass, and there were a few flower beds scattered on the grass. There were Hispanic gardeners trimming the branches in the flower beds. When they saw the Rolls-Royce drive in, everyone stopped what they were doing and waved at the big car. Gunyinji looked at it all curiously. She turned to Hijichu. Professor He, can a lawyer make that much money? Even if it was possible, Hijichu would only have that much money when he was in his 70s or 80s. But looking at his resume, he was only 28 years old. No matter how capable he was, how did he make so much money in just 3 short years? Hijichu could see her doubts, but didn't plan on answering them. He got out of the car with a cold expression. He stood beside the car and opened the door for Gunyinji to get out. Whether it was the Rolls-Royce driver, the gardeners in the flower beds, or the housekeeper coming up to greet them, they were all dumbfounded. This is the second and third chapter in a row. It's 4,200 words, including the 4,500 monthly votes and chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 174. In the eyes of the He family's chauffeur, gardener, and housekeeper, He Ji-chu was very ostentatious and ostentatious. He rarely even opened the door for himself, much less opened it for others. The Rolls-Royce chauffeur who rushed out was a fat white man in his 40s, but his face was red from the sun, like a cooked shrimp. He rubbed his hands, his face pale, as he called out uneasily, "Mr. He, let me do it." The chauffeur came over to open the door for Gunyenji. He Ji-chu turned to look at him. To others, it didn't seem strange, but the chauffeur felt the coldness in his eyes. Even the scorching September sun on the Potomac River couldn't warm him up. Mr. He wouldn't fire her just because she opened the car door one step too late, would he? The chauffeur was sweating profusely. He had been unemployed for many years and had finally found this job 3 years ago. The annual salary was double the market price, and all the benefits were the same as government employees. His entire family had medical insurance, and this was the first time he had pension insurance in his 20 years of work. He couldn't lose a job like this. "Mr. He," the driver begged. His face was so red that it was almost black, and he scrunched up his face. Gunyenji got out of the car and curiously turned to look at the chauffeur, then at He Ji-chu. "Professor He?" She pouted at the chauffeur. He Ji-chu's expression softened as he nodded at the chauffeur. "It's fine, she's my student. I'll take her inside. You can park the car in the garage and take her home later." The chauffeur sighed heavily and gave Gunyenji a big smile as he bowed deeply. Gunyenji was shocked and quickly moved out of the way. She nodded at him again. "Thank you." The chauffeur smiled sheepishly as he returned to the car and drove away. Gunyenji followed He Ji-chu to the colonial-style white mansion not far away. "Professor He, is this your home? Are your parents here?" Gunyenji was a bit nervous. She had been to He Ji-chu's house in the suburbs of Boston. It was much smaller than this manor and was obviously his temporary residence. As for this manor, it was filled with an ancient aura. It was unknown how many generations of the clan had lived here. Gunyenji felt that this was He Ji-chu's ancestral home. This was the only reason that could explain how He Ji-chu was able to have so much wealth and servants at such a young age. He should belong to someone with old money. He Ji-chu smiled and shook his head. "No, my parents aren't here. This is just a temporary residence." Such a huge manor, and it was still a temporary residence. Gunyenji felt like she had been screwed. She didn't want to talk anymore, so she followed He Ji-chu up the steps and into the living room. 2 low-profile, yet expensive oak doors were pushed open by 2 Caucasian maids with black hair, blue eyes, white clothes, and black skirts. Upon entering, there was an oval-shaped hall. Facing the door, there were 2 huge spiral staircases leading to the upper floors. Gunyenji looked up and saw that the building was about 3 or 4 stories high, right? How many rooms would there be? "Professor He, do you have a large family?" Gunyenji was still a child after all. She was depressed for a while, but quickly put it aside and asked with a smile. "There's so many rooms." She spread her arms and almost spun in a circle. "How many people can live here?" "I'm the only one living here." He Ji-chu paused. "Teaching assistant one lives in a guest room not far from here." Of course, there was more than one main building in such a huge manor. There were also several small buildings scattered around the manor. The lights were on at night, and the small buildings were like pearls on the green grass, clustered around the main building in the middle. Gunyenji chuckled. Why did teaching assistant one have to live here? Was the teaching assistant really a maid and nanny? At that moment, Gunyenji remembered the scene she had seen outside the C University library. It was raining heavily, and when Shui had held an umbrella to protect He Ji-chu as he got into the car, she had held all the umbrellas by He Ji-chu's side and didn't care that half of her body was wet. At the time, Gunyenji had complained to herself that she didn't look like a teaching assistant, but more like He Ji-chu's nanny. Now it seemed that the two of them had a close relationship. Now that she understood this, it would be reckless of her to casually complain about when Shui to He Ji-chu. Perhaps He Ji-chu had brought her to his house to point out the unusual relationship between him and Wen Shui, so that she would stop making things difficult for Wen Shui. For the first time, Gunyenji was uncertain about her future as a master student. Was it really for her own good when Shuyi persuaded her not to insist on becoming Hijichu's post-grad student? That was too scary. Gunyanji shook her head and suppressed the thought. What are you thinking about? Hijichu opened the fridge and took out a watermelon smoothie to hand her. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Don't think too much on your own. It's not like you. Hijichu gazed at her, and a hint of tenderness flashed across his shimmering, sultry eyes. He reached out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. Gunyanji quickly took a step back. She was uncomfortable with Hijichu's touch. She put down the smoothie and wrung her hands. Professor He, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please take me back. My guardian is waiting for me at home. Why didn't you ask me if you had any questions? Hijichu took a step forward to prevent her from backing down. You really didn't suspect anything? Suspect what? Gunyanji blinked. Her dark, delicate eyebrows arched. You're my professor and mentor. You're so nice to me. Why would I suspect anything? You were clearly wondering why when Shuyi was living here. Why didn't you ask? Hijichu's expression darkened. He sat on the cream-colored brocade sofa and casually draped an arm over the armrest. He raised his sultry eyes to look at her. His straight nose and thin lips revealed his displeasure. Gunyanji looked down and wrung her hands even tighter. Professor He, this question has nothing to do with me. I don't want to ask. What did it have to do with her why when Shuyi was living in Hijichu's house? She was only his student. Did he have to check his family's background? Nothing to do with it. Hijichu looked at Gunyanji. He couldn't tell if he was disappointed or confused. Really? As long as you abide by your professional ethics and don't play favorites. Gunyanji looked up and spread her hands. A smile reappeared on her face. She extended her slender right hand and pinched her thumb and index finger together. As your student, I don't dare to ask for too much. This is all I expect of you. Only this. Hijichu laughed in exasperation. Classmate Gu is so humble. You're not greedy at all. Yes, I've always been a good student. I've always been a good student who thinks of others. Gunyanji blushed when she praised herself. Hijichu closed his eyes and rested one hand on his forehead. He crossed his legs and sat sideways on the sofa. He didn't move, but waved his other hand. Go back. I'll get the driver to take you to the garage. He didn't even look at her and sent her away. Although Gunyanji was unhappy, she didn't throw a tantrum in front of Hijichu. Who did she think she was? Just because people gave her some respect, she really opened a dying house. Gunyanji obediently said to Hijichu, Then I'll be going. Goodbye, Professor He. She turned and left like a model student. Hijichu looked up and watched her walk away without any reluctance to leave. He clenched his fists and called out again, Nyanji, this is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,600 plus updates. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 175. Gunyanji stopped and turned around with a smile. Professor He, is there anything else? Hijichu was still sitting on the sofa with his hand on his forehead. He didn't move and looked at her quietly. Gunyanji didn't say anything and waited patiently for him to speak. The spacious living room was quiet. The snow-white curtains hung from the tall French windows like a waterfall. There was a clock as tall as a person in the corner of the room. It looked like an antique, but the pendulum was still swinging. The occasional click made the room even more silent. No one knew where the maid and the butler had hidden themselves, and they were nowhere to be seen. They stared at each other in silence. It was like they were separated by mountains and rivers. Hijichu pursed his lips and looked away. His voice was calm as he said, I promised to give you a party for your 18th birthday. Now, there are 3 places for you to choose. One is the banquet hall of the Capitol, another is the Rose Garden on the south lawn of the White House, and the third place is on a cruise ship in the Caribbean. Tell me tomorrow when you've decided which one to choose. There's not much time left. It's time to prepare. Gunyanji smiled, her eyes drifting. Professor He, you're too kind. I was just joking before. Don't take it seriously. How can I let you spend money on my birthday? It's fine. I'll just eat cake and blow out some candles with my relatives and friends. Although her 18th birthday was important to her, the most important thing was who she was spending it with. If Hua Xiaoheng could personally celebrate her birthday with her, it didn't matter even if there was no cake or candles. As long as she could see him standing in front of her and personally wish her a happy birthday, her 18th birthday would be perfect. He Jichu could clearly see that Gu Nianji was distracted. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands popped. They were very obvious on his fair skin, like cracks in the ice on exquisite porcelain. You don't have to take it seriously, but I, He Jichu, have never gone back on my word. He Jichu stood up. You don't have to refuse or think too much about it. I always throw birthday parties for my students. If you don't believe me, you can ask them yourself. Gu Nianji collected her thoughts and thought about it carefully. She had once heard from her fellow graduate students that the professors would indeed celebrate their graduate students' birthdays, but most of them would go out to a restaurant for a meal and then go to karaoke. She had never heard of He Jichu spending as much as he did. Of course, those people couldn't compare to a mentor as powerful as He Jichu. No matter which of these three choices, it will take time to prepare. You should choose one quickly. He Jichu turned around and walked toward the spiral staircase, leaving Gu Nianji with a view of his long and lonely back. Gu Nianji bit her lip and could tell that He Jichu was angry. With his ability, these three choices were probably like watching a movie, eating at a restaurant, or going to a karaoke bar for an ordinary person's birthday. Gu Nianji asked weakly, "Will it be very troublesome for a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean?" She had her own selfish motives. If her 18th birthday party was held at the U.S. Capitol or the Rose Garden on the south lawn of the White House, the chances of Hua Xiaoheng attending would be very low. Even if he could overcome all difficulties and really come to see her, Gu Nianji couldn't bear to put him in danger. She knew that Hua Xiaoheng's identity was too sensitive. The CIA in the U.S. might have been keeping an eye on him. He Jichu's footsteps stopped. His hand was on the staircase's railing, and his two long legs were one high and one low on the stairs. Without turning around, he said, "Okay, a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean." His mood improved a little, because he was also willing to go with the third option. On a cruise on the high seas, he could celebrate her birthday without any qualms. But he still didn't turn around. He slowly walked up the stairs alone and left Gu Nianji downstairs. Gu Nianji sighed and turned to leave the main house. She went to the garage to find the driver from earlier to take him home. The driver was very talkative and chattered with Gu Nianji about many interesting things He Jichu and his students had done. It turned out that He Jichu did indeed celebrate the birthday of his graduate students every year, and it was always extravagant. In the past 3 years, he had taken his students on a day trip to Las Vegas, booked a movie theater at Universal Studios in Florida, and taken them hunting in Africa. Compared to that, the three choices he had prepared for himself weren't too out of line. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly mocked herself for being so petty. He Jichu was too far away from her, and a girl from an ordinary family like her couldn't imagine the way these elites spent their money. Returning to her apartment with Zhao Liangzi, Gu Nianji told him about her 18th birthday party. "Professor, he gave me 3 choices: the U.S. Congress, the White House, or a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean. I chose a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean for my birthday. Wouldn't it be easier for Uncle Hua to go?" Zhao Liangzi laughed. "The high seas are much easier than entering the U.S. Congress or the White House. I told them that Big Xiong would be coming too." "That's great." Gu Nianji's eyes curved with joy, and her thick black eyelashes fluttered on her fair, delicate face like 2 disturbing butterflies. Zhao Liangzi averted his eyes. "I'll tell them." "Hua Xiao, Professor, he plans to celebrate Nianji's 18th birthday on a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean." Zhao Liangzi sent the message back without a video call. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curved slightly when he saw the message, but he quickly calmed down. "Big Xiong, don't bother." Hua Xiaoheng called In Shi Xiang. "Nianji's 18th birthday party will be held on the high seas. In Shi Xiao was delighted. On the high seas? Ha 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 ha. That's great. We could do whatever we want on the high seas, huh? When Mei Xiaowen received the news about Gun Yinji's 18th birthday party, it was only a week away. On a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean, he looked at the electronic invitation Gun Yinji had sent him and was very surprised. Who's so generous? Jiang Hongcha leaned against his back and hugged his neck, looking at the electronic invitation with him, and was also surprised. Isn't your little girlfriend an orphan? Her guardian is that rich? He's holding a birthday party on a Caribbean cruise? Her guardian is just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he have that much money? Mei Xiaowen shook his head absent-mindedly, and his expression darkened as he had a bad feeling. Jiang Hongcha paused, her thoughts echoing Mei Xiaowen's. A strange smile appeared on her face, and she whispered in Mei Xiaowen's ear, "You see, a beautiful woman, no matter how bad her background is, as long as she has the looks and brains, she has unlimited possibilities. So never underestimate a woman." What do you mean? Mei Xiaowen pushed Jiang Hongcha away. Nianji isn't that kind of person. He refused to believe that Gun Yinji had betrayed him like Jiang Hongcha had. I didn't say she was that kind of person. Jiang Hongcha sat back on the sofa and crossed her slender legs. She rested her chin on her hand and said dryly, "But a penniless orphan suddenly having an 18th birthday party on a Caribbean cruise ship. Doesn't that mean she found a sugar daddy?" Mei Xiaowen walked into the back room without a word and took out his phone to call Gun Yinji. It was 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning on Gun Yinji's side. She had just walked into the Committee of Appropriations office in the U.S. Capitol when her phone rang. Seeing that it was Mei Xiaowen, she happily answered the call. "Xiaowen, did you get the invitation?" "I did." Mei Xiaowen suppressed his anger and asked quietly, "Nianji, why did you want to celebrate your birthday on a Caribbean cruise ship?" "It's not what I wanted," Gun Yinji said cheerfully. "It's Professor He. He's celebrating my birthday with everyone on a Caribbean cruise ship." So was Professor He. Mei Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought about it, his heart sank again. Professor He? He? Why is he so nice to you? Why is he willing to spend so much money? Mei Xiaowen's tone made Gun Yinji very unhappy. "What do you mean? Make yourself clear." She angrily walked into her small office and shut the door. Mei Xiaowen raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "Don't play dumb. You know what I mean." "Tell me, why would a mentor take out so much money to celebrate your birthday? Do you think I'm stupid?" "Mei Xiaowen, don't humiliate me and Professor He." Gun Yinji was furious. She wanted to throw her phone away. "Apologize to me right now, or I'll never talk to you again." Gun Yinji's reaction was so dramatic. Her voice even had a hint of nasal sobbing. "Is there really no other reason?" Mei Xiaowen was also nervous. "Nianji, you know I love you. I've been waiting for you, and you promised to be my girlfriend when you come back in 6 months. You can't go back on your word." Gun Yinji was very angry, but Mei Xiaowen was so worried about her that she couldn't continue arguing with him, and his concerns weren't completely unreasonable. Before Gun Yinji knew about He Jichu's generosity towards his students, hadn't she also cautiously kept her distance from him? "Xiaowen, Professor He's status is not ordinary. He's always been this generous when it comes to his students' birthdays. I didn't really go out of line this time." Gun Yinji suppressed her anger and explained to Mei Xiaowen. He once sent his students on a day trip to Las Vegas, booked a whole theater at Universal Studios in Florida, and even took them hunting in Africa, all at Professor He's expense. What? Mei Xiaowen suddenly realized he was wrong, and his face was full of shame. He was truly a frog in a well. It seemed like people like Professor He were even richer than him, a second-generation rich kid from an aristocratic family. "Nianji, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought like that before I figured it out." Mei Xiaowen sincerely apologized. "You see, it's really different being Professor He's student. There's no professor in our country who would go this far for their own graduate student." Gun Yinji admired Mei Xiaowen's attitude of correcting his mistakes and not letting them argue overnight. They were in a different place and still in the early stages of getting to know each other, so a prompt explanation like this was all the more necessary. She hadn't even agreed to be his girlfriend, yet Mei Xiaowen was already so worried about her. Was this really an expression of love? All right, I shouldn't have lost my temper at you just now. Gunyinji gave Mei Xiaowen a way out. So are you coming or not? Of course I'll come. I'll definitely come. Mei Xiaowen rubbed his palms together. He planned to use this opportunity to get closer to Professor He and let him know that Gunyinji was his girlfriend. Would he take care of him? After hanging up, Mei Xiaowen pushed open the door to see Jiang Hongsha standing up from her computer. What are you doing? Mei Xiaowen didn't like people touching his computer. Playing Minesweeper. Jiang Hongsha shrugged. How was it? Did you get the answer? Yeah. Her professor threw a birthday party for her. Mei Xiaowen tossed his phone onto the computer desk. You're overthinking it. Professor? Jiang Hongsha's eyes darted around. Xiaowen, when I was studying at the Juliet School of Music, I heard that one of our female classmates slept with a professor in exchange for good grades and scholarships. Professor, he isn't that kind of person. Mei Xiaowen finally understood. And for her, celebrating her birthday on a cruise ship is like getting your nails done. Do you really think getting your nails done is going to bankrupt you? Having known Mei Xiaowen for so long, Jiang Hongsha felt that this was the first time he had insulted her so harshly. She endured and endured, but in the end, she kept Mei Xiaowen company, as if nothing had happened. Mei Xiaowen had everything planned out, but the next morning, when he was about to board the plane, Jiang Hongsha, who had spent the night with him, suddenly complained of stomachache. She rolled around on the bed in pain. Hongsha? Hongsha? Are you all right? Mei Xiaowen picked up his phone in a panic and called an ambulance. Half an hour later, Jiang Hongsha was rushed to the operating room. Mei Xiaowen sat alone outside the operating room, not daring to speak to anyone. Because the doctor had told him that Jiang Hongsha had miscarried, he watched helplessly as his plane flew away. 2 hours later, Jiang Hongsha was wheeled out of the operating room. The obstetrician with the loudest voice looked at Mei Xiaowen reproachfully. You too, your girlfriend has a child, and you still don't know how to control yourself. Are you happy now that the child is gone? Mei Xiaowen was speechless. He quietly stayed by Jiang Hongsha's bedside until she woke up that afternoon. Xiaowen? Jiang Hongsha looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry for delaying your flight. Hurry up and book another flight. It's not too late. Mei Xiaowen shook his head. It's okay. I'll celebrate her birthday with her when she returns next year. I want to be with you for the next few days. Even if she had miscarried, she still needed confinement. Soon after, Gunyinji, who was far away in a foreign country, received a text from Mei Xiaowen saying that he was busy for the next few days and wouldn't be able to make it. Gunyinji looked at her phone and didn't feel particularly disappointed. She thought about it and texted Mei Xiaowen back, politely expressing her understanding. Hijichu wasn't in Washington for the next few days either. When Shuyi said that professor he had urgent matters to attend to at home, so he had to rush back. He might not be able to attend the birthday party, but he had entrusted everything to Shuyi, and so on. Gunyinji didn't completely believe when Shuyi, but Hijichu still hadn't returned the night before her birthday. Gunyinji hugged her panda pillow as she sat in her bedroom, resting her head on her hand. This time, it was probably only Uncle Hua and the others who would be by her side to celebrate her birthday with her. Zhao Yanzi knocked on the door and smiled. Sleep early. We have to go to the airport early tomorrow morning. This is the second and third chapter in one, with 4,100 words, including the monthly votes of 4,600 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 176. Gunyinji and Zhao Liangzi now lived in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. It was on the eastern coast of the United States and was basically in the middle of the North and South. Cruises to the Caribbean usually departed from New York Harbor, so they had to fly to New York first and then board the ship there. Gunyinji was fascinated. I heard that professor, he ordered the best fireworks from our country and had them shipped by air. Will we be able to see them tomorrow night? Haven't you seen enough in China? Zhao Liangzi laughed at her. That year on National Day, You made a fuss about going to see the fireworks. Hua Xiao was so annoyed that he decided to take you out, but you fell asleep halfway. Hua Xiao carried you on his back all night, and we couldn't even pull him off. You just hugged him like a koala and wouldn't let go. Gun Yinji blushed as she recalled the situation and said sheepishly, I didn't know any better back then. Uncle Hua must have been exhausted. Not really. Zhao Yangzi raised his right hand and snapped. All right, anyway, don't forget the fireworks we saw together just because you have Professor He's fireworks. Of course I won't. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. And I'm so happy because I want to see fireworks with Uncle Hua. Zhao Yangzi patted her head. Go to sleep. They went to their respective rooms to sleep. They woke up early the next morning. Gun Yinji had a backpack and a small cherry blossom pink suitcase in her hand. Zhao Yangzi had a large backpack, and his suitcase was also much larger than Gun Yinji's. They were going to stay on the cruise for 2 days and 2 nights, and they were going to international waters. As usual, Zhao Yangzi had made many preparations. This was a habit of their profession. It was always better to be safe than sorry. It was always better to be safe than sorry. The taxi they had called arrived around 8 o'clock and took them to the airport at the time they had agreed to meet Wen Shui. A white man in a black uniform walked over and led them through the VIP entrance into the airport. Assistant Wen ordered me to wait for you here. This is the private jet professor he prepared for you. You can fly there directly. 2 beautiful blonde stewardesses disembarked from the private jet to help Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi with their luggage. Cold sweat broke out on Gun Yinji's forehead as she looked at Zhao Liangzi. Let's go. Since we're already here, let's go up. Zhao Yangzi nonchalantly tossed the suitcase in his hand to the flight attendant. Gun Yinji couldn't help laughing. She dragged her small suitcase and boarded the private plane with Zhao Yangzi. The private jet was neither too big nor too small. Apart from the pilot, co-pilot, and 2 flight attendants, it could carry 8 passengers. Of course, Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi were the only passengers this time. After they boarded the plane, Zhao Yangzi remembered Brother Huang and asked Gun Yinji, Is your brother going? Gun Yinji nodded. Sure, but he left with teaching assistant Wen. Gun Yinji only wanted 4 spots for herself and gave them to Hua Xiaoheng, Zhao Yangzi, Yin Shixiang, and Mei Xiaowen respectively. Mei Xiaowen wasn't coming, so she only had 3 guests, but they were all people she valued the most. Zhao Yangzi pursed his lips, lowered his head, and took out his phone to text Hua Xiaoheng. Mr. Zhao, please turn off your phone. We're about to take off. One of the blonde flight attendants walked over to give them drinks and remind Zhao Liangzi not to use his phone while the plane was taking off. Zhao Liangzi smiled and switched his phone to airplane mode, then turned it off. Gun Yinji asked for a cup of hot coffee and held it in her hand to clear her mind. Not long after, there was a deafening roar from the plane. They took off. Gun Yinji looked through the window and saw the ground rapidly receding. The scenery in front of her grew increasingly blurry, then suddenly rose from the ground. The houses, cars, and pedestrians on the ground gradually became like pieces on a chessboard. The plane quickly stabilized after entering the stratosphere. The flight attendants brought them breakfast. The food on the private jet was even better than the food in the first-class cabins of commercial airliners. The key was that it was fresh, and it was obvious that the food was individually prepared, not cooked in large pots or microwave meals. Gun Yinji ate with relish, and even watched the latest movie after eating. For hours later, around 3 in the afternoon, they finally flew over the high seas of the Caribbean. Looking down from the plane, the entire sea was a deep blue, like a fine sapphire. Scattered islands were lush and green, dotting the vast sea. The blue sea reflected the snow-white clouds, and there were coconut trees on the shore of the white sand. It was a tropical scene. Gun Yinji wanted nothing more than to change into a grass skirt, hang a string of orchids around her neck, and run off to dance with the natives. The plane landed on a small island in the high seas of the Caribbean. Wen Shui was waiting for them at the airport in a bright red and black maxi dress and a wide-brimmed straw hat. Let's go. The cruise ship is over there. We'll take a speedboat. Wen Shui waved at Gun Yinji and nodded at Zhao Yangzi. Gun Yinji looked around and saw that Wen Shui was the only one there. Teaching assistant Wen, where are the other guests? The other guests will arrive soon. Wen Shui smiled and pointed to a pink cruise ship not far away. See that? Professor, he specially prepared it for you. It's a brand new cruise ship launched this year, and it's named after you. Gunyinji pushed her sunglasses to her forehead and looked over with wide eyes. She saw the word Ninji written in bold cursive on the bow of the pink cruise ship between the sea and the sky, followed by a line of smaller words. My princess Gu. Gunyinji was completely shocked. She pursed her lips and laughed sheepishly. Teaching assistant Wen is so interesting. Professor, he is very thoughtful. More than thoughtful, Wen Shui said meaningfully as she led them to the speedboat on the shore. The speedboat rode the wind and waves and soon arrived at the cruise ship. A rope ladder was lowered from the cruise ship, and they climbed up. Gunyinji and Zhao Liang's suitcases had already been hoisted up. Gunyinji and Zhao Liang's suitcases had already been hoisted up. Gunyinji and Zhao Liang's stood on the pink cruise ship, the princess, at a loss. Wen Shui was right. This was indeed a brand new cruise ship. Even the faint smell of paint had not dissipated. They had entered the second floor, which was the banquet hall. The chandeliers above their heads shone brilliantly, like a sky full of stars. There was a dance floor in the middle of the hall. The floor had just been oiled, and it was gleaming. There were many seats scattered around the dance floor, as well as a bar and a place for the DJ. Although there was no one there yet, Gunyinji could already hear the music. She and Zhao Liangza toured the floors under Wen Shui's guidance. The third floor was where the accommodations were. They were all suites with their own bathrooms, and the soundproofing was very good. As soon as they walked in, they couldn't even hear the sound of the waves. The fourth floor was the highest floor, and there was an open-air playground there. There was a big wheel, a swimming pool, a high diving platform, a merry-go-round, and a windmill. It was like a dream from a fairy tale, but it really was like a dream. It was such a big, new cruise ship, and they couldn't hear anyone. There were only the three of them. Gunyinji's palms were sweating. She looked at Wen Shui, who was moving freely, and asked, "Where are the other guests? Why is there no one else but the three of us?" Wen Shui smiled. "There are also the sailors and cooks. I didn't take you to see them earlier. As for the other guests, they're on a commercial plane. They have to change to a speedboat in Barbados." She looked at her watch as she spoke. "Soon, they'll be here in 2 or 3 hours." She added, "They should be here before sunset. This is the first watch. The second watch should be 2 watches in one, including the monthly votes of 4,700 plus 1 watch. It will be around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi." Chapter 177. The birthday party was being held at night. Gunyinji felt uneasy and took out her phone to call Brother Huang. "Ninji." Brother Huang's cheerful voice sounded from the phone. "Birthday girl, have you arrived at the cruise yet?" Gunyinji relaxed and smiled. "I just arrived. What about you guys? Where are you?" "We have a lot of people on the plane. We have to go to Barbados first, then change to a speedboat there." Brother Huang's words were the same as Wen Shui's, and Gunyinji relaxed a little. She remembered He Jichu calling her before he left and promising that he would be back in time to celebrate her birthday. At the time, she had politely told him that if Professor He's family was in an emergency, it would be best to take care of them first. But she also knew that He Jichu wouldn't go back on his word. He had an air of authority about him that was similar to Hua Xiaoheng's to a certain extent. Gunyinji had known him for so long that she felt she should trust him. "Okay, I'll wait for you guys then." Gunyinji hung up with a smile. "Okay, let's go back to our room and get ready for the grand birthday party tonight." When Shui winked at Gunyinji, Gunyinji forced a smile back. Gunyinji knew that she wasn't as cultured as Wen Shui. She couldn't conceal her true feelings so well. Gunyinji knew that she wasn't as cultured as Wen Shui. She and Zhao Liangza returned to the 3rd floor of the cruise and found a suite in the middle. "Ninji, let's not be pretentious. Can you stay with me?" Zhao Liangza opened his suitcase and took out his electronic equipment and instruments as he spoke to her. Gu Nianji nodded. Even if Zhao Yangzi hadn't suggested it, she would have suggested it anyway. She only felt safe when she was with people she knew on the vast ocean. Brother Zhe, where are Uncle Hua and the others now? Do they know this place? Gu Nianji was a little uneasy. Don't worry, I've already sent them the coordinates. Zhao Yangzi recalled Hua Xiaoheng's trip and couldn't help laughing. He looked up to see Gu Nianji's concerned eyes and tossed his iPad to her. Hua Xiao always makes a big scene when he travels. See for yourself. After saying that, he made a face at her. Gu Nianji took the iPad suspiciously and swiped it open. She saw that the homepage was the famous American news website, CXX. The words "Breaking News" were written in big red letters. Under the headline was a clear photo taken by a satellite. Waves rolled on the blue sea, and a long black ship emerged from the water. On the ship, a bright red flag fluttered in the wind. The resolution of the satellite photo was extremely high, and Gu Nianji could even see the 5 red stars on the flag. Below the photo was clearly written, "The Huaxia Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine has suddenly appeared in Guam." What is its purpose? Our country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already issued a serious note to the Huaxia Empire. We've been treated unreasonably by the Huaxia Empire's officials. Gu Nianji's heart jumped. Looking at the time of the news, it was actually 6 days ago. Guam was a territory of the United States and the most important military base in the Western Pacific. In order to deal with the Huaxia Empire, the United States had built Guam into an unsinkable aircraft carrier. They had spent $12.6 billion to build the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier dock, the most sensitive missile defense system, and the most powerful combat training ground. However, such a huge and advanced military base had been secretly snuck under by the Huaxia Empire's nuclear submarine. It had even surfaced to greet them. Brother Zhe, could this be? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhao Yangzi, her heart pounding. Could it be that Uncle Hua had come on a nuclear submarine this time? Zhao Yangzi nodded slightly and smiled. Hua Xiao happened to be on his way here, so was on the way. You know, that thing doesn't move very fast. The speed of a nuclear submarine wasn't its advantage. Its advantage was that it carried missiles that could directly attack the enemy's coast. It was an important strategic weapon that guaranteed a second nuclear strike. Hua Xiaoheng and the others had set off a few days ago. They had reserved 2 days to celebrate Gu Nianji's birthday in the Caribbean. 6 days ago at this moment, Hua Xiaoheng looked at the U.S. military base in Guam and gave an order with a half-smile. "Since we're here, let's say hello." Then, the nuclear submarine slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, the Huaxia Empire's flag fluttering in the wind. It appeared in the waters near Guam. When the personnel on duty at the U.S. military base in Guam saw the huge object appear on the radar screen, he hurriedly took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly, afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, his companion tapped him on the shoulder and pointed to the sea outside the window. He said expressionlessly, "What are you rubbing? Look outside, we're already at the door. Do you think your eyes are playing tricks on you?" Soon after, an ear-piercing alarm sounded at the U.S. military base in Guam. The radar spun rapidly as fighter jets took off from the airport, closely monitoring the nuclear submarine that had silently snuck under their noses. The U.S. military's highest-resolution satellite quickly captured countless photos and sent them to the National Defense Building in Washington, D.C. The U.S. military experts quickly discovered that this was the Qin-class nuclear submarine that the Huaxia Empire had just successfully developed. It had actually silently entered the water and was cruising with missiles. However, as the Americans shouted, protested, and stomped their feet, the Huaxia Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine silently sank to the bottom of the sea and quickly left the U.S. military base in Guam. Gu Nianji was wearing a snow-white bikini and a navy maxi dress. She was lying on a lounge chair next to the swimming pool on the 4th floor of the cruise ship. She was sunbathing as she flipped through the news on her iPad. According to the timeline of the news, the next time the nuclear submarine appeared would be near the Hawaiian Islands in the U.S. mainland. Gu Yinji felt a sense of pride as she watched the Huaxiao Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine occupy the major news section of the CXX website for 6 days. She hugged the iPad and kissed the screen. Zhao Yangzi wore a pair of flowery, mid-length swimming trunks and sunglasses as he lay on a lounge chair next to Gu Yinji, also sunbathing. Wen Shuyi was still wearing her bright red and black maxi dress as she lay on the lounge chair across from Gu Yinji and Zhao Yangzi. They were separated by a swimming pool that was so clear it was almost blue. Gu Yinji's fingers gently stroked the photo of the nuclear submarine on the iPad. She thought of Hua Xiaoheng's breathtakingly handsome face, as well as his silent companionship and protection. Her heart warmed up. He was on his way. Gu Yinji's heart was filled with endless courage. As long as he was by her side, she wasn't afraid of anyone. What was Wen Shuyi to her? Gu Yinji picked up a red wine and raised it to Wen Shuyi with a smile as she toasted her. Wen Shuyi was obviously shocked by her actions. She froze for a moment before raising her glass to return the toast. The waiter on the cruise ship brought them tropical delicacies, fried frangipani, fresh and sweet oysters, steamed prawns, cheese crab soup, lobster dip, potato chips, and vegetable salad. It was accompanied by a colorful cocktail with a miniature bamboo umbrella on top. Gu Yinji never mistreated her stomach. She and Zhao Yangzi ate heartily together. As time passed, the sun gradually set in the west. The cruise ship slowly moved forward. The sunlight had changed from the scorching heat of the day to a dark gold, a bit like a ripe ivory. It was yellow and no longer hot. Instead, it carried a warm and sweet fragrance. Gu Yinji took off her sunglasses and looked at the setting sun. The afterglow danced in the water like shards of gold. As far as the eye could see, a speedboat was rapidly approaching. Gu Yinji stood up. Is that Brother Huang and the others? Wen Shuyi also stood up and looked for a while before nodding with a smile. It should be them. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had followed the Qin-class nuclear submarine to Cuba. It had set sail from Holudio in the El province of the Empire 6 or 7 days ago. It had been stealthily sailing the entire way, first appearing in Guam, then Hawaii. Finally, it had dove underwater and sailed at full speed from Cape Horn, the southernmost tip of South America. It had been stealthily sailing north along the entire South American continent. Finally, on Gu Yinji's birthday, it had arrived in Cuban waters and surfaced again. This time, he had come with the Huaxia Imperial Navy's senior admiral on a visit to Cuba. Of course, he wouldn't appear in Cuba. It took less than an hour to travel from Cuba to the Caribbean Sea, where the cruise ship was located by speedboat. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang emerged from the submarine and went ashore like the ordinary submarine soldiers. At the same time, on a nearby island in Bermuda, Bai Shuang sat on the balcony of a luxurious villa and texted her cousin, Bai Yueran, who was far away in the Huaxia Empire. "Sis, I found my dad." Bai Yueran couldn't fall asleep at 4 or 5 in the morning. Ever since Hua Xiaoheng had insisted on visiting Cuba with the senior admiral of the nuclear submarine force, her eyelids had been twitching and her mind had been restless. She got up to look at the time and saw a text from an unknown number on her phone. She swiped open the phone, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her gaze was somewhat blank. She sat quietly for 5 minutes before making up her mind. Bai Shuang's father was the Deputy Minister of Secret Service of the Huaxia Empire, Bai Yuxing, who had recently defected to the United States. Although the Bai family was powerful and intertwined with the major families through marriage, Bai Yuxing's defection had dealt a huge blow to the Huaxia Empire's intelligence system in North America. There had been countless losses, so even with the Bai family's power, they couldn't hold on much longer. The members of the Bai family were investigated one by one, removed from their positions, and transferred. Bai Yuxing's daughter, Bai Shuang, directly fell from her position as the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so she had to resign and no longer hold public office. After she left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, she began to work in the Bai family's own family business, but after a while, she also left. It wasn't good to be looked down upon by outsiders, and it was even worse to be looked down upon by one's own family. She also wanted to find her father and ask him in person why. After all, he was her biological father who had doted on her since she was a child. Her search had finally paid off. Her father, Bai Yuxing, was very happy to see her and pulled her aside to ask all sorts of questions. However, he still avoided her questions. He had indeed defected, but he had only done it to pursue his own values and to live a better life. Was he guilty of such a heinous crime? Bai Yuan looked at the text and dialed a number. Bai Shuang was sitting alone on the balcony, bored, when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She swiped it open and saw that it was actually a call from her cousin, Bai Yuan. She hurriedly picked up and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, Shuang, listen to me. Where are you?" Bai Yuan's voice was calm as she called Bai Shuang to calm her down. She also began to use satellite positioning to determine Bai Shuang's specific location. 5 minutes later, the satellite positioning was completed and showed that Bai Shuang was on the other side of the blue planet, on the island of Bermuda. Bai Yuan looked at the mark displayed on the computer. Her heart skipped a beat, and she continued to ask, "Shuang, have you found second uncle?" Bai Shuang's father, Bai Yuxing, was the younger brother of Bai Yuan's father. "I found him. Thank God he's still alive, and he's doing well." Bai Shuang patted her chest. She had been so afraid that her father had disappeared without a trace. Bai Yuan smiled. "Where's second uncle? Can he come to the phone?" "I'm afraid not now. He went out to sea with someone and said he would only be back tonight." Bai Shuang looked at her watch. "It's still early. Then how are you going to contact second uncle? Why don't you give me his phone number, and I'll ask my father to call second uncle and persuade him. We're all family. With the power of our Bai family, it's not impossible to settle his matter." Bai Yuan calmly stalled for time as she passed the news of Bai Yuxing's discovery to General Ji, the supreme commander of the Huaxia Imperial Army. At the same time, the director of the Secret Service, Speaker Long of the Senate, and the commander of the 6th Military Region, Major General Hua, also received her message. Bai Shuang was so excited that she gave Bai Yuxing's current phone number to Bai Yuan. She also wanted her uncle to intercede on her father's behalf and let him return to the Huaxia Empire and not die. Bai Yuan immediately passed the message to the professionals of the 6th Military Region and asked them to start the Nandu satellite navigation system to begin locating Bai Yuxing's current phone. 15 minutes later, Bai Yuxing's current location was also located. "General Ji, Speaker Long, I think this is a great opportunity. Major General Hua happens to be near that area, so we should authorize him to act immediately," Bai Yuan said calmly. Bai Yuan said calmly, "As far as we know, Bai Yuxing hasn't told us everything he knows. It's not because he's shameless, but purely because he wants to maximize the benefits of the information he has. Because if he tells us everything, he'll be useless. The Americans are the best at turning their backs and selling out their underlings." General Ji, Speaker Long, and the director of the Secret Service unanimously agreed to immediately act against Bai Yuxing. This person couldn't be left alive. Every minute he stayed was another minute of damage to the national interests of the Huaxia Empire. General Ji and Speaker Long's top-secret authorization was transmitted to the Huaxia Empire's Qing-class nuclear submarine docked in the waters near Cuba 5 minutes later. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had just gotten ashore and found a speedboat to sail when they were quickly called back. Major General Hua. Secret message from the military. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and read the message word by word. He didn't speak for a long time. "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang asked worriedly. "Something happened? It can't be Nianji, right?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and looked up at the vast ocean between the sea and the sky. Gu Nianji's cruise ship was in that direction. He sighed softly and finally made up his mind. "There's a mission. Let's carry it out first." If he acted quickly, he should be able to get to the cruise ship in the middle of the Caribbean Sea before the banquet started. This was the second chapter of 2 chapters in one, including the monthly votes of 4,700+ chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 178. Bai Yuxing put on a ginger diving suit, a wide monocle, a pair of flip-flops, and a scuba gear on his back. He flipped over from a white speedboat in the Bermuda Sea and plunged into the water. He was less than 50 years old and had maintained his figure well. He looked like he was in his 30s at most. He had fallen from a high-ranking official of the Huaxiao Empire to a fugitive trader. Although he tried to act tough, he was still depressed. The Huaxiao Empire's Special Operations Forces had been chasing him relentlessly. In order to survive, he had been protected by the CIA from the most prosperous metropolis in the United States all the way to Central America, a small British island with only 60,000 people. It was less than the population of a county in the Huaxiao Empire. After arriving here, he didn't interact with others. The CIA agents protecting him didn't talk to him much either. He was bored and later became addicted to diving, especially deep diving. It was as if he could isolate himself from all the troubles of the world by diving to the bottom of the sea. Because the Bermuda Triangle was a famous death zone in the world, ships and planes often disappeared for no reason, so the waters of the Bermuda Islands were rarely visited. The natural landscape was well preserved, and it was a paradise for diving enthusiasts. He carried the scuba gear and dove continuously in the sea. Schools of colorful tropical fish swam past him, not afraid of him at all. Instead, they swam around him curiously. The sun was particularly strong in the afternoon, but it wasn't hot at the bottom because of the sea. It was warm near the surface, but it got colder and dimmer the deeper he went. Bai Yuxing turned on the yellow diving flashlight in his hand and observed the strange underwater flora and fauna. He was immersed in the tranquil water. He felt very safe here and wasn't afraid at all. He knew there were 3 very powerful CIA agents protecting him on the speedboat on the surface. There were even CIA agents lurking in places he couldn't see. No matter how powerful the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces were, they wouldn't expect him to be hiding thousands of miles away at the bottom of the sea and enjoying life. If he could, he wanted to go back to college and study marine biology to become a marine biologist. His daughter, Bai Shuang, was already by his side. The CIA had agreed to help them change their names and start a new life. Bai Yuxing held the diving flashlight and looked at the rare white coral in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Swinging his frog shoes, he stopped sinking and swam forward. Just then, 2 people in dark blue diving suits suddenly appeared from behind a coral reef nearby. Bai Yuxing was stunned. He had never met another diver in this part of the sea. They were the first pair of tourists he had met in the 2 months he had been here. Their swimming postures were very standard. They also carried scuba gear on their backs and wore waterproof goggles that covered their entire heads and faces. They also wore large diving goggles. They were tall and agile like 2 fish. They swam towards him. Bai Yuxing raised his diving flashlight to greet them. However, the 2 of them shot over like arrows, creating bubbles on the seabed as they arrived at his side from the left and right. Bai Yuxing suddenly understood, and a great fear suddenly gripped him from head to toe. In an instant, he found it difficult to even breathe. It was the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. In the end, they still managed to catch up. Bai Yuxing threw away the diving flashlight in his hand and wanted to press the alarm on his arm so that the 2 CIA agents on the surface would know he was in danger and would immediately come to his rescue. However, he still underestimated the ability of the 2 people, especially the more stalwart man on his right. His hands and feet were almost as fast as lightning, and he immediately grabbed Bai Yuxing's right arm. The man's grip was so strong that it was like an iron clamp clamping down on Bai Yuxing. At the same time, one of his hands reached out and yanked off Bai Yuxing's diving mask, then unplugged his breathing device. The other man grabbed Bai Yuxing's other arm from behind. Bai Yuxing couldn't even scream. Soon, his heart was squeezed by the water coming from all directions, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He twitched like a pendulum in the hands of the 2 men, kicking up a series of splashes. Unfortunately, they had dived too deep. More than 100 meters under the sea, the splashes couldn't cause any ripples on the surface. The 2 divers who swam over from behind the coral reef were Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiao. With the help of the Nandu satellite navigation system, they found Bai Yuxing's exact location. It wasn't easy to get rid of the CIA agents protecting Bai Yuxing, but they hadn't expected Bai Yuxing to dive to the bottom of the sea alone. With such a good opportunity, even Hua Xiaoheng, who had never been superstitious, secretly said, "God bless the Huaxia Empire." Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang rented 2 sets of diving equipment and swam under the sea for a full 2 hours before they finally avoided the spies and reached Bai Yuxing's side. Without scuba gear in the deep sea, Bai Yuxing would either choke to death or suffocate to death from the water pressure. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care how Bai Yuxing died, as long as he was dead. He and Yin Shixiang dragged Bai Yuxing, who had lost his waterproof mask and scuba tube, underwater for another half an hour. After confirming that he was as dead as a doornail, they calmly took photos and collected evidence. They also took a piece of his skin and put it in a special evidence tube. When they let go, Bai Yuxing's body quickly floated up to the surface of the sea. Hua Xiaoheng waved at Yin Shixiang, and the two of them quickly swam back the way they had come. Back on shore, they squeezed into a group of scuba diving enthusiasts and returned the rented diving equipment. They quickly left before the CIA agents found Bai Yuxing's body. Their operation this time had been unbelievably successful, and they had even gotten rid of a major threat to the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng, who had always been calm, had a relaxed smile on his face. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they returned to the waters of Cuba, where the Qin-class nuclear submarine was anchored. Hua Xiaoheng hurriedly found someone to borrow a speedboat. He and Yin Shixiang needed to rush to the cruise ship that Gunyinji was on in the Caribbean international waters. There were abundant coral reefs on the bottom of the Caribbean Sea, which was a taboo for submarines, so they had never thought of taking a nuclear submarine there. At that moment, the sea, which had been illuminated by the setting sun, suddenly darkened. Clouds swarmed in from all directions, so thick that they looked like they were about to fall. The sky quickly darkened, and the wind began to blow. "What's wrong?" Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, and he pulled over a local to ask about the situation in English. The man only spoke Spanish. By the time they finally found someone who could speak English, large raindrops the size of pebbles had already begun to fall from the sky. The man anxiously gestured to Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang. "It's raining, and there's going to be a hurricane. You guys better not go out to sea." "A hurricane?" Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed, and he and Yin Shixiang hurriedly returned to the nuclear submarine to check the weather conditions. At the same time, the Caribbean Sea where Gunyinji and the others were still calm. Gunyinji stood on the Princess cruise ship and watched as the speedboat sped towards them. Her red lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. She rushed to the side of the ship and waved her arms in greeting. There were many people standing on the speedboat, all of them wearing straw hats to cover their faces. Hearing someone shouting from the sea, a few of them couldn't help but look up. The dense mass of people on the boat were all black. Gunyinji's eyes widened as she looked at the people on the speedboat again and turned to ask Wen Shui, "Teaching assistant Wen, did you invite a lot of black people?" She didn't remember having black classmates or friends. Wen Shui shook her head in surprise. "No, they're all Chinese, and there are a few white people. You know them too? Alan and the others." Zhao Yangze also walked over to take a look. He was much more experienced than Gunyinji, and he immediately noticed something was wrong with a glance. He immediately pulled her back and said in a low voice, "Let's go. They're pirates." This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,800 plus updates. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 179. As soon as she heard pirates, Gunyinji's first reaction was to look at Wen Shui. "Teaching assistant Wen, what's going on?" Wen Shui rushed to the side of the boat and looked into the distance. The white speedboat was getting closer, and she could already see the hideous faces of the people on board. "Oh no!" Wen Shui gripped the side of the boat, her face full of disbelief. "Where are the guests I invited? I ordered the speedboat for them." If the people on the speedboat weren't the guests she had invited, then where were they? Gun Yinji wanted to say something, but Zhao Yangzi had already grabbed her by the arm and dragged her back to the suite on the third floor. Once inside, Zhao Yangzi grabbed his phone to call and text with Xiaoheng and In Shixiao. The phone rang a few times, but no one picked up. Then music started and someone sang a few lines. "They're on a mission," Zhao Yangzi murmured. This was a code to indicate that they were on a mission and didn't have time to answer the phone. Gun Yinji turned to look at him. "Brother Zhe, what did you say?" Zhao Yangzi didn't hide it from her. "Hua, Xiao, and the others are on an urgent mission, so they can't answer the phone." Gun Yinji didn't say anything else. She knew that in Hua Xiaoheng's heart, his mission was always number one, and she would never be able to compete with his mission. However, she had never thought of competing with his mission either. She only hoped that she could occupy a small corner of his heart, a small place for her to stay. Gun Yinji looked down at the disassembled guns in Zhao Yangzi's box and said calmly, "Okay, then let's save ourselves." Zhao Yangzi sent an urgent message to the Huaxia Imperial Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. When Hua Xiao and the others were done with their mission, the base would relay the message. He hung up and began assembling the guns with Gun Yinji. The parts he had brought this time could be assembled into an M16 sniper rifle and an M1941 semi-automatic submachine gun. The bullets were in the compartment of the box. Neither of them spoke again as they quickly assembled the two guns and held them in their hands. "Go put on the bulletproof vest." Zhao Yangzi handed a bulletproof vest to Gun Yinji and put on another bulletproof vest for himself. Gun Yinji took it and went to the bathroom to take off her long dress. She changed into a t-shirt and shorts, then put on a bulletproof vest. As she walked out, she asked, "What if I fall into the sea?" "It's okay. This is the latest bulletproof vest developed by our country. It can also be worn as a life vest." Zhao Yangzi winked at her. Gun Yinji had to hand it to the elites of the Special Operations Forces for being able to laugh at a time like this. However, her own restless heart also calmed down. Zhao Yangzi took the bullets out of the suitcase and put them into the magazine. He wrapped it around Gun Yinji's waist like a belt. "Use them sparingly. There won't be any left after you use them." Gun Yinji was holding an M16 sniper rifle. It was a type of gun that she often practiced with Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Yangzi held a more lethal, semi-automatic submachine gun. Clips were wrapped around his waist and shoulders. He looked insufferably arrogant and awe-inspiring. "Let's go and see which pirates are so blind." Zhao Yangzi and Gun Yinji walked out. When Shui wandered in front of their door, when she saw the two of them walking out fully armed, her jaw almost dropped. "You actually have guns." "My hobby is shooting," Gun Yinji said casually. "I originally wanted to shoot sharks on the cruise ship." When Shui glared at Gun Yinji, she didn't believe a word she said, but at this time, they should be united against a common enemy. She composed herself and said, "Since you have weapons, that's much better. Let's go to the banquet hall. The chefs and sailors are all there. We can mobilize them to fight the pirates with us." As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the sound of bullets hitting the side of the cruise ship. "Let's go." Zhao Yangzi walked out first. The three of them went to the banquet hall on the second floor. 7 or 8 chefs and a dozen sailors were waiting there with terrified expressions. Seeing them arrive, a fat chef wearing a long white hat asked Wen Shui nervously, "Miss Wen, what's going on? Who are those people?" Before Wen Shui could answer, chaotic English with an accent came from outside the banquet hall. "They're here." Gun Yinji turned to look, and her pupils couldn't help contracting. Those people had actually climbed from the speedboat to the cruise ship. All of them were black and held all kinds of guns in their hands. There were pistols, rifles, and semi-automatic submachine guns. They rushed in with murderous intent. "They really are pirates. Run." The chefs and sailors in the banquet hall shouted and ran like rabbits to the other exit of the banquet hall. Then these people threw caution to the wind and jumped into the sea from the other side of the ship. Gun Yinji was dumbfounded. These people are really quick in escaping. Zhao Yangzi grabbed Gun Yinji's hand. His handsome face was cold and stern as he held the semi-automatic submachine gun in his other hand. He fired a volley of bullets at the pirates who had just rushed into the banquet hall. The pirates running at the front immediately fell to the ground. The other pirates immediately found a place to hide or lay on the ground. Zhao Liangzi turned and pulled Gu Nianji to run to the third floor. When Shui gritted her teeth, her eyes darting between Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi in shock. Their marksmanship was so good, and they were so fearless in the face of the sudden appearance of fully armed pirates. Who were these two people? But when she turned to see the pirates getting up and chasing them, she also ran to the third floor with Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi. Bullets kept falling behind them, and the brand-new hull was full of holes. Stop running. You can't escape. The pirates' sinister laughter came from behind them. Someone offered $10 million for your heads, dead or alive. Zhao Liangzi pulled Gu Nianji back to the suite on the third floor and pressed her to the back of the bed in the bedroom. Stay here and don't move. If they rush in, jump into the sea. What about you? Gu Nianji refused. I'll go with you. We could take care of each other. Zhao Liangzi was hesitant. He was different from Yin Shixiang and Hua Xiaoheng. His strength had never been hand-to-hand combat. However, he had undergone high-intensity training in the Special Operations Forces, and most people were no match for him. Wait here, I'll go out and kill a few. Zhao Liangzi opened the door to find Wen Shui standing there. Do you have night vision goggles? Wen Shui asked nervously. If you do, I'll go turn off the power on the ship. This way, the pirates would be out in the open, and they would be in the dark. Zhao Liangzi didn't know when the base would be able to contact Hua Xiaoheng to rescue them, nor did he know how strong the pirates were. He had to use all the advantages he could. Go turn off the power. I'll go see how many people there are. Zhao Liangzi nodded to Wen Shui, then turned to Gu Nianji and gave her a look. Gu Nianji blinked at him to show that she understood. Zhao Liangzi took out his glasses and put them on. His glasses could not only be used as night vision goggles, but also for video storage and transmission. Wen Shui ran in the other direction and quickly turned off the cruise's main power. The brightly lit cruise ship was suddenly plunged into darkness. Zhao Liangzi held a semi-automatic submachine gun and used the thick pillars of the cruise ship as cover. He counted the movements and numbers of the pirates one by one as he spoke to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji also put on her Bluetooth headset and heard Zhao Liangzi report. Second floor, 7 pirates, scattered in the 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 10 o'clock directions. Third floor, 9 pirates, scattered in the 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions. Fourth floor, no pirates. That meant there were at least 16 pirates on the speedboat. Gu Nianji calmly reloaded the sniper rifle and whispered, I'll go to the second floor. You take care of the third floor, then we'll meet up on the fourth floor. She then put on the night vision goggles and slipped out of the cabin. She went down to the banquet hall on the second floor and put on the night vision goggles. She saw a few pirates wandering around the banquet hall, looking for something. Gu Nianji set up the sniper rifle and crouched down. She used the railing on the dance floor as cover and aimed at the 3 pirates in the 3 o'clock direction. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. Gu Nianji was like a moving target with Hua Xiaoheng at the base. She neatly took out the 3 pirates. This was the first time she had shot a real person. She didn't know if she had killed them, but she wasn't afraid or nervous at all. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of excitement. After 3 shots, Gu Nianji held the sniper rifle and rolled to the other side of the railing to hide before the other side could retaliate. The remaining 4 pirates raised their semi-automatic submachine guns and madly attacked the direction Gu Nianji had been shooting at. The bullets almost turned the position Gu Nianji had been in into a beehive. But Gu Nianji had already turned behind them. She calmly raised the gun and aimed from behind them. She saw red, moving figures in the night vision goggles. In her eyes, these people were no longer people. Gu Nianji pulled the trigger and shot one at a time. She calmly took down all 4 pirates. Of course, her marksmanship wasn't as accurate as Hua Xiaoheng and the others. She couldn't kill them with one shot, but it was easy for her to temporarily immobilize them. The 7 pirates on the second floor are dealt with. Over. Gunyinji said quietly. Zhao Yang's voice came through the earpiece. The 9 pirates on the 3rd floor are all killed. Over. He paused. Meet up on the 4th floor. Gunyinji nodded. Right away. She ran to the stairs and quickly reached the 3rd floor. She glanced around and saw that there were indeed a few people lying in the hallway. Gunyinji didn't stop and ran up the stairs to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the highest floor of the cruise ship. It was also an open-air playground. As soon as Gunyinji stepped out of the stairwell, she was almost swept away by a gust of wind. She quickly grabbed the railing and whispered, "Brother Zay, where are you?" Behind the swimming pool diving platform. Gunyinji looked up. There was originally a round moon in the sky. The moonlight was beautiful and covered the surface of the sea in silver. But now, the wind had swept in dark clouds and covered the entire moon. The surface of the sea was extremely dark and turbulent. There was a sense of urgency, as if a storm was brewing. Gunyinji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She crouched down and felt her way in the direction of the swimming pool diving platform. Fortunately, she and Zhao Yangza had been there all afternoon and had memorized the location. The two of them met up. Zhao Yangza patted her head and asked quietly, "Are you scared?" "No." Gunyinji shook her head. "I can't embarrass Uncle Hua. You did well. If you were one of us, you'd have already done a good job." Zhao Yangza praised her softly and pulled her to stand beside him. Gunyinji was still a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't believe it was over just like that. If the pirates were telling the truth and someone had offered $10 million for their heads, then it wouldn't be just these amateur pirates. "Gunyinji? Gunyinji? Aren't you here?" When Shuyi's voice suddenly sounded from the stairwell. Gunyinji and Zhao Liangza opened their night vision goggles and looked over. There was a glimmer of light from the stairwell. When Shuyi walked over with a flashlight, Zhao Yangza frowned and said coldly, "Turn off the flashlight. Do you want to be a target?" When Shuyi quickly turned off the flashlight and ran in their direction, she said, "I see you've already killed all the pirates. I was just about to ask if you want to turn on the power." When Shuyi ran to their side and said, "I've already called the police, but this place is a bit far from the United States. The Coast Guard won't be able to get here anytime soon." Gunyinji looked at her coldly and said disdainfully, "You sure ran fast, teaching assistant one. The pirates were killed, but you're unscathed. That's because you're good." When Shuyi smiled at Gunyinji fawningly, "I didn't know you had such a great hobby. Professor, he will be so happy when he gets back and hears about this." Gunyinji was about to speak when the cruise ship suddenly jolted. She lost her balance and quickly grabbed the pole of the swimming pool's diving platform. Zhao Yangza stood behind her to protect her. What happened? When Shuyi looked back in surprise. Just then, a figure darted out from the stairwell. He was so dark that they didn't notice him immediately. By the time they noticed him, the person was already not far in front of them. He raised his gun and fired several shots. It all happened too quickly, in a flash, when Shuyi flew in front of Gunyinji to shield her. Zhao Yangza raised his semi-automatic submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets. The person turned into a beehive and fell into the swimming pool. Blood quickly dyed the pool red, but the night was too dark for them to see anything. Gunyinji's heart tightened as she watched when Shuyi sway and fall in front of her. She quickly bent down to support her. "Teaching Assistant 1? Teaching Assistant 1? What happened to you?" Zhao Yangza turned on the small flashlight and was shocked to see when Shuyi's left chest near her shoulder. She had been shot. Gunyinji laid when Shuyi flat on the ground and said to Zhao Yangza, "I'll go get the first aid kit." Zhao Yangza always brought these things with him when he went out, but they were in the cabin on the 3rd floor. He nodded. "Be careful. That person just now was probably the fish that escaped the net." He then asked Gunyinji, "Did you not kill all the pirates on the 2nd floor?" Gunyinji said sullenly, "I don't know if they're dead or not, but I took them all out." Zhao Yangza sighed. "Go get the first aid kit on the 3rd floor. I'll go to the 2nd floor." He then walked ahead of Gunyinji. Gunyinji looked back at when Shuyi and saw that she was unconscious. She should be fine for now. She hurried back to the third-floor cabin and found a first aid kit in Zhao Yang's suitcase. When she returned to the fourth floor, she saw that Zhao Yangzi had already returned. He nodded to Gun Yinji. There were 7 people on the second floor. 3 are dead, and the other 3 are still alive. I shot them all. 1 person is missing. It should be the one who chased us to the 4th floor. I don't know why he took it so hard. If he had played dead on the 2nd floor, Gun Yinji and Zhao Yangzi wouldn't have thought of shooting him again. Gun Yinji didn't say a word and half knelt down to treat when Shui's wound. She definitely couldn't remove the bullet now, but a simple bandage was enough to stop the bleeding. As she bandaged when Shui's wound, the sea breeze grew stronger. The entire cruise ship rocked in the wind and waves like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. Zhao Yangzi stood up and walked to the side of the ship to look out. In the wind and waves, several speedboats were approaching them from all directions. As expected, they hadn't killed all the pirates. The more powerful ones were still to come. Zhao Yangzi pursed his lips tightly. His palms were sweaty. Suddenly, he heard his phone ring. He quickly answered the call with his Bluetooth headset and lowered his voice. "We're in danger. We've encountered pirates." It was Hua Xiaoheng who had called after completing his mission. He stood on the coast of Cuba and looked at the stormy waters. The haze in his heart was heavier than the storm before him. This is the second chapter of 4,600 words, including the monthly votes of 4,800 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 180. Pirates? How many of them? What equipment? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was calm and steady, with a unique magnetism. Even the hurricane couldn't shake him. Zhao Yangzi looked at the speedboats approaching from all directions, his expression suddenly serious. He put on his night vision goggles and took a picture of the scene in front of him, then transmitted it back to the base via the Nandu satellite's special coded channel. 16 pirates just boarded the cruise ship and said someone offered $10 million to kill us, but Ninji and I killed them. Now, there are even more powerful ones. There are 8 speedboats heading over. If I'm not mistaken, the speedboats have shoulder-fired rocket launchers. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed as he instantly understood the pirates' intentions. He walked a few steps along the beach and looked into the distance. The sea was covered in thick clouds, and the wind was howling. The waves were crashing towards the shore. Go back. You guys go back now. The hurricane is coming. We have to hide. There can't be people on the beach. The Cuban coastal guards who could speak English rushed over and waved for Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang to leave. You guys be careful. Find a place to hide and hold out for 15 minutes. I'll be there soon. Hua Xiaoheng made up his mind and turned to return to the nuclear submarine docked at the military port. In Shixiang looked at the weather worriedly. Hua Xiao, I'm also very worried, but look over there. There's a hurricane. What can we do? Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and strode into the nuclear submarine's command cabin. He ordered the communications personnel there. Connect me to the Army's Supreme Commander, General G. Also, give me a channel. I want to connect to the 6th Military Region. The communications personnel quickly gave him a seat. Hua Xiaoheng sat down and connected to the 6th Military Region's base. He saw the video Zhao Yangzi had just sent back to the base. The waves on the dark sea were turbulent, and the 8 white speedboats were particularly eye-catching. They cut through the waves, and someone on the speedboats was carrying a shoulder-fired rocket launcher aimed at the camera. F*CK. Hua Xiaoheng punched the control panel. His jaw tightened as he snatched the communications personnel's headset. He spoke to General G, the Army's Supreme Commander. General G, I request permission from the Army to borrow the Cuban military's latest MiG-35 fighter jet. You even know about Cuba's best fighter jet. General G was exasperated and amused at the same time. But don't try to play the when a general is out in the field. He doesn't obey the Emperor's orders. You better give me a reasonable reason. Although Hua Xiaoheng was anxious, he didn't lose his composure. He said word by word, Our people are trapped in the high seas of the Caribbean. I want to save them. There's a hurricane in Cuba, so ships can't pass through. I need the best fighter jets to pass through the center of the hurricane. Are you crazy? General G was furious. Looking at the news from his secretary and the weather report of the Caribbean Sea, he reprimanded Hua Xiaoheng with his hands on his hips. There's a hurricane and you still want to fly? Do you know that the record for a fighter jet flying through a hurricane was set by the United States Air Force's hurricane hunters? That time, the hurricane's highest wind speed was only level 3. But the hurricane at the Caribbean Sea was already a Category 4 hurricane. It might even reach level 5. Do you want to die? The highest level of hurricane was level 5. General G, to me, American records are meant to be broken, not looked up to, Hua Xiaoheng said lightly. His fingers tapped lightly on the console. If General G agrees, this time, not only can we obtain precious flight data from passing through the eye of the hurricane, but we can also test the feasibility of the pilot flying with zero visibility and relying entirely on the Nandu satellite navigation system. General G didn't particularly care about saving people. Although Gun Yinji's background was unknown, she wasn't that important to him. Compared to Hua Xiaoheng, who he had high hopes for as his successor, Gun Yinji and Zhao Liang's lives weren't on the same level. Therefore, General G was absolutely unwilling to let Hua Xiaoheng risk his life to fly through the eye of the hurricane just to save these two people. However, Hua Xiaoheng said that he could use this opportunity to test the navigation mode of the Nandu satellite navigation system and provide data on the fighter jet flying through the hurricane in all directions without visibility. General G found that he couldn't refuse. General G, time is running out. Please make a decision immediately. Hua Xiaoheng watched as time passed. The pirates on the Caribbean seaside were actually equipped with shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. If he delayed on his side, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly didn't dare to think about the possible consequences. Okay, General G finally made up his mind. Hua Xiaoheng hung up without another word and went straight to the supreme commander of the Cuban Revolutionary Army to borrow the plane. He didn't even hear the last part of General G's sentence. You're too bold. After this is over, you'll be grounded for 2 months. With the support of the Supreme Commander of the Huaxia Imperial Army and the mediation of the ambassador from the Imperial Embassy in Cuba, the borrowing of the fighter jet went smoothly. 10 minutes later, Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang boarded the MiG-35, the best fighter jet Cuba had just imported from Russia. The soldiers of the Cuban Air Force stood at the airport and saluted Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang with their eyes. It was as if they were looking at heroes who had come to their deaths. They watched in awe as Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang took off in their fighter jets and flew towards the low clouds not far away. No one expected them to make a smooth return flight. Even the best American fighter jets and the best American pilots couldn't challenge the center of a Category 4 hurricane, let alone the Huaxiao Imperial pilots who had never achieved anything. Although they would lose the MiG fighter jet, the Huaxia Empire would compensate them. They wouldn't lose anything. Above Cuba's waters, Hua Xiaoheng gripped the control stick tightly as he continued to increase the altitude of the fighter jet. The strong wind mixed with the large raindrops smashed into the fighter jet. His vision was getting blurry. The fighter jet flew into the hurricane clouds, and it was like diving into a thick pile of paste. Black clouds surrounded him from all sides, and his visibility was 0. The compass on the fighter jet spun, and the body of the plane tilted and rolled in the wind. Yin Shixiang felt like he was going to throw up his dinner. Hua Xiaoheng connected to the Nandu satellite navigation system and connected all the data to the Huaxia Empire's Nandu Satellite Command Center. At this point, he was completely relying on the Nandu satellite navigation system to fly the fighter jet. His eyes were useless. Gun Yinji watched as Zhao Liangza hung up and asked nervously, "Will they come to save us?" Because when Shi was by their side, Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangza didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng's name. Gun Yinji didn't even say Uncle Hua. It was fine as long as they knew who the other was talking about. Yes, but let's hold on for 15 minutes. Zhao Liangza looked anxiously at the rising waves and the approaching speedboats. Hide! They have shoulder-fired rocket launchers. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud whooshing sound from the sea. A rocket cut through the rain and hit the engine room on the lowest level of the cruise ship. Seawater gushed in, and the cruise ship began to tilt and sink. Gunyinji grabbed Zhao Liang's arm, her voice hoarse. "Oh no, they're going to sink the ship." It turned out that the pirates didn't want to climb onto the cruise ship and fight them face to face. They chose to sink the cruise ship. "Let's go." Zhao Yangzi carried the unconscious Wen Shui on his back and left the open-air amusement park on the 4th floor to run to the 3rd floor. More rockets hit the Princess cruise ship, and more seawater poured in. The 2nd floor was quickly submerged, and seawater slowly rose to the 3rd floor. This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,900 plus 1 update. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 181. The huge waves from the hurricane affected their area of the sea. Fortunately, they weren't in the eye of the storm and were only at the periphery, but it was still very frightening. Such a large cruise ship was tossed about in the face of the storm like a toy in the hands of nature, unable to control its own fate. Gunyinji looked through the window and saw the dark water approaching them. She quickly said to Zhao Yangzi, "The ship might sink. What should we do?" "Let's go to the 4th floor." Zhao Yangzi looked at his watch. They should be here soon. They were only 1 minute away from the 15 minutes, Hua Xiaoheng said. This was indeed the best they could do. Now the cruise ship was surrounded on all sides by the pirates' white speedboats. These people were well-armed and even had shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. They might as well have jumped off the ship with the chefs and sailors. Gunyinji smiled bitterly and ran to the 4th floor behind Zhao Yangzi. They had just reached the 4th floor when the 3rd floor was flooded. The ship gradually sank, but the pirates still held their weapons and glared at them. Someone set up a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and aimed it in the direction of the 4th floor. Zhao Yangzi carried Gunyinji in his arms. "Are you scared?" "No." Gunyinji raised the sniper rifle in her hand and said coldly, "We're going to die anyway. Let's take out a few first." She aimed at the guy with the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger without mercy. A sniper rifle was still faster than a rocket launcher. The man was shot between the eyebrows, and his entire body stiffened. With a splash, he fell into the sea with his rocket launcher. The pirates on the speedboat saw this and jumped up in anger. They pointed at Gunyinji and cursed and fired at them at the same time. Zhao Yangzi quickly pulled Gunyinji to the deck. At this moment, a fighter jet emerged from the center of the hurricane not far away and flew toward them at lightning speed. It was as fast as lightning and almost flew close to the surface of the sea like a gray sparrow hawk. The plane flipped in midair, turned 90 degrees, and flew a circle around Gunyinji's cruise ship at high speed. Bullets rang out from the fighter jet and strafed the speedboats. Shells were dropped from the fighter jets onto the speedboats. The latest MiG-35 fighter jet against the unknown passenger speedboat was a crushing massacre. It just so happened that the pirates on the speedboat had brought a lot of rockets with them. When they were hit by the shells from the fighter jets, all of them exploded. At this time, the pirates were all hit. The speedboats exploded one after another, sending flames, smoke, and huge waves into the sky. The pirates who were not killed on the spot jumped into the sea. The fighter jet did not intend to let them go. Hua Xiaoheng pulled up the control lever to increase their visibility. Yin Shixiang operated the machine gun in the fighter jet as he expressionlessly chased after the pirates who were trying to escape in the sea. As long as someone stuck their head out, a string of bullets would immediately follow. This change happened so quickly that the entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the 8 arrogant white speedboats were all buried in the sea. Gunyinji raised her head and stared intently at the fighter jet flying from the center of the hurricane. She watched as it spun and flipped in the air. She watched as sparks shot out of the fighter jet's muzzle. Her emotions surged. She knew that this had to be Uncle Hua's fighter jet. He was the best fighter jet pilot in the Huaxia Empire. She had seen him train before. There was no mistaking it. Gun Yinji broke free from Zhao Yang's arm and stood up from the deck. She jumped and screamed at the sky, her soft voice rising to a high pitch, but dissipated in the fierce wind. Hua Xiaoheng saw the delicate figure bouncing on the deck and smiled. He was about to instruct Yin Shixiang to lower the rope ladder when he suddenly saw several tiny red dots appear on the plane's radar screen. It was a signal that a plane was approaching from the north. Hua Xiaoheng quickly pulled up the plane and flew backwards in a combat stance. The planes from the north did not attack them. They circled the cruise ship once and flew away. It turned out to be 2 drones. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and saw the tracks of a large ship in the northern waters. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was no ordinary ship, but a military vessel. There were cruisers, destroyers, and even a few well-equipped speedboats flying the American flag. They were speeding towards Gun Yinji's cruise ship. The person standing on the fastest speedboat was Gun Yinji's professor, He Jichu. Yin Shixiang also saw it and asked urgently, Hua Xiao, what should we do? As he spoke, the military vessel's radar had already detected Hua Xiaoheng's fighter jet and immediately responded with a missile lock. Hua Xiaoheng made a snap decision and jerked the control stick to turn the plane 180 degrees. He flew straight into the hurricane's center. As soon as they entered the center of the hurricane, the U.S. military vessel's missile lock failed because the thick clouds and heavy rain had completely paralyzed the enemy's radar. Hua Xiao, those people. Yin Shixiang was so anxious he forgot to feel dizzy. The plane shook like a patient in the middle of the hurricane, and the fuselage was dented in several places. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, He Jichu must be here to save them. He couldn't let the U.S. military lock onto them, and he couldn't let them think that the Cuban military was trying to provoke them. Yin Shixiang didn't say anything else and focused on the navigation as he flew the fighter jet out of the hurricane center with Hua Xiaoheng. When they appeared on the Cuban Air Force's radar, everyone was stunned. They actually made it back alive. Ow, ow. The group of people shouted and jumped as they rushed out to welcome the MiG-35 fighter jet that was slowly descending. Although the plane was riddled with holes, they finally made it out of the hurricane alive. Gun Yinji watched as the plane flew back into the hurricane's clouds. She stood alone at the bow and stared in the direction the plane had disappeared. She didn't even notice that the cruise ship was gradually sinking to the 4th floor. She didn't feel the seawater rising to her feet until someone walked to her side and picked her up. Yinji, are you okay? She trembled and looked away to see He Jichu's shimmering, sultry eyes looking at her. Gun Yinji blinked. She hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the plane. Yinji, He Jichu called again and wiped the rainwater off her face. He kissed her forehead and pressed her against his chest. He patted her back and murmured, It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Gun Yinji was extremely nervous and disappointed. Finally, like a bowstring that had been pulled too tight, it snapped with a snap. Her body went limp, and she fainted in He Jichu's arms. Zhao Yangzi stood up with Wen Shui on his back and looked at He Jichu. Professor He, let's go. This ship is going to sink. He Jichu nodded and picked Gun Yinji up in his arms before turning to board the speedboat. Because the cruise ship had already sunk below the surface, the small speedboat was almost level with the highest level of the cruise ship. The speedboat sped towards the U.S. Navy's warship with them. Zhao Yangzi squinted and asked, Professor He, you contacted the U.S. Navy? He Jichu's face was livid. He looked at Gun Yinji intently and said without looking up, It was an emergency, so I had to ask them for a favor. Zhao Yangzi didn't expect He Jichu to reveal the truth with just one question, but his evaluation of He Jichu increased. He pointed at Wen Shui, who was still unconscious. She took a bullet for Yinji, so we only gave her a simple bandage. I'm afraid she'll have to go to the operating room for surgery immediately after we get back. He Jichu finally looked at Wen Shui. He only glanced at her before turning back to wipe the rainwater from Gun Yinji's hair. There was a ready-made operating room on the U.S. Navy's warship, as well as highly skilled military doctors. The bullet in Wen Shuyi's left chest, near her shoulder, was quickly removed and sent to a helicopter to fly to Washington, D.C. The unconscious Gun Yinji was carried onto the helicopter by Zhao Liangze and returned with them. He Zichu didn't approach her again. He sat coldly by the window. Back in Washington, D.C., the helicopter sent them directly to He Zichu's manor near the Potomac River. Zhao Liangze originally wanted to take Gun Yinji directly back to the apartment, but He Zichu dissuaded him. I already have a doctor on standby. You and Yinji can stay at my place for the night. It won't be too late to go back tomorrow after making sure she's fine. Zhao Liangze was also worried that Gun Yinji was sick. She had to go to the hospital for a checkup anyway, so he nodded and agreed. Wen Shuyi and Gun Yinji were placed in the same room, so the doctor could set up all kinds of testing equipment. Zhao Liangze was worried and slept on the floor next to Gun Yinji's bed for the night. Early the next morning, he woke up to check all kinds of equipment. He was relieved to see that Gun Yinji's equipment was normal. She didn't have a fever or injury. The He family's maid came over to invite him to breakfast. Zhao Liangze went to the bathroom to wash up and followed her out. Not long after he left, He Zichu came to the room. He first checked Gun Yinji's condition and was relieved to see that she was fine. He sat by Gun Yinji's bed and silently watched her sleep, lost in thought. He still had a lingering fear when he thought about what had happened yesterday. 6 or 7 days ago, his father, Mr. He, had suddenly fallen seriously ill and sent word that he had to go back. He had no choice but to go and return quickly. It would be no problem for him to return before Gun Yinji's birthday. He didn't expect to find his father's condition more serious than he had imagined when he returned. He was delayed for 2 more days. Fortunately, Annie Chin was taking care of his father, so he could return with peace of mind. Thinking of Annie Chin, he let out a long sigh and looked down at Gun Yinji as he adjusted her blanket. As soon as he returned from his hometown, he rushed to the Caribbean Sea. When he discovered that all communications on the Princess cruise ship had been cut off, he knew something must have happened. He didn't want to remember how he felt when he received the news. That chaotic, anxious, regretful, and helpless feeling. He didn't expect to experience it again after 6 years. Driven by this extreme emotion, He Zichu used his connections at the highest level to borrow a warship from the U.S. Navy to go to sea for rescue. Fortunately, he arrived in time and didn't cause a bigger disaster. If he had arrived a minute later, He Zichu thought of the floating bodies on the sea and the fighter jet that had disappeared into the center of the hurricane. His face turned ashen again. Professor He? Wen Shuyi's voice sounded from the other side of the room. He Zichu turned to look and got up to walk over. You're awake? He put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood in front of Wen Shuyi's bed. How are your injuries? His tone was so gentle and his greeting was so caring that Wen Shuyi trembled with excitement. She struggled to get up from the bed. I'm much better. Professor He, thank you for your hard work. How is Mr. He? Slap. He Zichu suddenly slapped Wen Shuyi hard in the face. The slap was so hard that Wen Shuyi rolled off the bed and onto the floor. Her head tilted to one side, and she couldn't get up. You've grown up. He Zichu squeezed out the words from between his teeth. He suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at Wen Shuyi's temple. What did I say? Did you forget? I think you want to die. Gun Yinji's eyes widened as she watched the usually elegant and refined professor he reveal his violent side. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She had woken up when He Zichu came in, but didn't want to open her eyes, so she pretended to be asleep. It wasn't until she heard the slap that she opened her eyes to see He Zichu still pointing a gun at Wen Shuyi. No matter what, Gun Yinji had to admit that Wen Shuyi had saved her this time. Although she was wearing a bulletproof vest, who knew where the pirate would hit? What if he hit her in the head? She wasn't wearing a bulletproof helmet. Wen Shuyi stood in front of her and took the bullet for her. She didn't know why He Zichu wanted to kill Wen Shuyi, but she knew she couldn't just sit back and watch. Professor, Gun Yinji called weakly. What are you doing? He Zichu looked up at her with his shimmering, sultry eyes. His gaze immediately softened. Professor He, teaching assistant when saved my life. I haven't thanked her properly. Gu Nianji slowly sat up. He Ji-Chu put away his gun and walked over to sit on the bed beside Gu Nianji. He held her shoulders and said with concern, "Happy birthday. Nianji, I owe you a grand birthday." Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. Professor He, you don't owe me. I'll never forget this birthday. The corners of He Ji-Chu's mouth twitched as he continued to ask her, "How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? Do you want to get a doctor to check you again?" He was able to control his emotions so easily that Gu Nianji shrank into the bed uncomfortably. "I'm fine. I don't feel unwell. I'm just a little hungry." She looked at Wen Shuyi lying on the floor and felt sorry for her. She bit her lip and asked again, "Professor He, where are Brother Huang and the others?" He Ji-Chu already knew from Zhao Yangzi that Gu Nianji was pleading for Wen Shuyi. He patted her head and sighed. Little Huang and the others were found. "They're fine. Go wash up. I'll get someone to send some food over." Gu Nianji smiled and lifted the blankets to get out of bed. She went to the bathroom to wash up. When Shuyi struggled to get up from the floor, He Ji-Chu didn't even look at her and walked past her calmly. This is the second chapter of 4,000 words, including the monthly votes of 4,900 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. P.S. Congratulations to the China women's volleyball team for winning the Olympic gold medal after 12 years. Chapter 182. Gu Nianji ran into Zhao Yangzi at the breakfast spot. "Come and sit." Zhao Yangzi pulled out a high-back chair for her. "Breakfast is good. Have some corn chowder and crab cheese chowder." Gu Nianji's stomach growled when she saw the delicacies. Zhao Yangzi patted her head with a smile. "Hurry up and eat. You're so hungry you can't even talk." After breakfast, they bid farewell to He Ji-Chu and left. He Ji-Chu was in the study dealing with business and didn't see them. He only sent a butler to get a driver to take them back. After Gu Nianji and Zhao Yangzi left, He Ji-Chu ordered someone to call Wen Shuyi over. Wen Shuyi wore a baggy white striped hospital gown. She had changed into it on the Navy warship. Her face was pale, and her right cheek still had a handprint from He Ji-Chu's slap. Her round face was visibly haggard, and her lips were dry and peeling. Only her slender eyes remained calm and steady. Heavy dark green velvet curtains hung from the study window, and dark gold curtains hung diagonally from hooks on either side of the window. The lights weren't turned on, and only a blue Tiffany table lamp on He Ji-Chu's desk was on. He Ji-Chu's face was hidden behind the table lamp, and he looked at her darkly without speaking. Although Wen Shuyi was prepared, He Ji-Chu's gaze still made her sweat profusely. She tried her best to remain calm. After a while, she said, "Professor He, why did you want to see me? What happened on the cruise yesterday? Where did those pirates come from?" He Ji-Chu leaned against the large leather chair in the study, playing with a silver revolver in his hand. "Don't tell me you don't know anything." When Shuyi's eyes suddenly reddened, she closed them and choked out, "I really don't know anything. If Professor He doesn't believe me, you can kill me. My whole family is from the He family. My family won't complain if you kill me." "You think I wouldn't dare?" He Ji-Chu spun the gun in his hand and aimed it at Wen Shuyi. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Don't think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because my father sent you to me." Wen Shuyi's tears flowed uncontrollably, but she still kept her eyes closed. She did not open them, nor did she argue. She looked like she was ready to be beaten and killed. He Ji-Chu pointed the gun at her for a long time, but didn't fire. "Remember this. If Nianji hadn't interceded for you, you would have been carried out and buried a long time ago." He Ji-Chu put the gun away and tossed it into the drawer. He leaned back against the back of the chair. "Tell me, if it wasn't you, then who is it? Who dares touch my ship? Who wants our lives?" He Ji-Chu had bought the cruise ship specifically for Gu Nianji's 18th birthday. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by the pirates. When Shuyi's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes, she touched the wound on her chest and thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, Professor He, I really don't know who did this to me, but I found something even more interesting. What's more interesting? Don't try to change the subject. Hijichu looked at her without moving, his voice cold and distant. When Shuyi lowered her eyes and went through the entire sequence of events in her mind, she said, "It's about Gunyinji. Speak." This happened so suddenly that I thought we were all doomed. In the end, Gunyinji and her guardian really opened my eyes. Their marksmanship was just too good. You only invited them to the cruise ship for your birthday, but they actually brought sniper rifles and semi-automatic submachine guns. Think about it. What kind of person would bring these things on a trip? Hijichu was taken aback. They brought their own guns? He had seen the guns in Gunyinji and Zhao Liang's hands yesterday, and thought they had gotten them from the pirates. After all, they were all American brands, so he didn't think of anything else. He wasn't surprised that Gunyinji and Zhao Liangzi knew how to play with guns. Shooting was indeed a sport, and many people liked it. Of course, shooting was not a sport that everyone could afford to play. Yes, I saw them take it out of the suitcase with my own eyes. When Shuyi's nervous mood finally relaxed. Also, her resume states that her parents died and she grew up with a guardian. However, her guardian had changed in such a short period of time. Tell me, what kind of family would have two grown men as their guardians? Hijichu leaned forward and clasped his hands together on the desk. His brows furrowed. Also, we ran a check on her according to her resume. Since her birth, it's been flawless. There's no abnormality at all. Everything has witnesses and physical evidence. Don't you think it's funny? It's obvious that none of it is real, but it's made to look like it is. If we hadn't obtained her blood sample and investigated her background, it would have been impossible for anyone else to know that the evidence was fake. What kind of person could fabricate something like this? When Shuyi's lips finally revealed a trace of mockery, but she quickly suppressed it and resumed her respectful demeanor. I just want to remind Professor He not to be blinded by the past. The power behind her is unimaginably powerful. So what? Hijichu didn't find it strange at all. Someone like Ninji can be protected by someone with no background at all? Speaking of which, I have to thank the power behind her. If it weren't for them, I can't imagine what Ninji has gone through in the past 6 years. When Shui didn't expect Hijichu to be so protective, her heart ached, and the wound on her chest seemed to hurt even more. She pressed her hand on the wound and forced a smile. Of course, I know she's very important to you, so I protected her at all costs. I was even willing to take a bullet for her. Professor He, you don't have to worry about me saving Ninji. She never liked me. No matter what I do, she thinks I have ulterior motives. I'm used to it. Really? Hijichu looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to see through her facade and see what she was thinking deep in her heart. When Shui tried her best to remain calm, she frowned occasionally, but that was because her wound hurt too much. Hijichu looked at her quietly for a while and finally waved her away. Go back. Rest well for the next 2 months. Don't go to school. Send me a list of what you're doing. I'll ask the school to find me another teaching assistant. When Shui didn't dare to say no. In addition, she was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. She didn't want to become disabled because of this. Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi returned to their apartment and could finally relax and talk. What a shame. So many of my favorite things sank to the bottom of the Caribbean Sea, Gun Yinji said regretfully. She took out a box of yogurt from the fridge and opened it to eat. Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes at her. Those things are nothing. I'm the one who lost a lot of good things. All right, I need to contact Big Xiong and ask him to give me another set. Without those things, I feel like I'm running around naked online. The only things they had on them were their phones and nothing else. Gunyinji giggled and pointed at Zhao Liangzi. You're used to being a hacker. Of course you're afraid of someone snooping on your computer. She looked around and glanced at Zhao Liangzi's computer. Don't even think about it. Zhao Liangzi patted her head. Go wash up and sleep. I think you didn't sleep well. How can I sleep in someone else's house? Gunyinji shook her head self-deprecatingly. I'm going in. She walked into her bedroom and closed the door. However, she wasn't in a hurry to go to the bathroom. She took out her phone and dialed Hua Xiaohing's number. This was the first update. It should be 2 updates at noon, including 5,000 monthly votes and updates. It should be around 1 in the afternoon. Do you want the fourth update at 7 in the evening? Please answer with monthly votes and recommendation votes. Okay? Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 183. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Gun Yinji didn't hang up as usual, but left him a message. Uncle Hua, it's Yinji. I had my 18th birthday yesterday. Did you come yesterday? After leaving the message, Gun Yinji went to the bathroom to shower. She hadn't showered at Ijichu's house yesterday, and had only dried her hair and washed her feet. After showering, she blow-dried her hair and went to sleep. She was fully recovered the next day, and woke up early to work at the Appropriations Committee. At noon, she went to see Brother Huang at the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel, only to discover that he was on sick leave. Gun Yinji was speechless. Even her direct confrontation with the pirates hadn't called in sick, but Brother Huang she gave him a call. Senior Brother Huang, what's wrong? I heard you're sick? Brother Huang was sleeping in his apartment, wrapped in blankets. He heard his phone ring and picked it up, groaning. Yinji, I did all of this for you. I almost lost my life for your birthday. Do you know that? Gun Yinji remembered the speedboat and was surprised. What's wrong? I heard from Professor He that you're okay. My body's fine, but my mind's in shock. Brother Huang had never experienced such a thrilling experience in his life. Being held to the head by several strong black men had scared him to the point of wetting his pants. Then rest well. Gun Yinji could only comfort him. Why don't you tell me what happened? Maybe you'll feel better if you tell me. Brother Huang was about to confide in someone, but quickly said, I still don't know what happened. We were supposed to go on a cruise, but that van dragged us to an empty house and tied us up. I thought I was going to die the whole afternoon. I miss my wife and family so much I was going crazy. Brother Huang, it's okay, it's okay. Professor, he won't let you suffer for nothing. Gun Yinji's heart leaped, but wasn't teaching assistant when the one who arranged for that van, including the speedboat. It was her, but she couldn't guarantee we wouldn't run into bandits. Senior Brother Huang expressed his understanding. Barbados is a small country with average law and order. With such a large group of pirates, there's nothing they can do. Then Professor, he found someone, and the Barbados police rescued us. She then wailed, but I'm still scared. Even now, I can't sleep normally. Every time I close my eyes, I feel the cold barrel of the gun pointed at my head. Gun Yinji comforted him a bit more and discreetly asked for more details before hanging up. Brother Huang, rest well. I'll bring you good food tonight. For the entire day, Gun Yinji had been thinking about the pirates. She really wanted to know who the culprit was. If it was Wen Shuyi, why would she want him dead? If it wasn't her, then who was it? What was his motive? However, after thinking about it for a whole day, she still felt that there were too few clues. Other than Wen Shuyi, who was the most suspicious, she basically couldn't think of anyone else. Moreover, she did not have any evidence to prove that Wen Shuyi did it. On the contrary, because she had taken a bullet for her, she could no longer express her emotions to Wen Shuyi as freely as before. So in the end, Gun Yinji let it go. She wasn't the type to dwell on a dead end. If she couldn't figure it out, then she wouldn't think about it for now. She was alive and well, and the person who should be furious was the person who had spent $10 million to buy her life. Gun Yinji shrugged and put it all to the back of her mind. When she returned to the apartment that night, she and Zhao Yangzi brought food to Brother Huang. Zhao Yangzi also took the opportunity to ask Brother Huang a lot of information. Zhao Yangzi was a professional and asked many details that Gun Yinji had overlooked. When they returned to their apartment, Zhao Yangzi frowned at Gun Yinji. Which one of us has an enemy in Barbados? You or me? Why do you say that? Gun Yinji propped her chin up and widened her eyes like a curious baby. According to what Brother Huang just said, the culprit needed a lot of connections in Barbados. Do you think any random person would be able to pull off a crime like this in the capital of Barbados? Zhao Yangzi ruffled Gun Yinji's hair. Don't even think about it. Leave it to us to investigate. I think Professor, he should be the one to investigate, Gunyanji said quietly. He's lost too much. She remembered when Shi saying that Ji-Chu had bought the cruise ship specifically for them. It was brand new, but now it had sunk. There might even have been compensation for the guests. No matter how she looked at it, Ji-Chu should be the most furious. He'll definitely investigate it too. Zhao Yangzi returned to his computer desk. I'll tell Big Xiong about the new situation. Gunyanji refused to leave and dawdled for a while. She asked in a roundabout way, Brother Zhe, where are Big Xiong and the others? Zhao Yangzi paused and turned to look at her with a smile. Why are you asking? Didn't you say they went to Cuba? It'll take more than a day or two to get a nuclear submarine back, right? Gunyanji looked at him eagerly. Then Uncle Hua. Oh, you want to ask Hua Xiao? Zhao Yangzi's eyes flashed with mockery. Hua Xiao and Big Xiong have already returned to the Hua Xiao Empire. They've already returned? Gunyanji was shocked. That fast? Yes, something happened in the Empire. They left on a private plane. Zhao Yangzi relayed Big Xiong's words. However, Big Xiong didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was doing. As soon as they returned to the Hua Xia Empire, Hua Xiaoheng was summoned by the Supreme Commander of the military, General Ji. It was said that he was carrying out a top-secret military mission. In reality, Hua Xiaoheng was placed in detention by General Ji. In order to maintain Hua Xiaoheng's authority, only a few people knew about this, including General Ji himself, Speaker Long of the Senate, and Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanqin, the director of the military's political department. 2 months, not a day less. Everyone in the military knew that detention was very unpleasant. Although it wasn't corporal punishment, it was worse than corporal punishment. The loneliness of being cut off from the world and having no one to talk to could sometimes drive people crazy. But Hua Xiaoheng was an exception. Confinement was also part of their training for the Special Operations Forces. That was why General Ji placed Hua Xiaoheng in detention as a warning rather than a punishment. Hua Xiaoheng didn't argue and went to the detention room alone. He was a major general and couldn't let anyone know that he was in detention. Therefore, his detention room was a small room that General Ji had temporarily prepared. It had its own kitchen and bathroom, a bed, a desk, a computer with no internet access, and a large cabinet of books and files. He couldn't go online for the next 2 months, but he could read. The books and files were enough to kill 2 months of his time. Of course, his phone, tablet, and other things were confiscated and couldn't be brought in. General Ji personally guarded him and supervised his confinement. With such high standards, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi definitely wouldn't be able to get any specific information. Gunyanji didn't receive any calls from Hua Xiaoheng. She sighed in relief when she heard that he was carrying out a top-secret military mission. But she also felt a little regretful. It was her 18th birthday, and she didn't even hear Uncle Hua say happy birthday to her. Gunyanji returned to her room and took a shower. She changed into her pajamas and went to bed. She was going to watch the news for a while before going to bed when her phone rang. Gunyanji looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Ji-Chu. She hesitated for a moment, then swiped her finger to answer the call. Hello, Professor He. Gunyanji greeted him politely. Ji-Chu pursed his lips, phone in hand as he looked out the window at the rushing Potomac River. His voice was cool as he asked, Nyenji, are you feeling better? Gunyanji nodded. I'm fine. I've been fine for a long time. I even went to the Capitol today to listen in on the debate. I'm glad you're fine. Ji-Chu didn't know what else to say. He was silent for a moment, then said, Nyenji, your parents are no longer around. Why do you keep changing guardians? Gunyanji was speechless. She also hesitated for a moment before replying dryly. That's all in the past. I'm 18 now and can make my own decisions. I don't need a guardian anymore. Gunyanji suddenly came to a realization when she said this. She was 18 years old and legally able to bear full legal responsibility. That meant she really didn't need a guardian anymore. So she no longer had any reason or standing to interact with Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyanji suddenly felt panicked and didn't know what to do. It was like standing in a sea of people. Everyone walked past her, but she didn't recognize a single person. Gunyinji hugged the panda pillow and shrunk deeper into the bed. She wanted to bury her entire body behind the pillow. Hijichu saw that Gunyinji didn't want to answer his question, so he didn't continue asking. Gunyinji said she didn't need a guardian anymore. She probably meant she would have more autonomy in her life in the future. Hijichu quietly looked out the window at the Potomac River, his shimmering, sultry eyes sparkling in the mid-autumn night. He took a deep breath and decided to hang up. Okay, I'll let you know directly if there's anything in the future. Okay. Gunyinji gripped the phone and buried her face in the pillow. She asked in a low, muffled voice, Professor He, did you find out who the pirates were? Hijichu shook his head. They're all dead. How can I find out? But they took hostages in Barbados. Can't we find out? Gunyinji didn't understand. With Hijichu's ability and influence, he should have found out something. Barbados isn't the United States. My hands aren't that long. Hijichu smiled bitterly. Ninji, do you think I'm omnipotent? Of course not. Gunyinji blurted out, completely unaware that Hijichu's face had darkened on the other end of the line. She said, I know they committed a crime on international waters and took hostages in Barbados. It's not easy to find out, but they destroyed Professor He's cruise ship. It's such a huge loss. Don't you want to find out who's behind it and compensate them? They paid $10 million for our lives. That means the mastermind is rich. Hijichu's mood was ruined by Gunyinji's of course not. He wanted to sneer, but tried his best to hold it in. He said coldly, It's just a cruise ship. I don't care. Also, the cruise ship was given to you. If you don't care, why should I? Oh, for me? Gunyinji looked up from the pillow in shock. That cruise ship was really given to me? Of course. Didn't you see the words carved on the cruise ship? Hijichu said angrily. Or did Shui not do as I said? Oh, no. I saw the words, but I thought Professor He was just being polite. Gunyinji smiled sheepishly. After all, the words were painted and could be changed at any time. If the cruise ship was really hers, well, they would have to prove it. For example, whether or not the cruise ship deed was written in her name. There was no deed, and only a few words were painted on the cruise ship. Sorry, she wasn't an ignorant girl who didn't know the law. She couldn't bear this false reputation. I said it's yours. Of course, there's no point in saying it now. Hijichu didn't harp on the matter. The cruise ship had sunk anyway. The most he could do was ask the insurance company for some insurance money. Gunyinji rubbed her forehead and shook her head, insisting on opposing Hijichu's statement. Professor He, if it's not mine, it's not mine. You can't just say it's mine and carry such a huge gift on my back. I can't bear it. You're saying I lied to you? Hijichu finally understood what Gunyinji meant. Well, have I ever lied to you? Angry, he walked back to his study and pulled up the legal documents for the cruise ship from his computer, including the purchase receipt and deed. However, as soon as he pulled it up, he was speechless. The name on the deed was still Hijichu, not Gunyinji. In other words, Gunyinji wasn't wrong. She didn't want to bear this false reputation. This cruise ship only had her name painted on it. Hijichu couldn't take it anymore. He hung up and kicked over his desk. He immediately called Shui, who was already recovering in Boston. Shui, I asked you to transfer the ownership of the cruise ship to Ninji. How dare you disobey? If Shui were standing in front of Hijichu now, he would have strangled her to death. Shui's heart skipped a beat. She didn't understand why someone would care about the name on the deed when the ship had already sunk. Professor He, here's the thing. Ninji isn't American. The procedures to transfer the cruise ship to her are very complicated. I'm still waiting for a background check, so Shui smiled gently. Professor He, now that the cruise ship is gone, do you still want to transfer it to her? If you do, I can ask the company doing the background check to hurry up and finish it. There's no need. I'll buy her something else for her birthday. Hijichu's voice was even colder than 10,000-year-old ice. After you recover, you don't have to be my teaching assistant anymore. I'll make it clear to your family. You don't have to follow me anymore. Shui closed her eyes. Her hands were trembling, but she didn't argue. She replied gently, Okay, I'll listen to Professor He. With that, she hung up and fell back onto the bed. She turned around and leaned against the pillow to cover the sound of her choking sobs. This is the second and third chapter in one, with 4,000 words, including 5,000 additional monthly votes. Do you want the fourth chapter at 7 p.m.? Please answer with your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Okay? Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 184. Every time Gunyinji thought back to what had happened on her 18th birthday, the one that left the deepest impression was the silver-gray fighter jet roaring through the wind and rain. Although it was a pity that Xiaoheng hadn't come in person, Gunyinji stubbornly regarded it as beauty without regret. The pinnacle of beauty was beauty without regret, such as Venus' broken arm and the unfinished dream of the Red Chamber. Hijichu had not hesitated to repair his relationship with the U.S. military and borrow a Navy warship to rescue her. She was grateful, but she had never thought to accept such a big gift from him. After that, she kept her distance from Hijichu and devoted herself to her work and studies. Hijichu sensed her alienation, and although he felt bad, he knew he couldn't force her too much. He had to give her time to slowly adapt. So he temporarily put Gunyinji's matter aside and traveled between Harvard University in Boston and B University in the capital of the Huaxiao Empire, teaching and mentoring graduate students. Time always passed the fastest when one was working hard. Soon, it was December, and winter had arrived in Washington. In the evening, Gunyinji walked out of Capitol Hill in a delicate silver gray, cashmere horn-button coat and walked to her apartment hotel. Because her apartment was very close to Capitol Hill, she had insisted on walking back for the past 2 months and considered it a form of exercise. When she arrived at the door, she saw a voluptuous Chinese-American woman in a dark red coat standing there, talking to the hotel doorman. The doorman recognized Gunyinji and quickly waved when he saw her. "Miss Gu, someone's looking for you." Gunyinji looked at the woman. She had a fair complexion and eye-catching arched eyebrows. Beneath the arched eyebrows was a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were kind and gentle. She had a dainty nose and a pair of similarly dainty lips that were lightly colored. She looked like she was in her 20s and was very calm and steady. She was very beautiful and refined, but Gunyinji was sure she didn't know this woman. Gunyinji nodded to her. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The woman smiled as she looked at Gunyinji, her eyes filled with amazement. She quickly walked over and introduced herself to Gunyinji. "I'm Jiang Hongsha. I don't know if Mei Xiaowen mentioned me to you." The Weibo name Black Tea Sky flashed across Gunyinji's mind. This woman must be Mei Xiaowen's first girlfriend. I don't remember if he mentioned it or not. Gunyinji smiled. She hadn't been in much contact with Mei Xiaowen lately. Mei Xiaowen felt that he was always the one taking the initiative to approach Gunyinji. It had already been half a year, but Gunyinji was still lukewarm. He was unwilling to give up and decided to leave Gunyinji out in the cold for a while, playing hard to get. When she couldn't take it anymore and came to him, he would treat her well. That was the only way he could truly win over this little girl's heart. Gunyinji knew that she would be going back at the end of the year, but she hadn't figured out how to face Mei Xiaowen, so she didn't take the initiative to contact him. Now that she saw Jiang Hongsha, Gunyinji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Did you need something from me?" Jiang Hongsha felt uneasy seeing Gunyinji like this. She had seen Gunyinji's face and thought that she was just a pretty and smart commoner girl. She could do whatever she wanted to her. However, the woman in front of him had just passed her 18th birthday, and the aura she exuded was clearly the elegance and restraint that could only be nurtured in the upper-class society. Could it be that she had been reborn in just half a year in the U.S. Congress? Jiang Hongsha suppressed the bitterness in her heart and smiled warmly at Gunyinji. "I do have something to tell you. It's about me and Mei Xiaowen. Would you like to have a cup of coffee with me?" Seeing Gunyinji's hesitation, Jiang Hongsha immediately said, "We're not going anywhere else, just here. This is a hotel, so there should be a coffee shop, right?" "Yes, come with me." Gunyinji didn't want to talk to Jiang Hongsha at first, but when she heard that it was about her and Mei Xiaowen, she didn't want to refuse. Most importantly, she was very hesitant. She couldn't see any way out of her relationship with Mei Xiaowen, so she needed to listen to other people's opinions. Jiang Hongxia was Mei Xiaowen's first girlfriend, so she should have the right to speak. They went to the Capital Hotel's coffee shop and found a corner to sit down. Large pots of green plants formed a small, secluded space. Gun Yinji ordered a cappuccino and slowly swirled the spoon in her coffee cup. She propped her head up with one hand and looked calmly at Jiang Hongxia, who sat across from her. Jiang Hongxia didn't order coffee, but a glass of warm milk. I can't drink coffee right now. She smiled gently at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji thought that Jiang Hongxia's smile was filled with the radiance of motherhood. She looked down and tossed the spoon away, then took a sip of the warm cappuccino. Jiang Hongxia held the warm milk in her hands and looked as if she didn't know where to start. After a while, she said, "Yinji, can I call you Yinji?" "Whatever." Gun Yinji smiled and looked up at Jiang Hongxia. Her voice was soft and slightly raspy. She'd been debating with people on Capitol Hill all afternoon about appropriations, and her voice was now hoarse. "My family and the Mei family are family friends. We were childhood friends." Jiang Hongxia was lost in fond memories. "But we were only together in high school." Gun Yinji frowned slightly. She was getting impatient. She had been busy with work and hadn't had lunch today. She was in a hurry to go home for dinner. If Jiang Hongxia continued to tell her story from the beginning, how long would it take? Gun Yinji coughed lightly and said, "Xiaowen mentioned that he had a first girlfriend who went abroad after high school. They broke up later. That was you, wasn't it?" Jiang Hongxia hadn't expected Gun Yinji to tell her all about her beautiful first love in one sentence. She felt a little uncomfortable. Gun Yinji had brought up the beautiful memories of her first love with Xiaowen in such a way. As expected, this girl had grown up without parents. Her upbringing wasn't good. She must have felt bad for rudely interrupting others like this. Jiang Hongxia's smile grew wider as she thought about it. She nodded leisurely. "You could say that. But after I graduated from university 4 years ago and returned to China, Xiaowen and I met again." Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. "Miss Jiang, please get to the point. If you keep stuttering, I'll regret coming here to have coffee with you." "Okay, Miss Gu, I'll cut to the chase." Jiang Hongxia sat up straight and leaned forward slightly. "The thing is, I wanted to ask, are you Mei Xiaowen's girlfriend?" Gun Yinji closed her eyes. "Not yet." "Then you're not, are you?" Jiang Hongxia smiled good-naturedly. "Then I don't feel so guilty anymore. The thing is, Xiaowen and I can't forget our first love, but there's a barrier in our hearts that we can't get over if we want to be together. Therefore, we made an agreement to give each other another chance to have a try. However, this time, there are no restrictions. Don't worry, Miss Gu, we are in an open relationship. Even if I can date someone else, he can also court other women, such as you." Gun Yinji opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Hongxia quietly. Jiang Hongxia said sympathetically, "I know Miss Gu and Mei Xiaowen also had an agreement. You let him wait 6 months, and if he still likes you after 6 months, you'll agree to be his girlfriend, right?" "Ah, little girl, how can you be so naive? How can you let a man do as he pleases?" "Miss Jiang, this is between me and Mei Xiaowen. I don't think I need to explain anything to you." Gun Yinji looked out the window impatiently. "Don't be angry. I'm just stating the facts." Jiang Hongxia bowed slightly and clutched her stomach again. "This is the 4th update, and the monthly votes are 5,100 plus updates. Let's encourage each other with our monthly votes and recommendation votes. Okay? Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.